It was intended to be amended. Bugs Bunny to Daffy Duck. An Ode to the Amendments of the U.S. Constitution, 1986. Introduction. The Philosophy of Amendment. The people have an indubitable, unalienable, and indefeasible right to reform or change their government whenever it be found adverse or inadequate to the purposes of its institution. James Madison, Failed First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, introduced into Congress, 1789. We, the people. The Constitution of the United States is made of things that are born, live, thrive, decay, and die. Insects, animals, plants, ideas. In order to form a more perfect union. Each of its elements began long ago in the loamy earth, hatching and creeping, or slipping slick and squealing from the womb of the mind. Establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility. The text is written on parchment made from sheep fleeced, their hides soaked in lime, stretched and dried. Provide for the common defense. The ink came from the buds of oak leaves, swollen to the size of musket balls by the eggs of wasps. Promote the general welfare. Its words were shaped by quills fashioned from the feathers of molting geese. Secure the blessings of liberty. Its lofty, momentous ideas came from the minds of men long since dead and from the books they read. To ourselves and our posterity. Of the nearly 200 written constitutions, the Constitution of the United States, the most influential constitution in the world, is also among the oldest, a relic, as brittle as bone, as hard as stone. Do ordain and establish. But the U.S. Constitution is neither bone nor stone. It is an explosion of ideas. Parchment decays and ink fades, but ideas endure. They also change. The Constitution attempted to solve ancient problems, having to do not only with the people and their rulers, the structure of government, and the nature of rights, but also with the knowability and endurance of law. Ingeniously, it accounted for the passage of time. The U.S. Constitution was intended to be amended. The whole purpose of the Constitution, Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia once said, is to prevent a future society from doing whatsoever it wants to do. This is not true. One of the Constitution's founding purposes was to prevent change. Another was to allow for change without violence. Amendment is so essential to the American constitutional tradition, so methodical, and so entire a conception of endurance through adaptation that it can best be described as a philosophy. This book, A History of the Constitution, argues that the philosophy of amendment is foundational to modern constitutionalism. Amendment is also a constitution's mechanism for the prevention of insurrection. This book aims to chronicle the origins of amendment, to identify the conditions under which amendment is possible, to examine why the practice of amendment has been abandoned, and to reckon with the question of whether the Constitution can endure without it. A government of laws, and not of men. Every ordered society is governed by a set of core rules, customs, and principles. This is true for every species that lives in a structured community. A pack of wolves, or a pod of whales, a hive of honeybees, or a colony of ants, a herd of deer, or a flock of geese, a clan of elephants, or a tribe of apes, and even a forest of trees. Only humans devise constitutions. Devising constitutions, or fundamental laws, is so elemental to human society that the collective noun might be a constitution of humans. Since long before the keeping of records, humans erected governments, codified laws, anointed rulers, imposed or banned religious practices, federated or severed states, claimed territory, and established sovereignty. Once writing was invented, rulers of ancient human societies began recording laws, etching them into clay and stone in the hope that they would last, binding one generation to the next. The Sumerian code of Ur-Nammu, the oldest surviving written law, was carved into sun-baked clay tablets 4,000 years ago. It declared that the king had banished malediction, violence, and strife from the land. 300 years later, the code of the Babylonian king Hammurabi was etched into an 8-foot-tall slab of black stone, weighing 4 tons, declaring Hammurabi anointed by God to bring about the rule of righteousness in the land, to destroy the wicked and the evildoers, so that the strong should not harm the weak. Sometime around 1300 BCE, Yahweh, the Hebrew God, issued 10 commandments to the prophet Moses, according to the book of Deuteronomy, and he wrote them in 2 tablets of stone. Ancient Chinese written law dates to the Zhou dynasty in the 6th century BCE, inked onto Zhuandu strips of bamboo. Laws govern people. Constitutions govern governments. Nearly all constitutions are assemblages, as an 18th century English political philosopher once explained, gatherings together of institutions and customs derived from certain fixed principles of reason directed to certain fixed objects of public good. The idea that the object of a constitution is the common good dates to antiquity. When Aristotle wrote Politics around 350 BCE, forming its letters by pressing a pen made of reed upon papyrus made from the soaked and woven pith of the stalks of a sedge that grew on the bank of a river, he divided constitutions into those which aim at the common advantage and are correct and just, and those which aim only at the advantage of the rulers and are deviant and unjust. Most were unjust. Many legal instruments combine the constituting of governments with the assigning of territory and the proclaiming of laws. Whether to call these records constitutions is debatable. Some are more like treaties. Others are more like criminal codes. The Prophet Muhammad drew up the now-lost Sahifa in 622 CE, establishing a pact between certain Muslims and the Jews of Medina. Sometimes scholars translate the Arabic word Sahifa as scripture, sometimes as constitution. In 1215 CE, outside London, King John of England signed a parchment made of sheepskin known as the Magna Carta, the Great Charter, guaranteeing his noblemen all the liberties written out below, to have and to keep for them and their heirs. Meant to last, it was almost immediately annulled, even though later generations of English politicians liked to call it England's ancient constitution. Other ancient constitutions have lasted longer. About 1450 CE, Dakanawida, the great peacemaker, and delegates from the 5 nations of the Iroquois, or Haudenosaunee, Seneca, Cayuga, Oneida, Onondaga, and Mohawk, adopted an agreement known as the Guyana-Shogoa, or Great Law of Peace, and often referred to as a constitution, which they recorded on wampum, a light and dark pattern of shells strung together. It begins, "I plant the tree of great peace." It was meant to grow, root, and branch. The revolutionary idea that the ruled, rather than the rulers, decide the rules emerged only haltingly. In 1765, Catherine the Great, the Empress of Russia, began drafting the Nakaz, or Constitution, to proclaim her sovereignty and guarantee her subjects liberty and equality. To consider it, she called for an assembly of 564 elected representatives, elected by everyone, including women and peasants, with 54 seats allotted for Muslims, to meet in Moscow in 1767. The course of human events turned upside down in 1776. The ruled became their own rulers when the United States declared independence and stated what Thomas Jefferson described as self-evident truths: that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it. 4 years later, the people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts ratified a new constitution written by John Adams, whose aim, as Adams wrote, was to establish a government of laws and not of men. They wrote that constitution down, ink on parchment. It is still in force. It is the law. It also still exists in a museum in Boston, sealed in a double-paned bulletproof glass case with a mix of argon and helium gas to prevent it from the forces of decay, water and oxygen and sunlight. All written constitutions contain unwritten elements, as invisible as those glass-boxed gases. The sacred rights of mankind are not to be rummaged for among old parchments or musty records, Alexander Hamilton advised seekers in 1775. They are written as with a sunbeam in the whole volume of human nature. A written constitution's power comes not from the words themselves, but from the life breathed into it, or what Montesquieu called the spirit of laws, ethereal, even enchanted. James Madison warned that early state constitutions, the first was written in 1776, offered little more than parchment barriers to those who would seek to defy them. The constitution of a country is not the paper or parchment upon which the compact is written, John Quincy Adams agreed. It is the system of fundamental laws by which the people have consented to be governed, which is always supposed to be impressed upon the minds of every individual, and of which the written and printed copies are nothing more than the evidence. All the same, a written constitution is a different creature from an unwritten one. Committing a constitution to writing offers stability, a form of endurance akin to inheritance. But it also presents a problem. How is a government established by a written constitution to be altered, except by its own destruction? Amend your ways. The U.S. Constitution drew from ancient ideas, but it was also something new and truly revolutionary, an 18th century invention, a body of fundamental law drafted and ratified by representatives of an invented polity, a constituency, known as the people, binding them to their government by an act of consent. It was meant to transcend ordinary law by establishing fundamental principles, structures, powers, and rights. Printed, copied, and circulated among an extraordinarily literate population, the Constitution executed a covenant and allowed, too, for the exertion of power over vast distances. The U.S. Constitution is not a list of commandments, like the Code of Hammurabi or the laws Moses found etched on tablets, engraved in stone, a monument. Nor is it a form of scripture. Unlike all of these, but very much like the Massachusetts Constitution of 1780, which has been amended more than 100 times, it was meant to be revised, updated, and improved. The 18th century was an age not only of revolution and empire, but also of enlightenment, animated by the idea of progress, political, scientific, economic, technological, and moral. By far the most radical innovation of the U.S. Constitution and of state constitutions was the provision they made for their own repair and improvement by the people themselves, to the end it may be a government of laws and not of men. This mechanism for improvement is called amendment. In English, the verb amend goes back to about the 12th century, when it meant to correct a fault, to repair an omission, to fix what's broken, or to improve in a moral sense, to make something better. The word shares a root, 4 of its 5 letters, and almost the entirety of its meaning with the verb mend. Both words came to the Middle English by way of the old French verb amender. To amend something is to mend it, although you amend a text, but you mend a textile. Like amend and mend, text and textile share a root in most of their letters and almost the entirety of their meanings. A text is made of woven letters. A textile is made of woven threads. Weaving and mending were not, at the time the Constitution was written, mysterious arts. They were the everyday work of women. More than half of 18th century American households had spinning wheels, and in some parts of the country, as many as a third of households had looms. Men amended and women mended. Men wrote and revised texts, bills, laws. Women wove and repaired textiles, clothing, bedding. Men wielded pens and operated binderies, stitching books together. Women wielded needles and operated spinning wheels and looms. "We began this quilt," one woman stitched with her needle and silken thread. Not we the people do ordain. To amend also means to rectify something that has become corrupted, and in that sense, not only to repair but to restore, to fix not only something broken, but also something that's gone wrong. Amend and mend have moral meanings. You can make amends, and you can mend your ways. Amend this fault, an earl instructs his nephew in Shakespeare's Henry IV in 1598. Amend your ways and your doings, reads a passage from the King James Bible in 1611. By the 18th century, the meanings of mend and amend had hardly changed. "Tell me my faults and mend your own," Benjamin Franklin advised in 1745. 10 years later, the English lexicographer Samuel Johnson caught each of these meanings in his Dictionary of the English Language. 2. Amend. Verb active. Amender, French, emendo, Latin. 1. To correct, to change anything that is wrong to something better. 2. To reform the life or leave wickedness. In these 2 cases, we usually write mend. See, mend. Amend your ways and your doings, and I will cause you to dwell in this place. Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 3. 3. To restore passages in writers which the copiers are supposed to have depraved. To recover the true reading. These meanings became American. The lexicographer Noah Webster, in an early dictionary, defined amend as to correct, grow better, reform, mend, and the noun amendment as a change for the better, a correction. In his monumental American Dictionary of the English Language, Webster elaborated that to amend is to correct, to reform, to improve or make better by adding what is wanted, as well as expunging what is wrong. All this was, and is, contained within the philosophy of amendment. Amendment is necessary because everything decays, even laws. As the English jurist Matthew Hale put it in 1697, As all sublunary things are subject to corruption and putrefaction, to diseases and rust, so even the laws themselves by long tract of time gather certain diseases, and excrescences, certain abuses and corruptions grow into the law, as close as ivy unto the tree, or the rust to the iron, and in a little tract of time gain the reputation of being part of the law. Or, as Montesquieu explained, sometimes it is proper the law should amend itself. In the 18th century, people hoped written constitutions would endure, to bind one generation to the next. They cherished stability. The Scottish philosopher David Hume argued that as human society is in perpetual flux, one man every hour going out of the world, another coming into it, it is necessary in order to preserve stability in government that the new brood should conform themselves to the established constitution and nearly follow the path which their fathers, treading in the footsteps of theirs, had marked out for them. But alongside that idea, they held in their heads the equally important idea that constitutions need to be revised or even entirely rewritten, either as occasion demands or at regular intervals. Even the mere passage of time would necessitate alterations. Through experiment and experience, Americans came to agree that if such a strange, fragile thing as a written constitution were to endure, it would, as time passed, the ticking of a clock, need to be both revised and repaired, improved and updated. Mostly, the demand for amendments came from ordinary Americans who insisted that their constitutions be revisable, to rectify the errors that will creep in through lapse of time or alteration of situation, as one Massachusetts town meeting put it in 1778, demanding an amendment mechanism in the state's constitution. The U.S. Constitution was itself an act of amendment. It was written because the existing frame of government, the Articles of Confederation, were technically amendable, but for all practical purposes, not. 8 times members of Congress had tried to amend the Articles, but as any change required the unanimous consent of all 13 states, 8 times they failed. The Articles of Confederation, as Hamilton wrote, suffered not from minute or partial imperfections, but from fundamental errors in the structure of the building, which cannot be amended otherwise than by an alteration in the first principles and main pillars of the fabric. At the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia in 1787, Virginia delegate George Mason, pointing out that everyone knew the Constitution was imperfect, argued that amendments therefore will be necessary, and it will be better to provide for them in an easy, regular, and constitutional way than to trust to chance and violence. Amendability is the essential contribution of American constitutionalism. Permit me to mention one great principle, the vital principle, I may well call it, Pennsylvania delegate to the Constitutional Convention, James Wilson, declared in 1791. The principle I mean is this, that the supreme or sovereign power of the society resides in the citizens at large, and that therefore they always retain the right of abolishing, altering, or amending their constitution at whatever time and in whatever manner they shall deem it expedient. This vital principle, Wilson argued, was not an incitement to violence, but an alternative to it. Not a principle of discord, rancor, or war, but a principle of melioration, contentment, and peace. A constitution too easily amended leads to chaos, but a constitution too difficult to amend leads to chaos too. Without amendment, Wilson argued, there would be nothing but revolution, everlasting insurrection. The 5th article. The trick was finding that sweet spot devising a method of amendment that, as Madison hoped, would leave open a constitutional road to the decision of the people, but would guard against both that extreme facility, which would render the Constitution too mutable, and that extreme difficulty, which might perpetuate its discovered faults. Not too easy, not too hard. In this, the framers did not succeed. The amendment power is defined in Article 5 of the Constitution. It reserves to the people the power of amendment and sets out two paths to propose amendments. Congress can propose amendments, and the state legislatures can call for a convention to propose them, and two paths for ratifying amendments, either by the state legislatures or by special conventions held in the states. Article 5 requires a double supermajority. To pass, an amendment must be approved by a two-thirds majority in both houses of Congress, and to be ratified, it has to be approved by the legislatures or special conventions in 3/4 of the states. The fifth article was the triumph of the Constitutional Convention. Without it, the Constitution would never have been ratified. Everyone expected the Constitution would need amending. There are features of the Constitution that sizable numbers of Americans have complained about for centuries, including its strange method of electing the president and the absence of any acknowledgement of God. Some problems emerged due to an alteration of circumstances, like the growth and changing distribution and composition of the population, the shifting balance of power between the three branches of government, the rise of capitalism, and the attendant widening of inequalities of wealth, income, and political power, and the tremendous growth of the federal government. Many proposed changes were animated by the spirit of moral reform. The paramount duty of man upon earth is to amend himself, as John Stuart Mill once wrote. But all bear a duty, too, of amending the world. Then, too, in its failures to abolish slavery, extend rights to women, and fully recognize the sovereignty of native nations, the Constitution defied its own principles of liberty, equality, and republicanism, even though for decades the people most affected by those defects were least able to participate in public debate and to propose amendments. Article 5 is the mechanism the framers devised to revise, reform, correct, update, and improve the Constitution. But due to factors that they could not possibly have foreseen, the emergence of political parties, the astounding geographical and demographic growth of the country, and the political paralysis of polarization, amending the Constitution turned out to be infinitely more difficult than they intended. Almost all efforts to amend the Constitution fail. Success often takes decades, and for long stretches of American history, amending the Constitution has been effectively impossible. Article 5 is a sleeping giant. It sleeps until it wakes. War is generally what wakes it up, and then it roars. In 1789, in the aftermath of the Revolutionary War, Congress passed 12 amendments, 10 of which, later known as the Bill of Rights, were ratified by the states in 1791. No amendments were ratified in the 61 years between 1804 and 1865, and then, at the end of the Civil War, 3 in 5 years. What became the 13th Amendment in 1865, abolishing slavery, had first been proposed 57 years earlier. No amendments were ratified in the 43 years between 1870 and 1913, and then, during the First World War, 4 in 7 years. The 19th Amendment, granting women the right to vote, and first called for in 1848, was ratified in 1920 only after a 72-year moral crusade. Again, the giant slept. In the 1930s, Franklin Delano Roosevelt abandoned constitutional amendment in favor of applying pressure on the Supreme Court, even as the civil rights movement, too, adopted a legal strategy that involved seeking constitutional change through the court. The Second World War did not awaken Article 5 because mid-century liberals disfavored amendment in favor of the exercise of executive and judicial power. Between 1961 and 1971, as the United States became engulfed in the war in Vietnam, Americans ratified 4 amendments and seemed very likely to ratify 2 more. Those that succeeded included the 24th Amendment, which in 1964 abolished poll taxes, and the 26th Amendment, which in 1971 lowered the voting age to 18. Both relied on a broad liberal consensus. Other efforts, like an amendment abolishing the Electoral College, which passed the House in 1969, failed. The Equal Rights Amendment, introduced into Congress in 1923, was sent to the states in 1972, nearly half a century later. It was never ratified. Liberals stopped proposing amendments, and amendments proposed by conservatives, providing for school prayer, banning flag burning, defending marriage, protecting fetal life, and requiring a balanced budget, all failed. Given those failures, conservatives, like earlier liberals, then instead sought constitutional change through the federal judiciary. The amending stopped. The 27th Amendment, which concerns congressional salary and was ratified in 1992, was one of the 12 amendments sent by Congress to the states in 1789, then was more or less forgotten. It can hardly be said to have introduced a new idea into the Constitution. The Constitution has not been meaningfully amended since 1971. The military draft ended in 1973. The giant has not awoken since. The people will have ceased to be their own rulers. Nothing new can be put into the Constitution except through the amendatory process, Justice Felix Frankfurter declared in 1956, and nothing old can be taken out without the same process. This is an exceedingly narrow view of the facts of the matter. In truth, the Constitution is changing all the time, by judicial decisions, by the enactment of new state and federal laws, by the application of new meanings to old laws, and by popular protest. Scholars sometimes call these methods of constitutional change the informal amendment process, or common law constitutionalism. Ordinary Americans, from abolitionists and suffragists to Tea Partiers and advocates of same-sex marriage, have sought constitutional change by petitioning, protesting, organizing, and voting in a process of informal amendment known as popular constitutionalism. Informal amendment has advantages. The Supreme Court, which is specifically designed to be unaccountable to public opinion, can protect the interests of minorities against a tyrannical majority. But none of these exercises of power is as mighty or as enduring as formal amendment, since any changes that informal amendment imposes, including changes made by the Supreme Court, can be reversed. Article 3 of the U.S. Constitution created the Supreme Court and granted it judicial power, the power to pronounce judgments, over all cases and controversies arising under this Constitution. It did not specify how many justices were to serve on the court or explain what method they were to use to decide constitutional cases. It also did not expressly grant the court the power of judicial review, the authority to determine the constitutionality of government action. Instead, after much contestation, the court assumed this power. If judicial review has been disputed both frequently and vehemently, it is a well-established and regular feature of American constitutional practice. But Americans have never been wholly resigned to the court's assertion that its word is the first, last, and only word on the meaning of the Constitution. This is known as judicial supremacy, and it emerged only in the 19th century. Much use of Article 5 has involved defying the judiciary. Of the 15 amendments ratified after the Bill of Rights, discounting the 18th and the 21st because the one repealed the other, 7, the 11th, 13th, 14th, 16th, 19th, 24th, and 26th, overturned opinions issued by the Supreme Court. Informal amendment happens all the time, but formal amendment happens hardly ever. The relationship between these two methods of constitutional revision has aptly been described as hydraulic. The more willing the court is to offer new interpretations, the less likely is revision by amendment. And the more difficult it becomes to amend the Constitution, the more necessary is recourse to the court for Americans seeking to alter fundamental law. The nature of the situation has encouraged political actors to take alternating positions about both the feasibility and the desirability of formal amendment and the legitimacy of judicial review. When the Supreme Court is conservative, liberals defend the formal amendment process as the only democratic method of constitutional change and denounce judicial interpretation as anti-democratic. When the court is liberal, the reverse is true. In 1857, the Supreme Court ruled in Dred Scott v. Sandford that no people of African descent can ever become American citizens. Frederick Douglass rejected the court's authority to make any such declaration. No court in America, no Congress, no president can add a single word thereto or take a single word therefrom. It is a great national enactment done by the people and can only be altered, amended, or added to by the people. Abraham Lincoln, too, refused to concede the court's authority to revise the Constitution. If the policy of the government upon vital questions affecting the whole people is to be irrevocably fixed by decisions of the Supreme Court, Lincoln said in his first inaugural address, then the people will have ceased to be their own rulers, having to that extent practically resigned their government into the hands of that eminent tribunal. Nearly a century later, after the court declared school segregation unconstitutional in Brown v. Board of Education in 1954, North Carolina Senator Sam Ervin accused liberals who celebrated the decision of believing that Article 5 is too cumbersome and slow, and that the Supreme Court must do the amending. Beginning on the very day the court issued its opinion in Brown, segregationists called for amending the Constitution to overturn the decision. More recently, after the court issued its opinion in Roe v. Wade in 1973, the Right to Life movement began proposing formal amendments to overturn that decision, accusing the court of having unlawfully amended the Constitution by finding a right to abortion where none existed. Those same advocates expressed no concern about judicial overreach in the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe in 2022 in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, when the court denied the existence of a right that, whatever its earlier history, had existed since 1973. One's commitment to Article 5, it seems, depends on whether one agrees or disagrees with the court's decisions. This arrangement is not sustainable. The philosophy of amendment has structured American constitutional and political development for 2.5 centuries. It has done so in a distinctive, halting pattern of progression and regression, in which constitutional change by way of judicial interpretation in the form of opinions issued by the U.S. Supreme Court, alternates with formal amendment as a means of constitutional revision. This pattern has many times provided political stability, with formal amendment and judicial interpretation as the warp and weft of a sturdily woven, if by now fraying and faded, constitutional fabric. But this pattern, which features at regular intervals the perception by half the country that the court has usurped the power of amendment, has also undermined the idea of representative government, increased the polarization of American politics, contributed to political violence, and led to the underdevelopment of the U.S. Constitution. With only 27 amendments, the U.S. Constitution has one of the lowest amendment rates in the world. But since 1789, Americans have submitted nearly 10,000 petitions and countless letters, postcards, and phone and email messages to Congress calling for or opposing constitutional amendments, and they have introduced and agitated for thousands more amendments in the pages of newspapers and pamphlets, from pulpits, at political rallies, on websites, and over social media. Some 12,000 amendments have been formally introduced on the floor of Congress. During the era of rising polarization that began around 1968, members of Congress all but stopped bothering even to propose amendments. The more conservative the court, the smaller the number of amendments proposed by members of Congress. Instead of arguing for amendments, legislators, lobbyists, and other advocates pursued different means of either securing or thwarting constitutional change, influencing the nomination and confirmation of Supreme Court justices, and altering the method those justices use to interpret the Constitution. That only 27 amendments have ever been ratified is not because Americans are opposed to amending constitutions. Every U.S. state has its own constitution. These have been frequently revised and even replaced. One delegate to a 19th century constitutional convention in Missouri suggested that a state constitution ought to be rewritten every 14 years because every 7 years, every bone, muscle, tissue, fiber, and nerve matter, every cell in the human body, is replaced, and surely, in twice that time, every constitution ought to be amended too. And that has nearly proven to be the case. Since 1776, the states have held nearly 250 constitutional conventions and have adopted 144 constitutions, or about 3 per state. Every state constitution currently in place has an amendment provision. For most of American history, the states have been exceptionally busy holding constitutional conventions. But like the practice of amending the U.S. Constitution, the practice of holding state constitutional conventions has stagnated. No U.S. state has held one since 1986. Nevertheless, the practice of amendment by popular vote thrives in the states where amendment is exponentially easier to achieve. Since 1789, of more than 10,000 amendments submitted to voters in the states, nearly 7,000, well more than 2 out of 3, have been ratified. The difficulty of amending the federal Constitution has had profound consequences. The U.S. Constitution is older than modern democracy and is burdened with all manner of vestigial provisions. Over time, both the U.S. states and other nation-states have amended their constitutions to replace aristocratic provisions. In the American federal government, such provisions, the Electoral College, the malapportionment of the Senate, and life tenure for Supreme Court justices, cannot be changed without first amending the Constitution, and in the case of the Senate, first amending Article 5 itself. Article 5 places equal suffrage in the Senate effectively beyond amendment. This impasse leaves Americans subject to what political scientists have called the tyranny of the minority. The 5th article was meant as a constitutional door open to the people. After 1971, That door slammed shut. If we are not originalists. The year 1971, the last time the U.S. Constitution was meaningfully amended, marked a turning point in the history of American constitutionalism. That year, a method of constitutional interpretation that became known as originalism was put forward by a distinguished legal scholar, Yale law professor Robert Bork. The word originalism did not enter the English language until 1980, and it had virtually no currency before 1987, when Ronald Reagan nominated Bork to a seat on the U.S. Supreme Court. But it was in 1971, just when formal amendment was becoming impossible, that Bork first advanced his theory that the only way to read the Constitution is to determine the original intentions of its framers, and that every other method of interpretation amounts to amendment by the judiciary. Originalism rose from the ashes of Article 5. Originalists argued that if the Constitution requires changing, it ought to be done by the democratic method of Article 5 amendment rather than by 9 unelected judges. This is an argument that in earlier eras liberals had made too. As with earlier progressives and mid-century liberals, conservatives' objections to judicial power did not last past their acquisition of that power. A problem with this argument, and it is not a small problem, is that Article 5 hasn't worked since 1971. Scalia asked in 2013 if he considered any part of the Constitution to be a flaw, pointed to Article 5. It was not originally a flaw, he said, but had become one because the country has changed so much. He said he'd run the numbers and concluded that if you picked the smallest number necessary for a majority in the least populous states, something like less than 2% of the population can prevent a constitutional amendment. That is not a constitutional door. That is a constitutional barricade. Bork's method of constitutional interpretation came to be called original intent originalism to distinguish it from original meaning originalism and original understanding originalism. Notwithstanding the semantic schisms among originalists and the Senate's rejection of Bork's nomination, originalism steadily gained ground. The Constitution means what the delegates of the Philadelphia Convention and the state ratifying conventions understood it to mean, not what we judges think it should mean, said Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas in 2001. By then, originalism had become not only the prevalent mode of interpretation on the federal bench, but also strikingly familiar to the public, where, according to public opinion surveys, nearly half of Americans had come to see it as the only way to interpret the Constitution. Its outcomes mapped onto the policy agenda of conservatives, but as the liberal Supreme Court nominee Elena Kagan said during her Senate Judiciary Committee confirmation hearings in 2010, we are all originalists. By the 2020s, the dominance of originalism was so overwhelming that the constitutional scholar Cass Sunstein was left to ask, if we are not originalists, what might we be? Originalists have not often agreed on what originalism is. It is also, perhaps surprisingly, quite changeable. The term is also confusing, since it is used to apply both to a serious and important set of arguments about constitutional interpretation and to a form of popular constitutionalism driven by views that range from patriotism and earnest admiration for the nation's founding to xenophobia and white nationalism. As a method of constitutional interpretation, a great deal that has gone by the name of originalism is perfectly ordinary, unsurprising, and indispensable. All interpretation of the Constitution, like the interpretation of any piece of writing, involves a close inspection of a document's text, meaning, purpose, and structure. These methods have been used since even before the death of the last surviving delegate to the 1787 Constitutional Convention, James Madison, in 1836. What was new about originalism, as it emerged in the last decades of the 20th century, when the Fifth Article lay dormant, was its insistence that the only way to interpret the Constitution is to read it the way a probate judge reads a dead man's last will and testament. James Madison is that dead man. Originalists deny that originalism is a method of constitutional change, insisting that it is instead a method of constitutional restoration. But originalism is a method of constitutional change. It provides a path to change by way of a new method of constitutional interpretation. That method is not original. To interpret the Constitution, whether to determine the framers' original intent, the document's original meaning, or the public's understanding of it, originalists consult the Constitution, Madison's notes from the Philadelphia Convention, the records of the ratifying conventions, and the Federalist Papers, 85 essays written in support of ratification by Madison, Hamilton, and John Jay in 1787 and 1788. None of these sources were widely read in the 18th century, nor were they even widely available. The Federalist essays originally appeared only in New York newspapers. Madison's notes were not published until 1840. 19th century law offices did not generally contain these materials. Before the 20th century, consulting sources like 18th century dictionaries or the records of the ratifying conventions would have been impossible for most lawyers in the United States. Not until the 1980s, when many key historical collections began to be digitized, could these sources be extensively searched with ease, and not until the 21st century could they be searched at the stroke of a key by anyone with a laptop and access to the Internet. At any rate, Madison himself did not endorse this method. The framers believed the Constitution to be not merely a text, words woven together, but also a set of unstated principles, no more material than a sunbeam or a shaft of light. They also warned against deference to the past. "Is it not the glory of the people of America," a young Madison asked in 1787, "that whilst they have paid a decent regard to the opinions of former times and other nations, they have not suffered a blind veneration for antiquity, for custom, or for names, to overrule the suggestions of their own good sense, the knowledge of their own situation, and the lessons of their own experience?" Madison, the chief keeper of the records of the Constitutional Convention, did not believe those records had any bearing on the interpretation of the Constitution. "Whatever veneration might be entertained for the body of men who formed our Constitution," he said, "the sense of that body could never be regarded as the oracular guide in expounding the Constitution." He also warned against relying on the Federalist Papers, given, as he remarked, rather understating the case, that its authors had been sometimes influenced by the zeal of advocates. Late in his life, when both he and the Constitution were older, and when Madison sought specific political outcomes, he would on occasion urge deference to 1787. This isn't evidence that Madison was an originalist. It's evidence that both the meaning of the Constitution and the methods of discovering that meaning, far from being fixed, established, and beyond dispute, have never been anything other than changeable, contingent, and contested. How James Madison, Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, and John Quincy Adams came to their view of constitutionalism, and how Robert Bork, Antonin Scalia, and Clarence Thomas came to a very different view in the late 20th century, which they nonetheless claimed to belong to the 18th century, is one of the stranger paradoxes of American constitutional history. It is also one of the questions that animates this book. If anything human can so long endure. Recovering the philosophy of amendment requires starting at the nation's founding in 1776 and proceeding through 2.5 centuries of history by recounting the stories not only of people who wrote, interpreted, and revised the U.S. Constitution, but also of the people it was never meant to include. "We, the people," is the most richly amended phrase in the Constitution. As Justice Thurgood Marshall remarked on the occasion of the Constitution's bicentennial in 1987, when the Founding Fathers used this phrase in 1787, they did not have in mind the majority of America's citizens. In the 18th century, the people were not very many people at all. Half of the land that the United States claimed as its own in 1787 was inhabited by indigenous peoples who had their own constitutions and who rejected the U.S. Constitution. They and their descendants have contested their relationship to it and their status under it for centuries. Poor white men could not vote before the 1820s. Black men could not vote before 1870, and in much of the country in practice, they could not cast ballots without risking their lives before the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Women could not vote in federal elections before 1920. Immigrants from many parts of the world, but especially from China and Japan, and later Mexico and other parts of Central and South America, were frequently denied both suffrage and citizenship. And indigenous peoples, as sovereign nations, charted their own constitutional paths. Because my account of the history of the Constitution places these people at the center of the story, it is at variance with accounts of the Constitution offered by originalists. This is not surprising. Historians and lawyers belong to different disciplines and engage in different practices. They use different methods and abide by different rules of evidence. Originalists defend originalism as the only democratic method of constitutional interpretation by claiming that it binds unelected judges both to law made by lawmakers elected by the people and to the original intent, understanding, and public meaning of words framed by delegates and representatives elected by the people between 1787, when the Constitution was written, and 1791, when the last state ratifying convention met. But in researching that history, originalists rely on an artificially bounded historical record that disadvantages the descendants of people who were disenfranchised or poorly enfranchised at the time the Constitution was written. People who could not participate in ratifying conventions or serve in Congress or state legislatures or cast a vote for any of the men who did hold those offices. People whose political views were neither sought nor recorded. Originalism follows rules of evidence that no historian could accept. As Bork once explained, if George Washington had written a letter to his wife Martha from the convention in Philadelphia in 1787 explaining what the delegates meant by the power to lay taxes, originalists would not consider this letter in any sense relevant. Secret reservations or intentions count for nothing, Bork explained. He did not need to add that in interpreting the Constitution, he had no interest in letters written to Washington, by Martha, say, or by a dirt-poor Virginia farmer, or a carpenter's apprentice in Richmond, or by a Chippewa woman in western Pennsylvania, or by any of the more than 300 people held in human bondage at the Washington's plantation in Virginia. No historian could defend setting such documents aside as inadmissible or irrelevant to an understanding of the Constitution, on the argument that their authors had not served as delegates to the Constitutional Convention and had been in no position to publish their opinions in 1787. For the historian, unpublished documents written by less powerful people do not count for nothing. In fact, they count for rather a lot. To question originalism is not to question constitutionalism. Originalists argue that any theory of law that chafes at being bound by generations past is a theory that is incompatible with written law, as if anyone who does not subscribe to originalism is endorsing lawlessness. But originalism is unknown in most of the rule of law abiding world, and it is not even ordinarily employed as the method of interpreting constitutions in American states. It is peculiar to the U.S. Constitution. Originalism, in short, defies the philosophy of amendment. Nevertheless, this book is not a polemic against originalism, nor is it either a treatise on constitutional law or a compendium of Supreme Court decisions. With apologies to lawyers, jurists, and legal scholars, references to doctrines will not be found in its pages, and major cases are missing. Instead, this book is a history of American constitutionalism as told through a collection of stories about constitutional change. It relies on an archive that I began building in 2020, the Amendments Project, a digital collection of every significant proposal to amend the U.S. Constitution. Taken as a whole, an astute political scientist wrote more than a century ago, the proposed amendments to the Constitution afford an index of the real problems confronting the government and the people. To recover lost and overlooked constitutional intentions, meanings, and understandings, this book examines not only the 27 constitutional amendments that have succeeded, but the countless numbers that have failed. I believe that they, too, count for rather a lot. The U.S. Constitution, made from the hides of fleeced sheep, the feathers of molting geese, and sunbeams and shafts of light, is not perfect, and never was perfect, and never will be perfect. Some men look at constitutions with sanctimonious reverence and deem them like the Ark of the Covenant, too sacred to be touched, an aging Thomas Jefferson lamented in 1816, 40 years after he wrote the Declaration of Independence, 40 years after the first American state constitutions were adopted. They ascribe to the men of the preceding age a wisdom more than human, and suppose what they did to be beyond amendment. Jefferson knew those men were never so wise, and that the constitutions they wrote were flawed. He believed that constitutions can last, if anything human can so long endure, only if they are regularly revised. Laws and institutions must go hand in hand with the progress of the human mind, and constitutions need amending as new discoveries are made, new truths disclosed, and manners and opinions change with the change of circumstances. This was not a quirk of Jefferson's eccentric mind. It was a principle upon which the United States was founded, an idea embraced by an entire generation. This they would say themselves, were they to rise from the dead. For the Constitution of the United States to endure, if anything human can so long endure, it needs to bind Americans to one another by way of something other than an imaginary 18th century. Americans have argued over the Constitution year after year, decade upon decade, not only in courthouses and the halls of Congress, but inside crowded tenements and thrumming factories and suburban tract homes and mom-and-pop shops and alongside dusty roads and rushing rivers and sun-scorched fields. Americans drove change, were caught up in change, sought change, and fought change. Not all that change was noble. Much of it was dreadful. It doesn't matter what they would say were they to rise from the dead, because they will not rise from the dead. Instead, as Lincoln said at Gettysburg, it is for us the living to honor the dead and the unborn by mending and making amends, so that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Part 1. The Invention of the Constitution, 1774 to 1791. Whenever the ends of government are perverted, and public liberty manifestly endangered, and all other means of redress are ineffectual, the people may, and of right ought, to object to, reform the old, or establish a new government. Failed amendment to the U.S. Constitution, introduced at the Maryland State Ratifying Convention, 1788. On the 4th of July, 1788, the bells at Christ Church in Philadelphia pealed out the news that a new era in American history had begun. Men and horses, oxen and wagon wheels clattered along the cobbles, forming a procession that started on the corner of South and 3rd Streets and stretched out for a mile and a half along streets that had been specially swept the night before for a parade to honor both the anniversary of the Declaration of Independence and the ratification of the Constitution. Branches of the city's trees had been lopped off to make room for floats, elephant high. 5,000 men wended through the city, artillery, infantry, and cavalry, farmers, merchants, and tradesmen. 450 architects and carpenters, 124 hatters, weavers, boat builders, ship joiners, brickmakers and bricklayers, sign painters and coach painters, coopers and tailors, Windsor chair and spinning wheel makers, lock and watchmakers. Blacksmiths marched behind a float drawn by 9 horses. Bakers rode atop a float carrying an oven 6 foot wide and baked bread, throwing hot loaves to the crowd. Tallow chandlers carried flags decorated with blazing lamps, one with the motto, "The Stars of America, a light to the world." Printers rode on a stage 9 feet square, carrying a printing press from which they pulled out and threw to the crowd copies of an ode to the Constitution. "Behold, behold, an empire rise." Boston, Annapolis, Baltimore, New Haven, Charleston, and Portsmouth held their own constitutional processions. But Philadelphia's was the biggest parade anyone in America had ever seen, said to be the most brilliant and interesting spectacle that ever occurred in the annals of the New World. One float, pulled by 6 horses, took the shape of an eagle, 13 feet high and 20 feet long, the breast emblazoned with 13 silver stars in a sky-blue field, and underneath 13 stripes, alternate red and white. 3 judges in black robes had climbed up a very tall ladder to sit on the eagle's back, carrying a giant framed copy of the Constitution hoisted on a staff topped with a liberty cap. On the staff, in gold letters, was painted the words, "The People." Congress had sent the Constitution to the states for ratification in September 1787, just as farmers were bringing in the fall harvest, pumpkins and corn, beans and oats. The approval of only 9 states, 3/4 of what were then 13, was required for ratification. But as a practical matter, all 13 states needed to agree. This process did not go as planned. Much of the debate over ratifying the Constitution became instead a debate about amending it. Most 18th century Americans were farmers, not lawyers. Amendments to them meant what they added to exhausted soil. Every year, in late winter and late summer, farmers amended their fields. By ox cart, they spread lime, wood ash, and manure to meliorate and amend those fields which may have been worn out by excessive crops, as one magazine advised. Then, in early spring, on top of frost that sheeted the fields like cream on a pail of milk, farmers cast seeds, fescue and clover, sorghum and deer tongue. By the 4th of July, the grasses waved in the wind like kelp in an ocean of green. Come the first cutting of the hay, newspapers advertised scythes and sickles, ready for the ensuing harvest. And then the amending began again. With the Constitution, ratification began well enough. Conventions in Delaware and New Jersey approved it in December by unanimous votes. Pennsylvania's convention ratified that month too, but by a much closer vote, 46 to 23, and only after defeating calls for 15 amendments. Georgia and Connecticut ratified in January of the new year. Then in February, Massachusetts ratified only narrowly, 187 to 168, and its convention could not quiet calls for amendments. It recommended 9. New Hampshire's ratifying convention met in February too, but Federalists, advocates of the Constitution, expected a vote to fail and so called for an adjournment instead. Maryland ratified in April, 63 to 11, then hastily adjourned to avoid entering into the record a minority report that demanded 28 amendments. South Carolina ratified in May, asking for 4. That made 8 states and 56 proposed amendments. Summer solstice fell on the 20th of June. The next day, with the sun high in the sky, New Hampshire finally ratified, becoming the necessary 9th state, but not without recommending 12 amendments. Incipient magni procedere mensis, read the caption above a newspaper illustration of the 9 pillars of a federal edifice, Roman columns topped by stars, published that day. The quote was from Virgil. "The golden age begins." Virginia had ratified 5 days after New Hampshire, 89 to 79, becoming the 10th state, and suggesting 40 amendments. But New York had not yet ratified, nor had North Carolina or Rhode Island. Philadelphia held its 4th of July parade not only to celebrate ratification, but also to push for it. 10 men representing the 10 ratified states walked near the head of the procession, arm in arm. A float pulled by 10 white horses carried a 20-foot-high Greek temple, the federal edifice, designed by Charles Willson Peale, a dome supported by 13 columns, 10 of the columns complete and 3 left unfinished. At 1 o'clock, the parade having wound its course, ships in the harbor fired cannons, and James Wilson, who, with Benjamin Franklin, had represented Pennsylvania at the Constitutional Convention, climbed to the front of the federal edifice before a crowd 17,000 strong. His speech was a celebration of amendment. "You have heard of Sparta, of Athens, and of Rome," Wilson shouted. "You have heard of their admired constitutions and of their high-prized freedom. But these were as nothing compared to America," he declaimed, his voice rising, as he asked his audience a series of questions in what must have been a call and response, as fiery as the fiercest prayer meeting. "Were their constitutions framed by those who were appointed for that purpose by the people?" "No," the crowd thundered back. "After they were framed, were they submitted to the consideration of the people?" "No." "Had the people an opportunity of expressing their sentiments concerning them?" "No." "Were they to stand or fall by the people's approving or rejecting vote?" "No." Only in the United States, Wilson said, were the people trusted to write and ratify their own constitutions and to improve them. "A progressive state is necessary to the happiness and perfection of man," he said, to roars of applause. "Let us, with fervent zeal, press forward and make unceasing advances in everything that can support, improve, refine, or embellish society." Press forward, advance, improve, refine, embellish, amend. But the people's support for the Constitution was hardly overwhelming. New York City had wanted to hold its own parade on the 4th of July, but at that state's ratifying convention in Poughkeepsie, delegates remained locked in debate. During a 4th of July parade in Albany, anti-federalists, opponents of the Constitution, burned a copy of the Constitution in protest. Federalists attacked them, and in the ensuing violence, some 20 men were wounded. In Providence, Rhode Island, when news spread that Federalists intended to hold a constitutional celebration on the 4th and were roasting an ox on the night of the 3rd to feed the crowd, armed men surrounded the very barbecue. Frustrated Federalists went ahead and held a parade in New York on July 21st, not to celebrate the state's ratification, which was still iffy, but instead, and not a little desperately, to press for it. A 32-gun federal ship was rolled through the streets. Thousands of tradesmen marched. The bakers baked a 10-foot-long federal loaf. The brewers brewed ale, proper drink for Americans. A boy, dressed as Liberty, carried a parchment constitution on an elaborate float designed by the city's upholsterers. 5 days later, delegates in Poughkeepsie finally voted to ratify, by the narrowest margin of any state thus far, 30 to 27, and demanded the largest number of amendments, 56. The Golden Age begins. When the first Congress met in 1789, it took up the question of amendments only reluctantly. The members had a great deal of work to do, setting up an entirely new government. They were busy, too, arguing over the meaning of the Constitution. In the end, of the more than 200 amendments that came out of state ratifying conventions, only 10 were ratified by 1791. But a fate worse than defeat awaited amendments proposed by Americans who did not participate in the state ratifying conventions, people who were not among the people, the poor, women, children, the enslaved, servants, Indians, free black men, anyone deemed a dependent, insufficiently independent to participate in politics, unable to govern themselves, and needing instead to be governed. This was not their golden age. In the 18th century, their amendments never got a hearing. Most were never recorded. Nearly all have been forgotten. Press forward, advance, improve, refine, embellish, amend. Nearly 2 centuries later, the black constitutional theorist Pauli Murray would issue a statement to the U.S. Senate in which she described an amendment guaranteeing equal rights regardless of sex as essential to the future of American constitutionalism, a necessary remedy to the errors and omissions of the past, amending, a making of amends. The adoption of the Equal Rights Amendment and its ratification by the several states could well usher in an unprecedented golden age of human relations in our national life, Murray said. But that golden age never began. There are no golden ages. There is only the slow unfurling of history, as serpentine as a parade wending through a city's newly swept streets. Chapter 1. The Constitution of a Clock. We don't find any sufficient provision for any alteration or amendment of this Constitution, but by the General Court, or by instructing our representatives, whereas it appears to us, at least, of the highest importance that a door should be left open for the people in this matter. The Lexington Town Meeting's explanation for its vote to reject the proposed Massachusetts Constitution, 1777. At sunset on Friday, April 20th, 1787, a fire broke out in Boston at a malt house in the city's south end. Wind carried burning shingles and flying cinders from roof to roof, the flames spreading with awful fury. The fire raged for 3 hours, even as men from Boston, Cambridge, Charlestown, Medford, Roxbury, Dorchester, and Milton raced to the scene to form a bucket brigade, damming the lowness of the tide as they passed slippery leather buckets of water from the harbor. Women carried their screaming children in their arms as they fled the flames. People threw furniture and bedding out into the streets, books and teapots, linens and lanterns, trying to save what they could. 100 buildings burned to the ground, ravaged, smoldering, ruined. In the midst of this chaos, the running and wailing, the falling of beams, the spit of sparks, and the creaking, groaning collapse of buildings, a body of men entered the wood-framed house of a watchmaker named Joseph Pope on Washington Street and climbed to the garret to rescue a curious specimen of art and industry which does honor to our country. It was 6.5 feet wide and exactly as tall, an elegant Chippendale 12-cornered cabinet of mahogany and glass, containing not quite clockworks, but a set of clock-like gears forged of brass, and planets made of ivory, the tusks of elephants. Set in motion, cranked by hand, it displayed the workings of the solar system. Every planet and each of its moons turned on its axis and traveled in its orbit, a perfect mechanical model of the known universe, a machine known as an orrery, after the 4th Earl of Orrery, who had the first modern one built at the beginning of the 18th century. Joseph Pope, a distant cousin of Benjamin Franklin's, had been building it for years. As a close observer wrote, he was assailed with the advice, predictions, and reproaches of several of his well-wishing friends for neglecting his watchwork to pursue what they deemed an unprofitable plaything. But Pope persisted. No one knows quite why he decided to build an orrery, but he had begun in 1776, when the United States declared its independence, and by the spring of 1787, weeks before the opening of the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia, he had very nearly finished. The U.S. Constitution, too, is a machine, every bit as much an artifact of the age of Isaac Newton and his formulation of the laws of motion and gravity as was Joseph Pope's orrery. Delegates to the Federal Constitutional Convention, and many already on the road to Philadelphia at the time of the fire in Boston, imagined government in much the same way that Joseph Pope imagined his mechanical model of the solar system. They hoped to design a machine aligned with the latest mathematical and geometrical principles of the science of politics, its gears and springs forged with precision and arranged in perfect balance. Virginia's James Madison would write about self-government as this great mechanical power in government by the simple agency of which the will of the largest political body may be concentrated and its force directed to any object which the public good requires. New York's Alexander Hamilton, remarking that the ancients had not devised models of a more perfect structure, explained the Constitution drafted in Philadelphia as the result of scientific progress. The planets had Copernicus and Newton, politics had Locke and Hobbes. The science of politics, Hamilton wrote, like most other sciences, has received great improvement, especially in the understanding of the separation of powers and the importance of checks and balances, matters that were, metaphorically, mechanical. Each of these advances in the science of politics meant that the machinery of the Constitution was more perfectly balanced than that of any other government ever designed before, Hamilton argued, and yet there was one more difference. I mean, the enlargement of the orbit within which such systems are to revolve. The framers described the new federal government as the sun at the center of a political system whose states were so many planets, each spinning on its own axis and traveling through its own orbit, encircled by its own moons. They intended the Constitution as an orrery, a mechanical apparatus that modeled every motion, anticipated each force, and followed known rules, laws of gravity and motion, laws of human nature. They meant it as more than a model. They meant it to control the movement of the parts of government. They also understood that, like all machines, the Constitution would likely break and need to be repaired or even replaced, and that as time passed, it would need to be updated with the latest advances in the science of politics. Having designed the Constitution with improving it in mind, they included within it a mechanism for amendment, a lever to pull, to grind the machine to a halt and undertake repairs. But the Constitution, however Newtonian, was also Machiavellian, a product less of the science of politics than of its arts and its craftiness. Like any machine devised by humankind, it could weaken and stagger, wear down and break. The Constitution is a machine. Amendment is the mechanism that the framers devised to repair it. But the men who met at the Constitutional Convention in 1787, not long after that fire in Boston, didn't simply ride into Philadelphia with this idea in their saddlebags. They had come to it, often begrudgingly, by way of years of political and constitutional debate in the states, especially in the rebellious towns of Massachusetts. Calculated to answer their own ends. If constitutions are astronomical, it can be hardly surprising that some of their framers were astronomers. The constitutional debate in Massachusetts revolved around James Bowdoin, who was also the person who did the most to save Pope's orrery. Bowdoin graduated from Harvard in 1745 and 2 years later inherited his father's fortune. He became enchanted with Newtonian physics, a wholly new way of understanding the world, believing in its predictability and even its perfectibility. The second-floor library in his house on the corner of Beacon and Somerset Streets held 1,200 books, 5 telescopes, a microscope, and 2 electrical machines. Bowdoin was an avid amateur astronomer. In 1761, the London Magazine published his article, An Improvement Proposed for Telescopes. 7 years later, he presented an orrery made in London to Harvard College. Bowdoin's ideas about mechanical constitutionalism emerged during decades of conflict with Parliament. In 1753, he was elected to the Massachusetts legislature. In 1757, he was elevated to the Governor's Council. In 1764, at the end of the 7 Years' War, when Parliament began attempting to tax its North American colonies to raise revenue to pay the war debt, the Council argued that such taxation was unconstitutional on the ground that having no members in Parliament, they were without representation, and so were governed without their consent. Parliament twice relented, repealing first a stamp tax and then a series of revenue measures known as the Townshend Acts. The colonies objected to these, too. Bowdoin was, of course, far from alone in calling the new taxes unconstitutional, since the frequent use of the word now occasioned a great deal of thinking about what was and was not authorized by England's constitution, as well as considerable frustration that it had never been written down. In the 1760s, John Adams, a young lawyer, wrote a series of essays for the Boston Gazette opposing British taxation, and in his diary wondered how to tell what an unwritten constitution contains by way of fundamental law. The body of a man, like a body of law, is made of many parts, Adams considered, of which only some are essential or fundamental. The fundamental parts are the Constitution. The rest is something else, like ordinary legislation or the parts of your body you can live without. The limbs may all be amputated, the eyes put out, he wrote. And yet, such a man may yet live. He breathes, eats, thinks. He lives. A clock, too, has a constitution. Certain parts in the frame of a watch without which it will not go at all. The dial plate, the hands, these are the essentials and fundamentals of a watch. What, then, are the essentials and fundamentals of government? These, he deduced, are determined by its purpose. The purpose of the human body is to live, the purpose of a clock is to measure time, and the purpose of a constitution is the preservation of liberty and the proper operation of power. Whatever is necessary to these ends, he concluded, is what must be contained in an, again, unwritten constitution. Whatever thwarts these ends is therefore unconstitutional. Neither Bowdoin nor Adams was at this point thinking about amendment, because neither man was thinking about a constitution as something written down. This came about only as the conflict grew, and as the colonists began writing down their grievances, and then, beginning in 1774, their constitutions. In 1769, the royally appointed governor removed Bowdoin from his council, and the next year, after British soldiers fired on a rowdy crowd, the Boston town meeting chose him to prepare a report on what the Sons of Liberty called the Boston Massacre. Adams, believing that every man deserved a fair trial, defended the soldiers and won their acquittal. In 1773, Parliament passed the Tea Act, with which it aimed both to rescue a financially struggling East India Company and to convince its rebellious colonies to acknowledge its right to tax them. This they did not do. In December 1773, Bostonians dressed as Mohawks protested the tax by dumping a fortune's worth of it into the harbor. In 1774, Parliament responded with the coercive acts, called by the colonists the Intolerable Acts, which included initiating a blockade of Boston Harbor that was to be lifted only if the city made full restitution to the East India Company. General Thomas Gage, commander-in-chief of the British forces in North America, arrived in Boston to become the military governor of Massachusetts. These measures were intended to force the city into submission. Instead, they elicited only defiance. And as for actual Indians, as opposed to colonists dressed up as Mohawks, Parliament halted all land grants to American settlers in response to armed incursions of men from Virginia into Shawnee and Seneca-Cayuga territory in Ohio country. Americans counted this thwarting of their desire to dispossess the native inhabitants of their land as yet another grievance against Parliament. Even as acts of Parliament drove Massachusetts colonists to resist arbitrary authority, the acts of the colonists drove the people they held in a state of slavery to organize too. They gathered, if not in congresses, then in companies. They submitted their appeals to newspapers, and once Gage took charge, they petitioned him on behalf of all those held in a state of slavery within the bowels of a free and Christian country, making the constitutional argument that they had in common with all other men a natural right to our freedoms. These were their own declarations and resolves. It nearly worked. Gage's administration set in motion a bill that would have ended the slave trade, if not slavery itself. The bill was derailed when Gage dissolved the Assembly. In further defiance of Gage, colonists also disrupted the courts, beginning in Pittsfield, where they filed a petition arguing that the people of Massachusetts had been returned to a state of nature until our grievances are fully redressed by a final repeal of those injurious, oppressive, and unconstitutional acts. A crowd 1,500 strong surrounded the courthouse and prevented the sitting of the judges. Colonists in Springfield followed the same course, and by September, all the courts had been shut down. The colonists set up a new legislature, the Provincial Congress, that elected Adams and Bowdoin as two of Massachusetts' 4 delegates to the First Continental Congress. Bowdoin, citing poor health, declined, but Adams soon made his way to Philadelphia. Beginning on September 5, 1774, 56 delegates from 12 colonies met in Philadelphia. Georgia did not send a delegation. They devised what might be considered the very earliest draft of what would become the U.S. Constitution, the Declaration and Resolves. It asserted Congress's authority to exist in a full and free representation of these colonies, and argued that the coercive acts violated the immutable laws of nature, the principles of the English Constitution, and the several charters or compacts, that is, the original charters of the colonies, and were therefore unconstitutional. Congress also adopted a quite striking seal. An unapologetically phallic pillar stands on the parchment Magna Carta, where it is being stroked lovingly, even lewdly, by the hands of 12 men who are erecting this new Constitution. Thoughts on government. The start of the war on April 19, 1775, created a crisis of governance that became a crisis of constitutionalism. Colonists ousted royally appointed governors and ministers and judges who had not fled, and they cobbled together emergency governments. Their colonial charters now obsolete, they began to think they needed new ones, although Rhode Island and Connecticut didn't bother to replace theirs. In Massachusetts, the Provincial Congress, which no longer in any way recognized Gage's authority, sought guidance from the Continental Congress, which answered that the Commonwealth ought to continue to conform as near as may be to its unrevised and recently abrogated 1691 Royal Charter, much to the frustration of those who wished to throw it off. On July 6, 1775, Congress issued a declaration of the causes and necessity of taking up arms. "Our cause is just," it read, but it fell well short of a declaration of independence. "We mean not to dissolve that union which has so long and so happily subsisted between us and which we sincerely wish to see restored." For the colonists, declaring independence could wait. Devising constitutions could not. On November 3rd, Congress instructed New Hampshire, which had been governed by a 1692 charter, to call a full and free representation of the people, and that the representatives, if they think it necessary, establish such a form of government as in their judgment will best produce the happiness of the people. By the end of 1775, it had given the same instructions to South Carolina. Massachusetts now even more painfully chafed at its royal charter, and in the western part of the state, a faction calling themselves the Berkshire Constitutionalists simply refused to abide by it. To protest the provisional government, they employed the same strategy they had used to protest Gage's government. They shut down the courts. They furthermore submitted a complaint to the Massachusetts Provincial Congress, expressing their abhorrence of that constitution now adopting in this province, the repugnant 1691 charter, and demanding a new one. In January 1776, John Adams told a delegate from Virginia that each colony should form a government for itself as a free and independent state. Their new constitutions would borrow from the written nature of the colonial charters and the unwritten nature of the English Constitution. Adams drafted what he considered to be a model state constitution, published as Thoughts on Government. The divine science of politics is the science of social happiness, and the blessings of society depend entirely on the constitutions of government, he wrote. A man could live without arms and legs and even eyes, as long as he still had his constitution. So too a society. But notably, momentously, Adams insisted that the new state constitutions had to be not only devised, but written down. This was only sensible. Their charters had been written documents. The colonists were, in this sense, used to written constitutions. But they were also used to the unwritten common law and England's unwritten constitution. Early Americans' ideas about constitutionalism would rely on both practices. Some things were committed to writing, but many things were not, including natural laws, fundamental principles, customs, and traditions. Adams's model constitution provided for 3 branches of government, consisting of a representative assembly, an executive, and a judiciary, whose powers would be defined and constrained by a written constitution printed and circulated. The very act of devising such a constitution would improve a people. A constitution founded on these principles introduces knowledge among the people and inspires them with a conscious dignity, becoming freemen, he wrote. A general emulation takes place, which causes good humor, sociability, good manners, and good morals to be general. At nearly the same moment, Thomas Paine, in Common Sense, urged independence, calling on Congress to draft a charter of the United Colonies and announcing, "We have every opportunity and every encouragement before us to form the noblest, purest constitution on the face of the earth." In Berkshire County, Massachusetts, Thomas Allen, the leader of the Berkshire Constitutionalists, read Common Sense aloud at a meeting that led 28 towns in neighboring Hampshire County to shut down their courts, too. A mere demarcation on parchment cannot protect liberty from power, as James Madison would argue. But parchment was better than nothing, and better still would be a constitution printed so widely and so cheaply that you could carry a copy of it around, as Paine would later write, so that when any disagreement might arise, people could take the printed Constitution out of their pocket and read the chapter with which such matter in debate was connected. These advantages became clear only with experience. At the time, Constitution writing began out of necessity and urgency and to avert anarchy. On January 6, 1776, New Hampshire, whose royal governor had fled, adopted the first written constitution in what would soon become the United States. Its tone is rather reluctant. We conceive ourselves reduced to the necessity of establishing a form of government to continue during the present unhappy and unnatural contest with Great Britain. But New Hampshire then did something still more radical. It decreed that this new constitution would not go into effect until it had earned the approval of the people. It was then ratified by the new state's provincial Congress, consisting of delegates from every town in New Hampshire. Also, it was not meant to last. It was set to be in effect only until the end of the war. South Carolina adopted its first constitution on March 26, 1776. On May 10, 1776, John Adams introduced a resolution into Congress calling on every other state to establish its own government and write its own constitution. Some delegates would have liked Congress to offer more specific instructions, a template of sorts. Would not a uniform plan of government, prepared for America by the Congress and approved by the colonies, be a surer foundation of unceasing harmony to the whole? Asked Richard Henry Lee. Instead, the details were left to the states. Between 1776 and 1787, 13 states wrote and adopted no fewer than 20 constitutions. Drafts, revisions, and amendments, as well as arguments for and against, were printed in newspapers, pamphlets, and broadsides by the thousands. Some 30,000 men did the actual drafting and revising, serving as delegates in conventions or special congresses. But political participation in the process was far broader. About 300,000 men participated in constitution making every 2 years by way of reading and casting ballots. About 3 in 5 white men could vote in the 1770s, given property requirements. By the mid-1780s, as many as 9 in 10 could vote, not least because property requirements were often ignored. Much of the rest of the population, which totaled 4 million people, played a part too, enacting their approval or disapproval through petitions and lawsuits and informal complaints, and through folk rituals, from festivals to hooliganism. The people out of doors, as they were called, gathered in mobs and crowds outside the halls of congresses, conventions, and legislative assemblies, and exerted their influence. The poor, especially, embraced ideas like those found in a pamphlet published in 1776, The People, the Best Governors, whose author urged, "Let it not be said in future generations that money was made by the founders of the American states an essential qualification in the rulers of a free people." The free people wished to write their own constitutions rather than to have their legislatures write them, by holding special meetings. On May 20th, 1776, 4,000 Philadelphians turned up for a celebration of a resolution passed in the Pennsylvania Assembly calling for a constitutional convention. "Conventions, my fellow countrymen, are the only proper bodies to form a constitution," one Pennsylvanian wrote, "and legislatures are the proper bodies to make laws agreeable to that constitution." The Pennsylvania Journal printed this dialogue. Question: Who ought to form a new constitution of government? Answer: The people. Question: Should the officers of the old constitution be entrusted with the power of the making of a new one when it becomes necessary? Answer: No. Bodies of men have the same selfish attachments as individuals, and they will be claiming powers and prerogatives inconsistent with the liberties of the people. New Jersey held a constitutional convention on May 26th and ratified a constitution on July 2nd. Pennsylvania began its own convention in June. Virginia issued a Declaration of Rights on June 12th and a ratified constitution on June 29th. It contained no amendment provision, leading Jefferson, in Notes on the State of Virginia, to describe it as insufficiently Republican. On June 3rd, Adams wrote to Patrick Henry, telling him the order in which he thought everything ought to happen. For every colony to institute a government, for all the colonies to confederate and define the limits of the Continental Constitution, then to declare the colonies a sovereign state. In the chaos of war, little was as predictable as Adams hoped, and he admitted to Henry his well-founded fear that we shall be obliged to declare ourselves independent states before we confederate, and indeed before all the colonies have established their governments. There was in the end very little to distinguish the acts of becoming states and adopting constitutions. Between April and July 1776, ahead of Congress and before the United States existed, American towns, associations, colonies, and states prepared more than 90 declarations of independence. These propelled Congress toward independence. On June 7th, Richard Henry Lee proposed, and John Adams seconded, a resolution that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states. During the debate over the following days, delegates failed to arrive at any consensus and agreed to table the decision until the beginning of June, but in anticipation, they appointed Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Roger Sherman of Connecticut, Robert Livingston of New York, and Benjamin Franklin as a committee to draft a Declaration of Independence. Jefferson, 33, had brought with him to Philadelphia Robert Hemings, 14, a slave from Jefferson's plantation in Virginia. Hemings was the first of Elizabeth Hemings's 6 children by John Wales, who was also the father of Jefferson's wife, Martha. Robert Hemings served as Jefferson's manservant during his time in Philadelphia, both in 1775 and in 1776. While the Second Continental Congress met, Jefferson rented a furnished parlor and bedroom on the second floor of a 3-story brick house. Hemings likely slept in the hallway or the garret or a nearby stable. He dressed and shaved Jefferson, waited on him at table, and prepared his horse. Robert Hemings attended him everywhere he went until Jefferson sailed to France in 1784, after which Jefferson would send for another child of Elizabeth Hemings, a young girl named Sally. Shaved and dressed each morning by Hemings, Jefferson worked on the Declaration of Independence from the parlor of that brick house, submitting a draft on June 28th. He was also drafting the preamble for the Virginia Constitution, and Adams was involved in drafting the constitutions of Virginia and New Jersey while avidly following and recording in his diary the goings-on in New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Maryland. In crafting the Declaration of Independence, they borrowed language and rhetoric from earlier declarations and from the earliest constitutions, too. To form a republican government is to reserve the right not only of violent revolution, Jefferson insisted in the Declaration, but also of the peaceable path of amendment. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, Jefferson wrote. But whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it. To alter, like hemming a dress. To amend, to make better, free, fair, true, just. Liberty further extended. Joseph Pope began building his orrery in Boston when the United States declared independence on July 4th, 1776. James Bowdoin immediately took an interest, regularly visiting Pope's house in the South End to monitor the watchmaker's progress and to study how the motions of the planets mimicked the workings of government. The Declaration of Independence inspired other philosophical projects, too. Lemuel Haynes, a 23-year-old man who was the son of a black father and a white mother, copied out the Declaration's opening lines on the first page of a 46-page manuscript he wrote in 1776, entitled Liberty Further Extended. Haynes, born in Connecticut in 1753 and indentured into servitude as a boy, finished his service at the age of 21 in 1774, joined the militia, and then served in the Continental Army. The essay he wrote in 1776 is a meditation on the Declaration. More than that, it can rightly be considered a proposed amendment to it, amending. Governments are instituted among men to secure their rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and whenever any form of government becomes destructive of those ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it. Haynes in this essay proposed just such an alteration, affirming that an African has equally as good a right to his liberty in common with Englishmen. He declared that, consequently, the practice of slave-keeping, which so much abounds in this land, is illicit. Nor was Haynes alone in demanding a statement declaring slavery unconstitutional. Vermont's first constitution, drafted in 1777, prohibited slavery by turning it into a form of indentured servitude that would end for men at age 21 and for women at 18. At the time of its first constitution, Vermont was not a state, but an independent republic. It joined the Union in 1791. Black men also frequently submitted petitions, petition after petition, as one petitioner put it, to early state legislatures in what can be considered their own declarations of independence. Petitioning is a right that English law guaranteed to everyone. People who couldn't vote or hold office still retained the right to petition. In 1776, a man named Cuff, now desiring to be made free, convinced his enslaver to emancipate him. In 1777, Cato, an African by birth, filed charges against a Boston man, accusing him of having attempted to sell him as a slave and to transport him to foreign parts. Again and again, people held as property declared themselves to be free. In 1779, a couple in Boston freed a man named William in consideration of the rights of humanity. In January 1777, 8 enslaved men, Lancaster Hill, Jack Pierpont, Peter Bess, Nero Fanillo, Brister Slenfen, Newport Sumner, Prince Hall, and Job Locke, submitted a petition to the Massachusetts provincial government, headed by James Bowdoin, demanding their freedom immediately and asking the legislature to pass a law freeing anyone held in slavery at the age of 21. They had, they insisted, in common with all other men, a natural and unalienable right to that freedom which the great parent of the universe hath bestowed equally on all mankind, and which they have never forfeited by any compact or agreement whatever. James Bowdoin does not appear to have been persuaded by this argument. Later that year, rather than freeing the last of his slaves, a man named Cyrus, he sold him for 23 pounds. A petition submitted to the New Hampshire legislature in 1779, signed by 19 men, made a similar appeal to fundamental law, asserting that freedom is an inherent right of the human species and that private or public tyranny and slavery are alike detestable to minds conscious of the equal dignity of human nature. They demanded an immediate end to slavery. These are among America's oldest proposed constitutional amendments and the longest delayed. New Hampshire did not formally end slavery until 1857. 99 out of 100 people in America. Because the men who wrote them had very little sense, especially early on, that these first state constitutions would last, they felt no real need to provide for amendment. The constitutions were, after all, emergency measures undertaken in wartime, expected to be replaced come peace. Written in haste, they relied on English common law, colonial charters, compacts, and covenants, but they were also experiments building on the principles of republicanism, the consent of the governed, natural rights, and the sovereignty of the people. Most provided for a bicameral legislature, an elected executive, and an independent judiciary with direct election of the lower house of the legislature, and in some states of the upper house as well. Nearly all called for annual elections. Most contentious and varied were the property requirements for voting. These rested on the theory that only men who were free of dependence on any other man possessed the independence of mind necessary to vote. It was also in accordance with this theory that women were denied the vote. 12 of the first 18 constitutions required voters to own either 50 acres of land or the equivalent in other quantifiable wealth. In 4 of these 18 constitutions, men could vote only if they also paid taxes. Property requirements also differed for election for different offices and for holding office. The higher the office, the greater the property requirement to either vote for office or hold it. Even in states with such requirements, the amount of property necessary to vote was significantly lower than in England, about 10 times lower, and a greater percentage of the adult male population of the United States owned property than did its counterpart in England, which meant that the early United States had the most broadly enfranchised population in the world. This didn't just happen. It was the product of struggle. Poor men, farmers, and artisans demanded the right to vote, arguing that anything less violated Republican principles. Do not mechanics and farmers constitute 99 out of 100 people in America? Asked a writer for the Pennsylvania Packet. If these, by their occupations, are to be excluded from having any share in the choice of their rulers or forms of government, would it not be best to acknowledge the jurisdiction of the British Parliament, which is composed entirely of gentlemen? Pennsylvania's Constitution, adopted in 1776, was the most radical of the early state constitutions, drafted by a convention of 96 delegates. Benjamin Franklin was elected president and served on the Constitutional Drafting Committee with the brewer Timothy Matlack, who was known for his handwriting and for his radical republicanism. Pennsylvania's Constitution not only eliminated property requirements for voting, but also targeted every trapping of aristocracy. There was no upper house of the legislature, only an assembly that elected the plural executive branch and that could remove justices from the state Supreme Court at any time. Proceedings of the assembly must be public, legislators served one-year terms, and bills were to be printed and publicly posted for a year for public comment before the legislature could vote on them. A draft of the Bill of Rights stipulated that because an enormous proportion of property vested in a few individuals is dangerous to the rights and destructive of the common happiness of mankind, every free state hath a right by its laws to discourage the possession of such property. During the convention's deliberations, delegates dropped this enormous proportion of property assertion. Another provision elided the distinction between a right to revolution and a right to amendment, stating that because government is or ought to be instituted for the common benefit, protection, and security of the people, nation, or community, the people hath an indubitable, unalienable, and indefeasible right to reform, alter, or abolish government in such a manner as shall be by that community judged most conducive to the public weal. This provision was accepted. The final draft of the Constitution established a Council of Censors, essentially a miniature constitutional convention, an elected body that would meet every 7 years, both to propose amendments and to review all recent laws to determine whether they conformed with the principles of the Constitution. 400 copies of the Constitution were printed and circulated for public comment on September 5th, but it was not submitted to the people for ratification. Instead, the convention itself voted to adopt it on September 28th, decreeing that it should remain in force, forever unaltered except in such articles as shall hereafter on experience be found to require improvement, and which shall by the same authority of the people fairly delegated as this frame of government directs, be amended and improved for the more effectual obtaining and security the great end and design of all government. 5 states, along with the Republic of Vermont, followed Pennsylvania's model, including its provisions for regular amendment. But from the moment of the adoption of Pennsylvania's Constitution, critics called for it to be revoked and rewritten. They were alarmed at its excess of democracy, the unchecked tyranny of the majority. Its framers had failed to anticipate how vulnerable a unicameral or single-house legislature would be to demagogues and passing enthusiasms. "They have disgraced the name of freedom in Pennsylvania," wrote one disgruntled citizen in the Pennsylvania Packet. When John Adams first read Pennsylvania's Constitution, he told Benjamin Rush, "The people of your state will sooner or later fall upon their knees to the King of Great Britain to take them again under his protection in order to deliver them from the tyranny of their own government." Another strong objection concerned the 7 years' delay before any possibility of amendment. These critics found the Constitution not too easy to amend, but too difficult. Still other critics urged a different amendment rule, arguing that every constitution must be allowed to fluctuate, but no changes should ever be made in it without the consent of 3/4 or 4/5 of the legislature, nor should any change ever affect the Bill of Rights. Pennsylvania's Constitution and the reaction to it made clear that a commitment to the idea of constitutional amendment had emerged. But if constitutions could be amended, who was to do the amending? As ever, early state constitutions experimented. Most failed to include a formal amendment provision, and still less did they submit constitutions or amendments to the people for ratification, a practice that did not become widespread until the early 19th century. Instead, they tried out different methods, either to protect certain elements of government from legislative change, including supermajority requirements, or to allow for it. In some states, legislatures could amend constitutions. In others, a council of censors or a council of revision could do it. Except in New York, courts were not generally to be involved in crafting amendments, in determining the constitutionality of laws, or in annulling laws deemed unconstitutional, though there were notable exceptions, instances where state courts did strike down laws as unconstitutional. And over time, the possibility of amendment by legislative act was eliminated, on the theory that because a constitution is, among other things, a check on a legislature, amendment could be done in one way or another only by the people. What this meant, and what it didn't mean, would come to a head in Massachusetts, where Joseph Pope was still steadily at work on his orrery. A door should be left open. With James Bowdoin elected as its president in May 1776, the Massachusetts legislature had immediately begun the process of devising a new constitution, only to meet with obstacles. Massachusetts seems, at first glance, an unlikely state to encounter trouble in devising a constitution. It had no end of possible drafters, not least among them John Adams, but Massachusetts also had a long history of popular resistance to established authority, and its town meetings were famously cantankerous, especially in the western part of the state, in the counties of Worcester, Hampshire, and Berkshire, counties that were more rural and poorer and less commercially oriented than the rest of the state, and that were resentful of the legislature that met in Boston. Even before the work began, the western town of Pittsfield in Berkshire County made two demands, both of which aimed to diminish the role of the legislature. First, the Pittsfield town meeting insisted that the Constitution would have to be written by a body convened solely for the purpose, call it a constitutional convention, rather than by the state legislature, which could make law but not fundamental law. As the Pittsfielders put it, if this fundamental constitution is above the whole legislature, the legislature cannot certainly make it. Second, the town insisted that the Constitution would have to be submitted to the towns for ratification because the approbation of the majority of the people of this fundamental Constitution is absolutely necessary to give life and being to it. These two innovations, the claim that constitutions have to be written by conventions and that they must be ratified by the people, transformed constitutionalism. The state legislature obliged the Pittsfielders, but only to a point, appointing one delegate from every town to a drafting committee. But when the exigencies of war prevented that committee from meeting, the legislature proposed, in a letter to the town meetings, that it could draft the Constitution itself. 97 town meetings replied. 23 objected to the plan, largely on the grounds that it failed to satisfy the two conditions stipulated by the town of Pittsfield. But some towns also cited the concern that if the legislature were to draft the Constitution, it would retain for itself the power to amend it as well. The town of Concord, for instance, opposed any constitution drafted by the legislature because a constitution alterable by the Supreme Legislative is no security at all. The legislature, bridling at this interference, went ahead and drafted the Constitution itself, but acceding to one of Pittsfield's demands, sought ratification through a statewide referendum at which any male, propertied or not, being at least 21 years old, could vote. Towns were then to submit the results, yea or nay, to the legislature. Even in the very midst of war, this resulted in a flood of impassioned constitutional commentary. 173 towns out of a total of some 200 in the state submitted returns to the legislature. The Constitution was not well received. Many returns looked like this one from the town then known as Norwich. The voters present, 41. Those voting for, 0. Those voting against said Constitution as it now stands, 41. The legislature had asked only for a count, but many towns, unbidden, offered an assortment of comments and proposed amendments. These were some of the earliest constitutional amendments in American history. They're also a good preview of sentiments that would be expressed by anti-federalists during the debates over ratifying the federal Constitution. Some Massachusetts towns objected to the process by which the 1778 Constitution had been prepared and called for a true constitutional convention. Pittsfield explained its rejection of the Constitution drafted by the legislature in a statement that epitomizes Americans' new philosophy of constitutionalism. The town began by declaring an essential distinction to be observed between the fundamental Constitution and legislation. A Constitution creates a legislature that can pass laws agreeably to it, but a legislature cannot give life to the Constitution because it is instead the approbation of the majority of the people at large that gives life and being to it. And for the same reason, Pittsfielders insisted a free people reserve a right of inspection, approbation, rejection, or amendment of any constitution. That most towns in Massachusetts agreed with this notion is evidenced by their willingness to propose amendments. Some towns proposed a different and more equitable system of representation. A number proposed eliminating the property requirement for legislatures. Money ought not to be a necessary qualification, wrote one town. Some, like the town of Brookline, called for a full and express declaration of the rights of the people, the absence of which would become the chief complaint about the 1787 federal Constitution, too. 15 towns objected to the Constitution's exclusion from the right to vote of all Negroes, Indians, and mulattoes, and proposed extending suffrage to any man being free and 21 years of age. Worcester objected that the restriction deprives a part of the human race of their natural rights merely on account of their color. The town of Sutton elaborated on its objection by remarking on the manifest injustice of disenfranchising not only the original natives of the land, but also the poor, innocent Africans who had been cruelly brought from their native land and sold here like beasts, and yet now by this Constitution, if by any good providence they or any of their posterity obtain their freedom and a handsome estate, yet they must be excluded from the privileges of men. Sutton proposed an amendment that would have abolished slavery itself, urging that the Constitution say in express terms that every person within the state, 21 years of age, shall have a sole, absolute property in himself. No town objected to the restriction of voting to men, and the town of Beverly explicitly defended it in a little essay that nicely summarized the prevailing view. Women, what age soever they are also considered as not having a sufficient acquired discretion, not for a deficiency in their mental powers, but from their natural tenderness and delicacy of their minds. their retired mode of life, and various domestic duties. These concurring prevent that promiscuous intercourse with the world which is necessary to qualify them for electors. Finally, but notably, the fiery townsmen of Lexington complained that the 1778 Constitution was unamendable except by the legislature itself. It appears to us, at least, of the highest importance that a door should be left open for the people in this matter, the Lexington town meeting told the legislature, asking for a way explicitly pointed out wherein they might legally and constitutionally propose, seek, and effect any such alterations or amendments in any future time as might appear to them to be advantageous or necessary. Why include such provision, a constitutional door? Because such a door would be an happy means, under Providence, of preventing popular commotions, mobs, bloodshed, and civil war, which too frequently have been the consequences of the want of such an opening. Ratification failed, 1-5. The people wanted that door left open. Any alteration of the Articles. Between 1776 and 1787, deliberations in the states established 4 elements as necessary for constitutional legitimacy: a constitutional convention, a Bill of Rights, a ratifying process, and an amendment procedure. Not every early state constitution included all 4 elements, but with each passing month, expectations for each of them grew. These heightened expectations and particular requirements pressed upon Congress as it attempted to elaborate a frame of government for the Confederated States. 3 times Congress tried to devise such a constitution, and 3 times it failed as the delegates divided over questions of the powers retained by the states. What Congress needed was a binding agreement among the states that would outline its own powers. In January 1776, Benjamin Franklin had proposed Articles of Confederation that included an amendment provision. Ratification would require approval by a majority of the state legislatures. While there were 13 states, that majority would require 7. Had Franklin's plan been adopted, the U.S. Constitution might never have been written, since his articles, unlike those that were adopted, met a reasonable standard for amendability. But practically, a confederation to which only 7 of 13 states agreed was no confederation at all. On June 12, 1776, Congress appointed 13 men to a committee charged with preparing Articles of Confederation. John Dickinson of Pennsylvania, a longtime reformer and moderate on the question of independence, was largely responsible for the first draft. After the committee made revisions, a draft went to Congress on July 12th, where it was debated for more than a month. Populous states challenged the wisdom of the one state, one vote apportionment without success. Much of the committee's draft was nixed, including every provision that gave Congress power over Western lands. Given the competing and unaligned interests of the states, the prospect of ratification seemed slight. If it is debated whether their slaves are their property, there is an end to Confederation, warned one Southerner. On August 20th, instead of adopting the draft, Congress essentially tabled it and pressed on with matters relating to the war. By the fall of 1777, the states had declared their independence, and many had now written their constitutions, well ahead of Congress doing the same. The states' position gave them leverage in negotiating a stronger relationship with the federal government, even as Congress, hoping to secure an alliance with France, experienced a new urgency about formalizing the Confederation. Congress also wanted authority over what were known as Indian affairs, which especially meant buying land and making treaties with peoples who had their own constitutions. Indian affairs. The many native nations in the parts of North America that became the United States in 1776 and later had their own fundamental laws. Unwritten constitutions and practices akin to common law, alongside covenants and treaties that were sometimes formalized in writing and through ceremonies and forms of record-keeping, like wampum belts. In negotiations with American settlers and with the British, French, Dutch, and Spanish, Native nations deployed the arts of ceremony, ritual, and oratory for formalized exchanges, pledges, and treaties, often witnessed by thousands of people, to form what one legal scholar has called a diplomatic constitution. In the colonial era, mistrustful of Americans, Native nations had often sought recourse with the Crown, with some success. After the United States declared independence and the war began, Congress hoped to secure alliances with Native nations, but many chose instead to fight on the side of the British. Even as Congress deliberated the Articles of Confederation, people who hoped the states would retain the power to maintain diplomatic relations with Native nations challenged congressional power. A provision that granted Congress sole and exclusive right and power of regulating the trade and managing the affairs with the Indians had proven especially controversial. In its final form, it restricted this power to Indians not members of any of the states, provided that the legislative right of any state within its own limits be not infringed or violated. Even as the United States moved toward a formal confederation, the ancient Haudenosaunee, the people of the Longhouse, a confederation whose constitution had been sealed by a belt of wampum hundreds of years before, collapsed. Decimated by disease and courted by both sides in the war, the Confederacy split in early 1777. The Tuscarora and Oneida allied with the United States, the Onondaga, Seneca, Cayuga, and Mohawk with the British. The Ohio River, along the border between European settlers and Indian country, became a new kind of battleground. White Eyes and Killbuck, leaders of the Lenape or Delaware, and Cornstalk, a Shawnee sachem, opened diplomatic relations with the Americans at Fort Pitt. Vigilantes killed Cornstalk, but the Lenape signed the Treaty of Fort Pitt, in which the aforesaid nation of Delawares and their heirs were guaranteed all their territorial rights in the fullest and most ample manner, and were promised that they could form a state whereof the Delaware nation shall be the head and have a representation in Congress. That guarantee and that promise were never honored, and the treaty itself contained language that suggests that they would not be. The enemies of the United States have endeavored by every artifice in their power to possess the Indians in general with an opinion that it is the design of the United States to extirpate the Indians and take possession of their country, one of its articles read, as though to paint as libelous what was essentially true. During the war, if the United States did not declare a formal policy of eradication, the wanton murder of indigenous people, it nevertheless often encouraged white settlers and military renegades to pursue one. Despite Congress's bid for the exclusive power to engage in treaties with Native nations, states continued to attempt to exercise that power. Speculators continued to purchase land from Indians, and settlers engaged in raids and massacres as they drove west. The diplomatic constitution, such as it was, disintegrated into chaos. We know not who to mind or who to neglect, Chickasaw chiefs would complain to Congress. Or, as leaders of the Haudenosaunee would complain, the confusion over who, among Americans, was authorized to engage in diplomacy with Native nations left them like drunken men, reeling from side to side. An immediate confederation. As Congress continued debating its own confederation, it added language to the Articles decreeing that each state retained its sovereignty, freedom and independence, and every power, jurisdiction, and right, which is not by this confederation expressly delegated to Congress. To a clause that guaranteed the privileges and immunities of citizenship to all free inhabitants of the states, South Carolina delegates had suggested adding the word white between the words free and inhabitants, but that motion was defeated, 8 states to 2. The last article contained a provision for amendment which required approval both by Congress and by the legislatures of every state. The articles were to be inviolable, perpetual, and yet, by unanimity, alterable. In November 1777, 15 months after receiving the first draft, Congress finally approved the articles. Ratification, like amendment, required a vote of approval from all 13 states, which Congress hoped to achieve by March 1778. Congress did not ask the states to propose amendments to the articles, but as happened in Massachusetts with its state constitution, they got them all the same. South Carolina's assembly proposed 21 amendments. It also wanted the articles to be easier to amend, proposing ratification of an amendment if 11 of 13 states approved. New Jersey wanted Congress to have the sole power to regulate trade. 250 copies of the articles were printed in New Hampshire so that town meetings could deliberate. Their objections mainly concerned the calculation of taxation. Massachusetts proposed that the power of amendment be reserved to the states. New York wished that ratification would require not 9 states' approval, but all 13. The March ratification deadline passed, but by June, Congress began reviewing amendments proposed by the states, considering 36 proposed amendments in 5 days. 25 received only 1 or 2 votes, and just 1 received as many as 5. Congress rejected all of them. It seemed to be the opinion of Congress that an immediate confederacy was of greater moment to the interests of the states, one delegate reported, than any present alteration of the articles to accommodate the opinion of particular states on the amendments proposed. 10 states ratified the articles. Of the 3 holdouts, Delaware and New Jersey relented by 1779. Maryland refused until 1781. In all, it had been a crucial lesson. The Articles of Confederation, written in 1776 and revised in 1777, took so long to ratify that by the time they were adopted, they already needed amending, urgently, but the bar for amendment had been set too high. Congress, saddled with war debt and unable to raise revenue, had few funds and less power. In 1781, members of Congress proposed 3 amendments. All involved granting Congress new powers, and all failed. 12 states approved an amendment granting Congress the power to tax imports, but Rhode Island, with less than 2% of the U.S. population, rejected it. One Virginian railed that one little state can stop so important an object against the opinion of all the others. By the 1780s, Americans acting in the states had cobbled together constitutions and, by way of experiment, had gropingly arrived at a set of Republican principles about drafting, ratifying, and revising fundamental law. This set of ideas came from the people, like the townsmen of Pittsfield, as much as from their rulers. And yet their delegates in Congress had devised Articles of Confederation that were, effectively, unamendable. An useless piece of machinery. Back in Boston, where Joseph Pope kept tinkering with his orrery of brass and ivory, plotting orbits and adjusting gears, James Bowdoin wondered what balance of powers and weighted checks and balances would be necessary for the proper operation of a constitution for the state of Massachusetts. In February 1779, after the towns had rejected its constitution, the legislature asked the towns whether they supported the calling of a constitutional convention. The towns voted yes by a 2-to-1 margin, and with gusto. Once again, instead of simply reporting vote totals, many towns took the occasion to indict the legislature for having so long shilly-shallied. By delaying and putting off the forming a Bill of Rights and a free constitution for this state, one Western town complained, we are deprived of a great blessing, viz., civil government and good, wholesome laws. More, it suspected that there was a conspiracy behind it, a plot by designing men who hoped, by this delay, to lull people to sleep or fatigue them other ways so as to obtain a constitution to their own minds calculated to answer their own ends and wicked purposes. Bowdoin's legislature had little choice but to call for a convention. It assembled in Cambridge on September 1st, 1779. The 312 delegates included 143 from the 3 most radical western counties. In a victory for moderate and conservative delegates, especially wealthy eastern merchants, Bowdoin was elected president. He was also appointed to a 30-man committee charged with preparing the Constitution, and as chair of a 3-man subcommittee, Bowdoin, Samuel Adams, and John Adams, charged with writing it. As the delegates gathered and began their work, a freeholder published in the Boston Gazette his recommendations for the convention, expressing the popular understanding of the relationship between republicanism and constitutionalism. He listed 4 things the new Constitution should do. First, make the form of government as simple as possible so that every man who can read English may understand it. Second, include a Bill of Rights, which should define in plain language the alienable and inalienable rights of the people. Third, clearly define and limit the power of rulers. And fourth, guarantee to the people the power of removing rulers from their places upon abuse of their authority. To a very considerable degree, the resulting Constitution met these requirements. Bowdoin wrangled the delegates through months of deliberation and ushered the document into being. But it was John Adams, calling himself a subcommittee of 1, who did the writing. I made a Constitution for Massachusetts, which finally made the Constitution of the United States, Adams would later boast, only slightly overstating his role. The Constitution that Adams wrote for Massachusetts is the oldest written constitution in the world still in use, and more than any other state constitution, it served as the model for the U.S. Constitution. An elaboration on the model constitution Adams had proposed in 1776 in his Thoughts on Government, its preamble began, "We, the people, do agree upon, ordain, and establish," opening phrases that would be used again in Philadelphia in 1787. Massachusetts' new constitution also expressed a theory of government that Adams had for decades been pondering, a mechanical constitutionalism very closely related to Joseph Pope's mechanical model of the solar system. Even as he was serving as president of the Massachusetts Constitutional Convention, Bowdoin convinced the legislature to incorporate the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, arguing that the arts and sciences, like constitutions, are necessary to the wealth, peace, independence, and happiness of the people. Bowdoin, amateur astronomer, became its first president. In the main, Adams's ideas accorded with Bowdoin's understanding of the world, but as Bowdoin made clear in an address at the close of the convention, his priority was the operation of power. A government without power to exert itself is at best but an useless piece of machinery, he wrote, as if describing a clock that could no longer tell time, though he might equally well have been describing the useless Articles of Confederation. With the Massachusetts Constitution, John Adams and James Bowdoin had built an excellent constitutional clock, a political orrery. But it fell to the people to wind and to mend it. Ratification required approval by 2/3 of the towns. The convention printed nearly 2,000 copies of the Constitution and sent it to the towns with this instruction: "It is your interest to revise it with the greatest care and circumspection, and it is your undoubted right either to propose such alterations and amendments as you shall judge proper, or to give it your own sanction in its present form, or totally to reject it." What less than 2 years before had been hotly contested, the people's right to approve, reject, or amend the Constitution, had become by 1780 your undoubted right. Assented to by all. A core principle established in Massachusetts during its ferocious constitutional debates in the 1770s and 80s is that a constitution has no authority over people who have no hand in writing, ratifying, or amending it. Law to bind all must be assented to by all, as one town meeting put it. This raised the important questions of whether men who were denied the right to vote and therefore unable to participate in town meetings were bound by the Constitution, or whether there were ways other than by voting in a town meeting to assent to or to amend a constitution. Once again, the best evidence is to be found in petitions, a form of political participation open to all. In February 1780, Paul and John Cuffey, brothers from the coastal town of Dartmouth, submitted a petition to the Massachusetts legislature. The Cuffeys were the sons of a Wampanoag woman from Cape Cod and an Aucan man born in West Africa who had been sold into slavery in Massachusetts and was later manumitted. Both brothers had been born free. They owned a farm and had begun a whaling business. Because of their color, they could not vote. In their petition, which they submitted not only on their own behalf, but on behalf of black men who had been born into slavery, they began by noting the disadvantages of having been deprived of enjoying the profits of our labor or the advantage of inheriting estates from our parents, as our neighbors, the white people, do. They then argued that having no vote or influence in the election of those that tax us, they were subject to taxation without representation. Paul and John Cuffey did not participate in Dartmouth's town meeting over whether to ratify the new state constitution, but they managed to participate in the debate all the same. At the time when the Cuffeys submitted their petition to the state legislature, town meetings all over Massachusetts, including some near Dartmouth, were preparing objections to the new constitution's property requirement, an estate worth £60 or an annual income of £3 for voting. The town of Mansfield asked whether it could really be that thousands of honest, good members of society shall be subjected to laws framed by legislatures, the election of whom they could have no voice in. The 1780 Massachusetts Constitution, unlike the failed 1778 Constitution, said nothing about Negroes, Indians, and mulattoes. In its new Declaration of Rights, it announced that all men are born free and equal, and borrowing from the Pennsylvania Constitution, stated that all elections ought to be free, and all the inhabitants of this Commonwealth, having such qualifications as they shall establish by their frame of government, have an equal right to elect officers and to be elected. John Adams, in his original draft, had included the word male before inhabitants, but this had been deleted during deliberation at the Constitutional Convention, and significantly, no one had proposed adding the word white. Nonetheless, whether men who were not white could vote remained ambiguous. Paul Cuffey would later claim, in response to their petition, the Massachusetts legislature had passed a law rendering all free persons of color liable to taxation, according to the ratio established for white men, and granting them all the privileges belonging to other citizens, including the right to vote. Later historians have been unable to locate any such law passed in Massachusetts in the 1780s. Other records claim that the state Supreme Court issued this decision. Perhaps the best explanation is that Paul Cuffey meant that he and his brother, in their petition to the legislature, had told Massachusetts what its new constitution meant. They themselves had conducted an act not of constitutional amendment, but of constitutional interpretation. When Paul Cuffey wrote that in response to the petition, the state of Massachusetts had granted to all free persons of color all the privileges belonging to other citizens, he meant that he had, in effect, told the state how to read its own constitution. Nor was he alone in doing so. All men are born free and equal, the new Declaration of Rights announced. Did those words also mean that slavery was unconstitutional? Not everyone was certain. Ellis Gray, who'd been a delegate at the Constitutional Convention, specified in his will in 1781 that if my Negro Cato is not free by the laws of the land, it is my will that he shall be so. But people held in slavery read, "All men are born free and equal," as an emancipation proclamation, and insisted that the state read it that way too. In the western town of Sheffield, a woman known as Mum Bet, born into slavery in 1744, learned about the new Constitution and went to see a lawyer. "I heard that paper read yesterday that says all men are created equal and that every man has a right to freedom," she told him. "Won't the law give me my freedom?" Testing the new Constitution, she sued for her freedom and won. She changed her name to Elizabeth Freeman. In Massachusetts, at least, slavery became unconstitutional because of the way Elizabeth Freeman and others read it. In 1783, in Commonwealth of Massachusetts v. Jennison, the Massachusetts Supreme Court ruled that slavery was wholly abolished with the state's constitution and could no longer be tolerated. Pennsylvania had moved in the same direction, becoming in March 1780 the first state to pass a gradual abolition law, ending slavery in grateful commemoration of our own happy deliverance from that state of unconditional submission to which we were doomed by the tyranny of Britain. Like Massachusetts, Pennsylvania had taken part in a second wave of constitution writing. Under the terms of the state's 1776 constitution, the state was scheduled for its first 7-year evaluation by the elected Council of Censors in 1783. Critics, who were mainly wealthy Eastern merchants, tried to call for a new constitutional convention where they hoped to adopt a constitution more like the one ratified in Massachusetts in 1780. Constitutionalists wanted to leave the 1776 Constitution intact. So divided was the Council of Censors that a committee charged with reporting on those articles of the Constitution which are materially defective and absolutely require alteration and amendment issued both a majority report, endorsed by 12 members, and a minority report, endorsed by 10. The majority called for a convention to amend the 1776 Constitution, proposing such alterations as appear to us to be best calculated to secure to you the blessings of free and equal government. They wanted to abolish the unicameral legislature, retract the legislature's power to remove the judges of the state Supreme Court, remove term limits, and replace the plural executive with a governor. The 12-10 vote in favor of a convention fell short of the required 2/3 majority, and the council had no choice but to give the 1776 Constitution another 7 years' trial. By the time Pennsylvania's Council of Censors was scheduled to meet again in 1790, ideas about how to amend constitutions would have undergone yet another revolution. Article 10. In 1780, after Massachusetts circulated its proposed new constitution, 200 towns were expected to submit returns documenting their votes on ratification. Only 181 returns survive in state archives. It's possible some were lost, but it seems likeliest that only 181 towns did in fact submit returns. There are all kinds of reasons a town might fail to hold a meeting, not least that the country was still at war. Some returns were straightforward, either approving or rejecting the Constitution as written. Others approved the Constitution only on condition that certain amendments were made. Still others never made entirely plain whether they approved or disapproved. This presented the legislature with a problem. How were these rather ambiguous returns to be tallied? Among the Constitution's more controversial elements, especially for poor farmers in the western part of the state, was Article 10, the amendment provision. Article 10 required the legislature to ask the towns every 15 years whether they wanted to amend the Constitution. 79 towns objected to this provision, chiefly because they found it too restrictive. Article 10, to their eyes, did not go far enough. 67 towns wanted the term to be shorter than 15 years. The time prefixed for altering or revising the Constitution ought not to be more than 5 years, one town recommended. And 12 towns wanted the amendment process to begin automatically at the end of every 15 years. That is, that it not be put to a referendum. If only 181 towns submitted returns and 79, or 2/5, failed to ratify Article 10, Article 10 did not pass by the required 2/3 majority. The legislature appears to have decided to engage in some creative accounting. On June 16, 1780, it simply declared the Constitution in its entirety and without amendment ratified. James Bowdoin had perhaps had enough of the disgruntled revolutionaries west of Worcester. Right around the time when this happened, Joseph Pope decided to decorate the 12 corners of his orrery's mahogany cabinet with figures cast in bronze. The casting may have been done by the silversmith Paul Revere and the carver Simeon Skillen Jr. Pope's progress on the orrery in the garret of his house had been slow. The work was painstaking, and Pope could hardly spare many hours from his first-floor shop, where he built and repaired clocks and watches. Still, James Bowdoin professed himself more and more pleased with it as the years passed by. By adding figures cast in bronze, Pope chose to honor 3 men: Isaac Newton, who discovered the law of gravity, Benjamin Franklin, who'd experimented with electricity, and James Bowdoin, president of the Massachusetts Constitutional Convention. In Joseph Pope's conception of a constitutional order, expressed through the metaphor of a solar system, the towns in the farthest flung part of the state, far to the west, were as distant as the planets of Neptune and Pluto. In Pope's orrery, Newton's bust sits on a plinth. Franklin, a standing figure, holds a lightning rod. Bowdoin leans on a column topped with the figure of a sun, the center of the solar system, the center of government. Materially defective. Nearly as soon as the Articles of Confederation were ratified in 1781, just after Massachusetts ratified its own constitution, the crippling inadequacies of the Articles became painfully obvious, and that they did not admit of revision made matters considerably worse. The United States negotiated peace with Britain in 1783. Under the terms of the Treaty of Paris, Britain ceded to the United States all of its claims to territories east of the Mississippi River and south of the Great Lakes. These were the lands of native nations, but none of them were invited to the treaty negotiations. Congress, lacking funds to buy this land or an army to conquer it, decided instead to simply claim ownership, issuing grants to unceded land to American veterans in exchange for their service, and selling vast swaths of it to speculators, who in turn went on to sell smaller plots to settlers who seized Indian lands, raided Indian settlements, and killed Indians. That meant that while the War for Independence had ended, conflict with Indians had not. That summer, delegates from 35 native nations met in a Wyandot settlement in Ohio to form a new Indian Confederacy aimed at halting the advance of the United States and pledging to sell no land unless the whole of the League consented. Tyontonaga, a Mohawk sachem who had stood with the British during the war, declared, "Let there be peace or war, it shall never disunite us, for our interests are alike, nor should anything ever be done but by the voice of the whole." U.S. policy meant that an Indian war would be ongoing. The unamendable Articles of Confederation meant that Congress had no power to deal with such a war. Tyontonaga and other native leaders, citing ancient customs and treaty-making, sought to exert their own power to enact binding agreements. Between 1783 and 1786, native nations signed 6 treaties with Congress and 7 with individual states. These treaties established boundaries, guaranteed treaty enforcement, and pledged that native nations would have representation in Congress. In a treaty with the Cherokee in 1785, at a meeting attended by 36 chiefs and thousands of Cherokee, the United States pledged that the Indians may have full confidence in the justice of the United States respecting their interests. They shall have the right to send a deputy of their choice whenever they think fit to Congress. But individual states and settlers pursuing their interests generally contested or ignored these treaties. George Washington complained in 1784 that Americans roam over the country on the Indian side of the Ohio, mark out lands, survey, and even settle them. This gives great discontent to the Indians and will, unless measures are taken in time to prevent it, inevitably produce a war with the Western tribes. While the Americans struggled to strengthen their confederation, the Indian Confederacy resolved, at a meeting at a Wyandot settlement near Lake Erie in 1786, that all treaties carried on with the United States should be with the general voice of the whole Confederacy. Both Congress and the states were saddled with crippling war debts, totaling some $75 million, something like $2.5 billion in 2024. Disputes between states remained unresolved as Congress had no power to resolve them. Congress also had to consider the insufficiency of the Articles of Confederation for controlling trade, not only with Indians, but among the states. The 13 states had 13 different currencies. Members of Congress proposed amendments to the Articles of Confederation in 1784, 1785, and 1786, but every proposal failed. In 1786, 12 states approved an amendment granting Congress the power to raise revenue from tariffs. New York refused. One former Continental Army general wrote to Major General Henry Knox, "Every liberal good man is wishing New York in hell." The situation had become desperate. By now, there were rumors that a federation of Indians was organizing and planning for war. Nor did Congress have the power to contend with domestic insurrections. In the spring of 1786, farmers in western Massachusetts, led by the Revolutionary War veteran Daniel Shays, protested a series of measures that they associated both with the 1780 Constitution and with Bowdoin, who'd been elected governor in 1785. Devastated by the war, Massachusetts had lost its profitable West Indies trade and had lost, too, much of its fishing and whaling industries. The state government, deeply in debt, levied taxes and decreed that citizens had to pay them in hard currency. The tax burden amounted to a third of most farmers' income. Many farmers, especially in the western part of the state, had no currency to pay, and because they also couldn't pay poll taxes, they'd become disenfranchised. These were the very towns that had most ardently opposed the 1780 Constitution as a conspiracy of wealthy Boston merchants to impoverish them and take away their liberty, not least by making it harder to amend than they would have liked. Modeling their movement on the resistance movement of 1774, these farmers began gathering in town meetings and county conventions and organizing direct action aimed at the very institutions that they associated with tyranny. The courts, which under the terms of the new Constitution enforced the dreaded taxes. Armed men surrounded courthouses and stopped them from meeting. Shays said his goal was to overthrow the present Constitution. That July, the debate topic at Harvard's commencement was whether the happiness of a people depends upon the Constitution or upon the administration of it. It was the question of the hour. The next month, delegates from 50 towns met in the western county of Hampshire. They listed 17 grievances, many of which involved either amendments or demands for a new constitution. They wanted to abolish the upper house of the legislature and to move the state capital to the middle of the state. Moving capitals to more central locations was common at the time, but so long as Maine remained part of Massachusetts, Boston was in fact central. Bowdoin took a hard line against the uprising of Western farmers. As to amending the 1780 Constitution, he flatly refused. In September 1786, he declared that the people solemnly agreed to support the Constitution for the space of 15 years and made ample provision for the revision of it at the end of that period, if it should then be thought necessary. But he made clear that in the meantime, the protest would be considered an insurrection that would be put down and the insurrectionists prosecuted. This was a matter the U.S. Constitution wouldn't take up until the aftermath of the Civil War. At Bowdoin's urging, the legislature passed the Disqualification Act, barring anyone who participated in the insurrection from holding any public office down to schoolmaster, and barring them, too, from voting. Bowdoin also called out the militia. But the men who were called to put down the insurrection, who knew that the state had no money to pay them and in any case supported the rebels, didn't bother to show up. Bowdoin could scarcely call on an impotent and indebted Congress for aid. That spring, a hobbled Congress appointed a committee to recommend such amendments to the Articles of Confederation as were necessary, as Congress put it desperately, for the purpose of obtaining from them such powers as will render the federal government adequate to the ends for which it was constituted. The committee came up with a very long list. But its work was derailed when Virginia called for a convention of delegates to meet in Annapolis in September. This convention was meant to do the same work, but by September 11, 1786, a week after the convention was scheduled to begin, only 12 delegates had turned up from only 5 states: New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Virginia. Not even Maryland, hosting the convention, had sent a delegation. The men who did turn up decided to call for another convention, and then they went home. In October 1786, when the Massachusetts delegate Rufus King arrived in New York to attend Congress, he wrote back to Bowdoin, "I found Congress deeply impressed with the danger arising from a very extensive combination of savages." Diplomats representing the United Indian Nations, Iroquois, Cherokee, and Ohio nations, delivered an address to Congress denouncing the depredations of settlers and speculators, blaming Congress for their incursions, proclaiming all partial treaties as void and of no effect, and warning that they would be obliged to defend those rights and privileges which have been transmitted to us by our ancestors. Congress's Commissioners of Indian Affairs had been little able to offer redress or resolve boundary disputes. The states resented the interference of the federal government, and Native nations found the federal government too weak to honor any of its agreements or treaties. As one Muskogee diplomat reported of negotiations early in 1786, the commissioners and government of Georgia quarreled and thereby rendered themselves completely ridiculous in the eyes of the Indians. Or as one Cherokee chief told Congress, "We have held several treaties with the Americans when bounds was always fixed and fair promises always made that the white people should not come over, but we always find that after a treaty, they settle much faster than before." The Creek called the people of the state of Georgia Ekelnal Exelhe, people greedily grasping after the lands of red people. Both the Commissioners of Indian Affairs and the Secretary of War, Henry Knox, urged Congress to adopt a policy of fairly purchasing Indian lands instead of simply seizing them, and advised, instead of a language of superiority and command, may it not be politic and just to treat with the Indians more on a footing of equality? This advice was not heeded. Shays' rebellion impressed the urgency of change on those members of Congress who already supported revising the Articles of Confederation. But the diplomacy of Native nations and the visit of the United Indian Nations was even more convincing. In October 1786, Congress pledged troops to aid Governor Bowdoin in Massachusetts, but had no power to compel anyone to serve. In December, hundreds of Shays'ites forced the closure of a court meeting in the western town of Springfield. Bowdoin conscripted a militia funded by wealthy gentlemen to put down the rebellion, which was accomplished by February 1787. 4 rebels were killed, 20 wounded, hundreds would be disenfranchised. By then, the Massachusetts legislature had lost faith in Bowdoin. The General Court voted to cut his salary in half, an act Bowdoin vetoed. That spring, when he ran for re-election against John Hancock, turnout broke records, and although many of Hancock's would-be voters were disenfranchised by the Disqualification Act, Hancock won in a rout. In Congress on February 21, 1787, Rufus King introduced a resolution calling for a constitutional convention to be held in Philadelphia, beginning on the first Monday in May. Its delegates to meet for the sole and express purpose of revising the Articles of Confederation so as to render the federal Constitution adequate to the exigencies of government and the preservation of the Union. King called for a revision, but it would turn out that the time had come not merely for amendment, but for a wholly new Constitution. They know their sun and their stars. Fire struck Boston the month before the Constitutional Convention began in Philadelphia. On the evening of April 20th, 1787, Dr. Benjamin Waterhouse and his dinner guest, James Bowdoin, eyeing the flames in the distance, feared the worst for Joseph Pope's magnificent orrery. Waterhouse rushed across town and found Pope pale and trembling, unable to remove the machine from the garret. "We could not cant the machine and pass it through the door and so down the stairs, on account of the brass meridian," Wadsworth wrote. Pope had built a ship in a bottle. It would not fit through the door. In the greatest of haste, even as the roof began to burn, Pope and Waterhouse called desperately for help. As men came to their aid, they broke down the door, knocked down the banisters that narrowed the stairwell, and wiggled the most magnificent model of the solar system ever built in the United States out of the inferno. Much praise is due to those gentlemen who, by their exertions, preserved to the lovers of science this curious specimen of philosophic and mechanic ingenuity, the Massachusetts Gazette reported. Pope's house and everything else in it were in a few minutes reduced to ashes. Bowdoin had the orrery carted to his mansion, where he displayed it in his drawing room, much admired, a wonder. He asked the fledgling American Academy of Arts and Sciences to assess its merit. A committee for examining machines reported that the whole is put in motion by turning a single winch, and that while the ingenuity of the artist displayed in the workmanship pleases, the plan itself is so perfectly executed, excites admiration. At Bowdoin's urging, the legislature authorized a public lottery to raise money to purchase the orrery, after which it was removed to Harvard College, where it became the jewel of the college's collection of scientific instruments, housed in its famed philosophy chamber. When delegates met in Philadelphia in 1787 and drafted a new federal constitution, they described federalism as a solar system, with the federal government its sun and the states as so many planets. James Madison described the republic as if he were a mathematician, wielding a pencil and compass, etching a perfectly exact circle on a map of the United States, its center the nation's capital, or as if he were calculating the distance from the sun of its farthest planet. As the natural limit of a democracy is that distance from the central point which will just permit the most remote citizens to assemble as often as their public functions demand, he wrote, so the natural limit of a republic is that distance from the center which will barely allow the representatives to meet as often as may be necessary for the administration of public affairs. For years afterward, Pope's celebrated orrery, built in the years between the drafting of the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution, remained a symbol of America's constitutional order. In 1794, a newspaper called The Federal Orrery would appear in Boston. Its motto was Solemque suum sua sidera norant. They know their sun and their stars. Its masthead featured a woodblock engraving of a sun surrounded by 15 stars for the then 15 states in the Union. Explained the editor, no spectacle can be more gratifying to the patriotism nor more useful to the Union of Americans than a political orrery, which exhibits to the naked eye of reason the accordant motions of the 15 planets revolving by the equal energy of state projection and federal attraction around the sun of government. But Pope's orrery, like the U.S. Constitution itself, would turn out to never really have been in excellent working order. No machine is ever perfect. It may be that Pope had not understood that the brass gears could not hold the great weight they were asked to hold. But how to fix it? A constitution could be amended, but an orrery? A clockmaker was called in to repair it. He inspected the machine closely, took out his tools, drilled a hole, and plugged in a rivet. And still, as one observer explained, the orrery would work all right up to a certain point when suddenly the whole solar system would give a tremendous jump. And then it would stop. The moons would no longer orbit Saturn, Jupiter would no longer turn on its axis, and the Earth would stand still. Chapter 2. All men would be tyrants. Woman is born free and remains equal to man in rights. Declaration of the Rights of Woman and of the Female Citizen, Paris, 1791. A failed amendment to the Declaration of Rights of Man and Citizen, 1789. Our good ladies, I trust, have been too wise to wrinkle their foreheads with politics, Thomas Jefferson wrote from Paris to Anne Willing Bingham in Philadelphia in May 1788. But every brow was furrowed, even those of the ladies. That spring, as a new federal constitution was being debated, everyone had ideas about it, including Bingham, widely considered one of the most beautiful and most sophisticated women in the United States. Whatever Bingham thought of the Constitution, neither she nor any other woman in the United States had any power to amend it. nor did women have any right either to reject or to assent to it, notwithstanding the Republican commitment to the principle that law to bind all must be assented to by all. The Constitution drafted in Anne Willing Bingham's Philadelphia in 1787 was written by men, for men, and their posterity. No amendment has ever repaired that error. And a method of constitutional interpretation that looks only backward at the history of men will never repair it either. Born in 1764, Anne Willing was the daughter of a man who once served as a judge. She did not herself become a judge, nor would she have been allowed to study the law. She did, however, study classics as a girl, which was unusual. She must have had a lively mind. In 1780, at the age of 16, she married a Philadelphian named William Bingham, who made his fortune as a West Indian merchant and was possibly the richest man in the United States. Between 1783 and 1786, they lived in London and Paris, where they socialized with Abigail and John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, the Marquis de Lafayette, and the leaders of British and French fashion and politics. Abigail Adams thought Anne Bingham was the finest woman I ever saw, and admired both her intelligence and her disposition, though she was greatly troubled by Bingham's love of luxury, a trait Adams associated with frivolity, coquetry, and uselessness. In Philadelphia, beginning in 1786, Bingham's husband served as a delegate to the Continental Congress. He later took a seat in the U.S. Senate. At their lavish house on the corner of 3rd and Spruce Streets, the Binghams hosted what can only be described as a Federalist society. During the summer of 1787, while her husband was serving in Congress, which met in New York, Mrs. Bingham hosted delegates to the Constitutional Convention at her home in Philadelphia. She also held salons, modeling her gatherings with guests who included Alexander Hamilton, John Jay, and George Washington on the female-hosted salons of Paris. Gilbert Stuart painted her portrait, and when he designed a silver dollar, is thought to have used her as his model for liberty, making Anne Willing Bingham the very emblem of America itself. When Bingham left France in 1786, she had pledged to Jefferson that she would write to him from Philadelphia to offer her opinion on how it compared with Paris. Jefferson, at 44, remained in France with his daughter Martha, 15, and where, in July 1787, he was joined by his younger daughter Mary, 9, known as Polly, and his dead wife's 14-year-old half-sister, Sally Hemings, whom Jefferson owned as a slave. Sally Hemings was the younger sister of Robert Hemings, notwithstanding the different spellings of their names. On their way to Paris, the two girls, Polly and Sally, stayed with the Adamses in London. Sally, Abigail Adams wrote Jefferson, is quite a child. In June 1787, with delegates to the Constitutional Convention meeting regularly in her parlor, Anne Willing Bingham wrote Jefferson the letter she had promised him and took the occasion to express her admiration for the involvement of Parisian women in political affairs and her envy of them. The women of France interfere in the politics of the country and often give a decided turn to the fate of empires, she wrote. They have obtained that rank and consideration in society which the sex are entitled to, and which they in vain contend for in other countries. It seems she wished women had that kind of political influence in the United States. They did not. There were no female framers of the U.S. Constitution. No woman served as a delegate to the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia that summer, or in the coming months to any of the ratifying conventions in the states. Men insisted that women ought to have no part in writing, ratifying, or amending the Constitution, that women could neither grant nor withhold their consent to a new federal government, since they were governed not by legislatures, but by their fathers and husbands. When Jefferson, 45, wrote to Bingham in May 1788, he and Hemings, 15, are thought to have begun a sexual relationship that would last for decades. Slavery was illegal in Paris, but to become free, Hemings would have had to file a petition with the court. Sally Hemings did not consent to the U.S. Constitution. Whether she consented to Jefferson is unknown. She was in any event a child. French politics were becoming more volatile, Jefferson reported to Bingham. Men, women, and children talk nothing else. Even as Americans were debating ratifying the Constitution. You, too, have had your political fervor, he added. But he trusted that American women were too detached from constitutional debate to wrinkle their foreheads over these matters, and were instead content to soothe and calm the minds of their husbands, returning ruffled from political debates. Was Sally Hemings soothing his? Anne Willing Bingham seems unlikely to have been contented to soothe and calm the men who wrote and ratified the Constitution. Women complained. The present custom of the world, especially in America, of excluding from any share in legislation is both unjust and detrimental, a piece titled The Ladies asserted in a Boston newspaper in 1790. It is certainly unjust to exclude from any share in government one half of those who, considered as equals of the males, are obliged to subject to laws they have no share in making. After the Constitution was ratified, only an amendment would ever be able to change that. Within Bingham's bridling and the bridling of everyone else left out of the Constitution, as it was drafted in 1787, lies, if not the philosophy of amendment, then its spirit, restless and unruly. We, the ladies. The rule of men over women is written into American constitutionalism. A government without power to exert itself is at best but an useless piece of machinery, John Adams had written in his diary, but a power without any restraint is tyranny. In everything from plays and periodicals to novels and political pamphlets, power without restraint was represented as the tyranny of men over women, and in particular as the act of rape. This was true in 17th century England, and it was true in 18th century America. The metaphor was both ubiquitous and elaborate. The act of revolution, an uprising against tyranny, was akin to defense against a rapist. Political consent was akin to sexual consent. A social contract was like a marriage contract. Gilbert Stuart pictured liberty as Anne Willing Bingham, her tresses flowing, her breasts nearly exposed. America had long been figured as a woman, and especially as a native woman, naked and vulnerable. To imagine tyranny was to picture her being raped. Rape is how tyranny was represented in one of the best-known engravings of the American Revolution. In 1774, a broadside that indicted the British government for its response to colonial resistance to parliamentary taxation had represented this act as rape. The engraving depicts America as a nearly naked native woman being violently assaulted by the king's ministers. They hold her down. They lift her gown. Behold America upon the ground, whilst deadly foes the wretched maid surround, an accompanying poem explains. The Earl of Mansfield, the Chief Justice of the King's Bench, in his judge's robes, binds her arms. Lord North, the Prime Minister, a copy of one of the coercive acts, the Boston Port Bill, poking out of his jacket pocket, pours tea down her throat, which she vomits at his face. The Earl of Sandwich, First Lord of the Admiralty, holds her feet and peers up the sheet that drapes her legs. On the ground, a torn and ragged piece of paper labeled Boston Petition has been cast aside. The King and Parliament had refused a petition from the city seeking relief. An ashamed, allegorical Britannia looks away. This engraving, first printed in London in April 1774 by Englishmen sympathetic to the American resistance movement, had been the most widely circulated representation of the colonists' struggle against parliamentary taxation. A Philadelphia printer retitled it The Persevering Americans. In Boston, Paul Revere had etched it onto copperplate and sold 1,000 copies. A printer in Connecticut carved it into a woodblock and printed it as the cover for his almanac for 1775. And once the war began, soldiers in the Continental Army had carved it onto their powder horns, the polished horns of cattle or oxen where they stored their gunpowder, the picture of rape riling up their resolve, as if it were their very ammunition. But it wasn't only this one engraving. Rape was the 18th century's favorite metaphor for arbitrary authority, for tyranny, for government without consent. In speeches, sermons, and pamphlets, revolutionaries had described Britain as raping America. One New England minister had asked his congregation how they could hear the cries and screeches of our ravished matrons and virgins that had the misfortune to fall into the enemy's hands, and think of returning to that cruel and bloody power which has done all these things. The idea had united Americans, formed them into a single body, a violated body politic, and justified their resistance to Britain. On the eve of declaring their independence, insisting on their right to govern themselves, and writing their first constitutions, American revolutionaries, from rioters to soldiers to delegates to the Continental Congress, had pictured themselves and their country, land they had seized from native peoples, as a naked woman resisting rape. Rape wasn't merely a metaphor. Once war broke out in 1775, British soldiers had fought not only on battlefields, but in people's very homes, seizing weapons, food, and livestock, quartering troops, and raping women. Soldiers had stopped Catherine Stone and Isabel Mitchell, a white woman and a black woman, as they were walking down a street in Philadelphia, allegedly for questioning, then dragged them away and raped them. One woman had testified that a soldier presented his pistol at her and then charged his bayonet against her breast and swore he would run it through her heart. Another told a New Jersey woman he would blow her brains out if she did not go with him. On Long Island, 2 soldiers raped Elizabeth Johnstone while her toddler daughter stood by crying. Accused of the crime, the soldiers said she was a Yankee whore or a Yankee bitch, and it was no great matter. A broadside published in Pennsylvania told this story. William Smith of Smith's Farm near Woodbridge, hearing the cries of his daughter, rushed into the room and found a Hessian officer attempting to ravish her. In an agony of rage and resentment, he instantly killed him, but the officer's party soon came upon him, and he now lays mortally wounded at his ruined, plundered dwelling. Newspapers reported these stories again and again, less with sympathy for the victims of rape than in service of an argument about the nature of tyranny. If tyranny was metaphorically rape, then revolution was its remedy, as John Locke argued in 1690 in 2 treatises on government. But as the English political philosopher Mary Astell pointed out in her reply to Locke in Some Reflections Upon Marriage, first published in 1700, for actual rape there was very little remedy. A woman raped by her husband having no redress, scarce pity, it being thought a wife's duty to suffer everything without complaint. Asked Astell, if all men are born free, how is it that all women are born slaves? American framers of constitutions offered no answer. When, in the 1770s and 80s, American men wrote their first constitutions, they left women out. If all men are born free, how is it that all women are born slaves? Like the failure to abolish slavery, this omission was first criticized not decades or centuries later, but at the very time it was made, as an error needing mending. A female Congress. It was not inevitable that women were left out of the Constitution in 1787, nor was it entirely consistent with 18th century political thought. It both was and wasn't. The constitutional exclusion of women could be said to follow from the common law doctrine of coverture, under which married women were covered by their husbands. Legally, they did not exist. A femme covert could not own property, agree to a contract, or sign a legal document. Because of the doctrine of coverture, a man could not be criminally charged with raping his wife. He possessed her body. And by a similar logic, the father of an unmarried daughter, not the daughter herself, seeks a remedy if she is raped. But it could equally be said, and it was said, that the constitutional exclusion of women betrayed the emerging practice of constitutional republicanism, that, at least for a time, contemplated the idea that women are part of the people. On October 20th, 1774, 6 days after issuing the Declaration and Resolves, The 53 men in Congress executed a document known as the Articles of Association, announcing a boycott on all goods imported from or exported to Britain and any of its colonies. 5 days later, a female Congress of 51 women met in Edenton, North Carolina, to form an honorable and spirited association and resolve not to drink any more tea nor wear any more British cloth. They would instead mend their old clothes. They declared this to be a duty which we owe not only to our near and dear connections who have concurred in them, but to ourselves. They signed their names to the document and sent a copy to newspapers, including the Virginia Gazette. This effort at representing themselves and forming their own Congress earned them mainly mockery. A loyalist printer in New York published A Dialogue Between a Southern Delegate and His Spouse. A satire of Congress, it depicts a wife far more adept at politics than her husband. When he, the Southern delegate, tells her, "Never, dear, with politics trouble thy head," she wonders whether it wouldn't have been better if Congress had been exclusively comprised of women. Would, instead of delegates, they'd sent delegates' wives. Heavens, we couldn't have bungled it so for our lives. Early in 1775, after the Declaration of the Edenton Women was printed in London's Morning Chronicle, American's Female Congress became the subject of a Hogarthian satire. An engraving titled A Society of Patriotic Ladies depicted the women of Edenton as variously ugly, seducible, uncouth, slurping out of a bowl, and neglectful of their children. An unattended child sits on the floor, licked by a urinating dog. The print takes specific aim at the capacity of women to draft and sign legally binding declarations. A black woman in a kerchief carries a pot of ink on a tray, the artist here commenting at once on promiscuous racial mixing and on the hypocrisy of white women who demanded their own liberty while enslaving other women. Quills in hand, the bewigged white women are signing a parchment document, a constitution, that begins, "We, the ladies." Having heard the news, a London merchant named Arthur Iredell wrote to his brother James in North Carolina, inquiring, "Is there a female Congress at Edenton?" James Iredell was a lawyer who had become North Carolina's foremost advocate for ratifying the U.S. Constitution. He would go on to serve as one of the first justices of the U.S. Supreme Court. Two sisters of his wife, Hannah Johnston, had signed the Edenton Declaration. Her brother-in-law in London professed amusement. "We Englishmen are afraid of the female Congress," he wrote, noting that the ladies had ever since the Amazonian era been esteemed the most formidable enemies. A female Congress represented to satirists the excesses of revolution. To question the rule of a king over his colonies would surely one day lead, they jested, to questioning the rule of men over women. But the female Congress had never been a joke. In 1776, Abigail Adams, avidly following the course of events as the colonies moved toward independence and began writing constitutions, wrote to her husband in Philadelphia. "I long to hear that you have declared an independency," she began, "and by the way, in the new code of laws which I suppose it will be necessary for you to make, I desire you would remember the ladies." She could hardly have been clearer, and still she elaborated on this point, making plain exactly what she was asking for. Do not put such unlimited power into the hands of the husbands. Remember, all men would be tyrants if they could. And then she issued a threat that is very often read as a joke, because that is how her husband read it. If particular care and attention is not paid to the ladies, we are determined to foment a rebellion, and will not hold ourselves bound by any laws in which we have no voice or representation. He knew her best, and he believed she was teasing. But then this was how men dismissed the political demands of women. Our good ladies, I trust, have been too wise to wrinkle their foreheads with politics. Men used rape as a political metaphor, but for women the fear was real. All men would be tyrants if they could. The right to resist rape, to wage a revolution against tyranny, was a central tenet of republicanism. To a female writer, it illustrated the need for women to represent their own interests in any new government. John Adams wrote back to his wife on April 14th, joking about the despotism of the petticoat in much the same satirical spirit with which English periodicals had greeted the female Congress at Edenton. "As to your extraordinary code of laws, I cannot but laugh," he wrote, with a dismissal worth reading word for word. "We have been told that our struggle has loosened the bands of government everywhere, that children and apprentices were disobedient, that schools and colleges were grown turbulent, that Indians slighted their guardians and Negroes grew insolent to their masters. But your letter was the first intimation that another tribe, more numerous and powerful than all the rest, were grown discontented. This is rather too coarse a compliment, but you are so saucy I won't blot it out. Depend upon it. We know better than to repeal our masculine systems." Abigail Adams does not appear to have been amused. Demands like hers weren't commonplace, but neither were they exceptional. Richard Henry Lee's sister, Hannah Lee Corbin, wrote to him in a letter now lost, complaining that women with property of their own, who were either widows or unmarried, had no representation, and without it, ought not to be obligated to pay taxes. The doctrine of representation is a large subject, and it is certain that it ought to be extended far as wisdom and policy can allow, her brother wrote back, nor do I see that either of these forbid widows having property from voting. Acceding to the logic of his sister's argument about unmarried and widowed women of property, Lee wrote that he would at any time give my consent to establish their right of voting. No matter how serious were the pleas of women to be represented in the new forms of government directed in the 1770s and 80s, they were ridiculed and ignored, and their very remarks were most often unrecorded, or, if recorded, later lost. Delegates to the Continental Congress and to the Constitutional Convention could not avoid discussing the institution of slavery because they disagreed about it and had very different relationships to it. But nothing required them to discuss the common law doctrine of coverture or the political status of women. They did not disagree about it. They had the same experience of it, and they benefited equally from it. The exchange between Abigail and John Adams is notable not only because it survives, but because for all that he dismissed her concerns, he revealingly answered them. The week after John Adams wrote to his wife, "We know better than to repeal our masculine systems," he wrote to James Warren, president of the Massachusetts Provincial Congress, begging him to move quickly on the drafting of a new state constitution and asking him to remember that there must be a decency and respect and veneration introduced for all persons of authority of every rank, or we are undone. Worried that the struggle for independence had loosened the bands of government everywhere, between husband and wife, master and servant, rich and poor, Adams pressed Warren to be sure to get that new constitution written with all the trappings of rank intact, the sooner the better. He soon afterward wrote to another friend in Massachusetts, insisting on the importance of property qualifications for voting, on the theory that lifting any restriction threatened the legitimacy of all restrictions. If poor men could vote, Adams speculated, there will be no end of it. New claims will arise. Women will demand a vote. Lads from 12 to 21 will think their rights not enough attended to. And every man who has not a farthing will demand an equal voice with any other. Women will demand a vote. The urgency with which Adams urged states to draft new constitutions came in part from his concern that a delay would lead to more radical demands. The week that John Adams wrote to James Warren, Abigail Adams wrote to Warren's wife. Mercy Otis Warren was a political theorist, historian, poet, and playwright, most celebrated for her 2-volume History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution. She knew well the argument for female political equality. If all men are born free, how is it that all women are born in chains? These were arguments that Mercy Otis Warren had studied from girlhood with her brother James Otis, a lawyer and leader of the resistance movement in the 1760s. In 1764, Otis had written a treatise called The Rights of the British Colonies Asserted and Proved. Like many 18th century political theorists, he located the origins of popular sovereignty in the idea of an imagined state of nature in which people agree to form a social contract or compact to establish a government by constituting themselves into a body politic. For John Locke, it was plain that only men enter into the social contract, that is, public life. Women and children remain at home in private life, where they are ruled by men. But for Otis, locating the original social contract as having been formed in a state of nature necessarily establishes the political liberty of all, since if all were reduced to a state of nature, had not women and girls as good a right to give their respectable suffrages for a new king as the philosopher, courtier, and politician? Otis moved from this argument to an indictment of slavery. The colonists are by the law of nature freeborn, as indeed are all men, white or black. And he insisted, too, borrowing from Mary Astle, on the unfinished nature of every government derived from a compact. Are not women born as free as men? Would it not be infamous to assert that the ladies are all slaves by nature? If every man and woman born or to be born has and will have a right to be consulted and must accede to the original compact before they can with any kind of justice be said to be bound by it, will not the compact be ever forming and never finished, ever making but never done? Mercy Otis Warren might have had her brother's most famous essay in mind as she read Abigail Adams's letter detailing her very frustrating exchange with her husband. He is very saucy to me in return for a list of female grievances, which I transmitted to him, Mrs. Adams complained to Mrs. Warren. I requested that our legislators would consider our case, and as all men of delicacy and sentiment are averse to exercising the power they possess, she told her, yet as there is a natural propensity in human nature to domination, I thought the most generous plan was to put it out of the power of the arbitrary and tyrannic to injure us with impunity by establishing some laws in our favor upon just and liberal principles. This her husband had left off. Abigail Adams had an idea. She asked Mercy Otis Warren to join me in a petition to Congress. They never sent that petition, or at least it's never been found. Maybe they sent it, and it was thrown away. It would have been tantamount to a proposed constitutional amendment. As all men would be tyrants if they could, women are not bound by any laws in which we have no voice or representation. Him or her. Every constitution tells a story, offers a history, an account of its origins and authority. Early state constitutions invented the people by marrying political history to political philosophy. By the people, constitutions meant the free, white, property-holding men who, resisting tyranny, formed new governments to whose power they gave their consent. South Carolina's provincial Congress, for instance, explained how its existence followed from the right to resist tyranny. Whereas the British Parliament, claiming of late years a right to bind the North American colonies by law in all cases whatsoever, have enacted statutes for raising a revenue in those colonies and disposing of such revenue as they thought proper, without the consent and against the will of the colonists convened a legislature to govern as a full and free representation of the people of this colony. Virginia's Bill of Rights referred to all men who are by nature equally free and independent and have certain inherent rights, of which, when they enter into a state of society, they cannot by any compact deprive or divest their posterity, namely the enjoyment of life and liberty, with the means of acquiring and possessing property and pursuing and obtaining happiness and safety. Who exactly were these people? Maryland's Constitution opened with a declaration that all government of right originates from the people. These were specifically the people of this state. But there were classes both within and without that category. Maryland's Constitution also referred to the inhabitants of Maryland, who are subject to common law, the public, whose interests are to be served by the government, every man, who ought to have the right to vote and the right to petition the legislature, any person whose estate warrants protection, and every free man who has a right to remedy for injury, language specifically designed to clarify that no person held in bondage had any such right. That the people in early state constitutions was an invented category is illustrated by what happened in Delaware. Some 5,000 loyalists in Delaware signed a petition objecting to the idea of a new constitution, Sent to the Continental Congress, it was intercepted and destroyed before it arrived. The people did not mean the inhabitants of Delaware. It meant certain men who constituted themselves as an independent state by an act of consent. Those who dissented, or who were incapable of granting consent, were not so constituted. The people in this sense, an idea so codified that it's best capitalized, did not include poor men, the enslaved, or women. Early constitutions were wartime documents, and their notions of peoplehood depended heavily on the idea of independence, born both of property holding and of a capacity demonstrated by military service. Women made wartime sacrifices too, and some calls for sacrifice specifically employed language to include women, like a 1777 New Jersey law that used him or her and his or her. If any person having any blankets to sell or such sufficiency as to enable him or her to spare a part without distressing his or her family, or if any commissioner shall have any reason to believe that any person hath secreted his or her blankets. And women were wont to point out their contributions to the war effort, as when Rachel Wells, a widow, wrote to the Continental Congress, "I have done as much to carry on the war as many that set now at the helm of government, and no notice taken of me." No notice was taken. To revise it and propose amendments. Our federal Constitution is generally thought defective, Benjamin Franklin in Philadelphia wrote Thomas Jefferson in Paris in April 1787, informing him that the convention is to assemble here next month to revise it and propose amendments. At the time, Franklin was making other kinds of amends. He'd been named president of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery and the Relief of Free Negroes Unlawfully Held in Bondage. 4 days after writing to Jefferson, he signed his name to the Society's Constitution, pledging, as did all its members, to extend the blessings of freedom to every part of the human race. To join, to lead the Pennsylvania Abolition Society was to engage in an act of anti-constitutionalism, vowing, in effect, to defy any state constitutions that sanctioned slavery. The delegates trickled into town. James Madison, the 36-year-old Virginian, arrived on May 5th and began keeping a journal on May 14th, the day the convention was supposed to begin. Madison's notes of over 500 pages, a day-by-day diary, summaries of speeches, and witty character sketches would constitute the fullest record of the deliberations. This record is, of course, incomplete. Madison, writing furiously, was also participating and recorded only about 10% of what was said on any given day. Then, too, it's important to consider that he may have been taking notes quite specifically for Jefferson, rather than for posterity. They were certainly not meant for the public. The delegates held their deliberations in secret. They even nailed the windows shut and pledged not to reveal to the public anything that had happened at the convention for 50 years. Madison wrote most of the notes in the summer of 1787, though he didn't finish his first draft until 1789. Later, as the weightiness of the proceedings grew, Madison would revise his notes almost ceaselessly for decades, amending his very memory. The original notes tell one story, the revisions another. Monday, May 14th, was the day fixed for the meeting of the deputies in convention for revising the federal Constitution, Madison began. On that day, a small number only had assembled. 2 members of delegations from 7 states were required for a quorum. The day Madison began his notes, Monday, George Washington reached Philadelphia. He stayed at the home of Robert and Mary Morris. William Pierce, a delegate from Georgia, wrote character sketches of each of the delegates, e.g., Robert Morris is a merchant of great eminence and wealth, an able financier, and a worthy patriot. He has an understanding equal to any public object and possesses an energy of mind that few men can boast of. Although he is not learned, yet he is as great as those who are. On May 18th, Friday evening, Washington and several other delegates, passing the time, attended a lecture at the college, the institution that would become the University of Pennsylvania. Washington wrote in his diary, "Went with Mrs. Morris and some other ladies to hear a lady read at College Hall." That lady was Eliza Harriet, a famed female genius who had founded academies for girls and women and lectured on language and literature, female education, and female equality. She lectured in 1787 on the faculties of the human mind. She had come to Philadelphia that spring to be in the city for the Constitutional Convention. She began advertising her lectures on May 4th, when the first delegates began to arrive. The subject of her course of lectures that May included the works of Sir William Jones, a Welsh judge and advocate for universal suffrage and the abolition of the slave trade. Jones's works, one printer reported, were almost unknown and unheard of in this country until they were introduced in a course of lectures read by a lady in the university, Eliza Harriet, in Philadelphia, on the very eve of the Constitutional Convention. Harriet stated her views on politics and literature. Her opinions about a federal constitution went unrecorded. But they likely encompassed the views of Sir William Jones, that the right to vote should be universal and that slavery should be abolished. At the convention, 12 states were to be represented by 55 men. Rhode Island refused to send a delegation on the grounds that the convention lacked the authority to amend the Articles of Confederation. The delegates were wealthy, some modestly, some considerably. Scottish-born James Wilson was the most influential. At the convention, he would speak 168 times, more frequently and more pointedly than anyone else, except Gouverneur Morris. It's Wilson, not Madison, who proved the most important architect of the Constitution. Reported the shrewdly observant William Pierce, he is well acquainted with man and understands all the passions that influence him. Government seems to have been his peculiar study. All the political institutions of the world he knows in detail and can trace the causes and effects of every revolution from the earliest stages of the Grecian Commonwealth down to the present time. No man is more clear, copious, and comprehensive than Mr. Wilson, yet he is no great orator. Alexander Hamilton was a better speaker, although, according to Pierce, his manners are tinctured with stiffness and sometimes with a degree of vanity that is highly disagreeable. 23 of the 55 were lawyers. The rest were merchants and wealthy farmers or plantation owners, along with a smattering of physicians. Overwhelmingly, they were British. Like other wealthy, educated men, they had married later and had fewer children than poorer men. 25 were slave owners. About half had helped draft their state constitutions. Their average year of birth was 1743, their average age 43. Most could not remember the French and Indian War or the enormous pride in being British that attended it. They had come of age in the Troubles. Franklin, 81, was the oldest, Jonathan Dayton, 26, the youngest. Franklin might have been elected president of the convention, but for his infirmity. Instead, the delegates elected Washington, who was 55. On May 22nd, Franklin's sister, Jane Franklin Meekum, 75, wrote to him from Boston to express her hopes for the Constitution being written with the assistance of such a number of wise men as you are connected with in the convention. Meekum had lived a life of poverty. She married at 15. Most likely she'd been seduced, likely raped, and become pregnant and forced to marry her rapist. She'd given birth to 12 children, lost her husband and 2 of her sons to insanity, and raised her grandchildren and great-grandchildren. She'd suffered gravely in the Revolutionary War and witnessed the abuse of women at the hands of British soldiers. In the aftermath of Shays' Rebellion, she pleaded for peaceableness and the laying down of arms. "I had rather hear of the sword being beat into plowshares," she urged her brother, just as he was taking his seat at the Constitutional Convention, "if by that means we may be brought to live peaceably with one another." What might she have thought of a right to keep and bear arms? She never said, and no one asked. Proceeding de novo. The convention reached a quorum on Friday, May 25th, when at least 2 delegates from each of 7 states had arrived. Immediately they faced a series of challenges. The federal coffers were nearly empty. Poor farmers, artisans, and laborers were refusing to pay taxes and demanding the right to vote. Disputes continued between the states. War with Indians loomed in the north, south, and west. Here and there, it had already begun. The United States' chief source of wealth lay in its western lands, but states, settlers, and speculators were everywhere encroaching on unceded ancestral native lands, and no matter what Congress might pledge, native nations had little reason to trust Americans. As one member of Congress complained, "The Indians will hardly be prevailed on by seeing only paper and parchments to believe that the United States are in fact the sovereigns of that country." Madison, 36, very short, very earnest, and very well read, arrived in Philadelphia with a plan in his pocket. For Madison, the inability of the federal government's real power to regulate Indian affairs was chief among the defects of the Articles of Confederation. But if the convention aimed to remedy those defects, it was also an indirect attempt to amend state constitutions. Many delegates sorely lamented democratic elements of the state constitutions, which included annual elections, term limits, weak executive branches, and popularly elected legislatures that were unchecked by either executive or judiciary. "None of the constitutions have provided sufficient checks against the democracy," complained the Virginia delegate Edmund Randolph. James Wilson had been among the fiercest opponents of Pennsylvania's constitution. Unable to amend his own state's constitution, he dedicated himself to the task of revising the federal one. Pennsylvania had a weak, plural executive. In framing the federal government, Wilson moved that the executive consist of a single person. Another Pennsylvania delegate, Gouverneur Morris, felt the same, and as the deliberations proceeded, he was among those speakers who recommended that any new federal constitution remedy the errors of Pennsylvania's. On the question of term limits, for instance, he warned that a change of men is ever followed by a change of measures. We see this fully exemplified in the vicissitudes among ourselves, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's experience, like Virginia's, had also illustrated the problem of making a constitution too difficult to amend. As Madison complained about Virginia's, "Though its defects are evident to every person, we cannot get it amended." On Tuesday, May 29th, Randolph introduced what became known as the Virginia Plan, which had been chiefly drafted by Madison and Wilson in the days before the convention achieved a quorum, during meetings between the Virginia and Pennsylvania delegations. Wrote Pierce, "Mr. Randolph is governor of Virginia, a young gentleman in whom unite all the accomplishments of the scholar and the statesman. He came forward with the postulata, or first principles, on which the convention acted, and he supported them with a force of eloquence and reasoning that did him great honor." The Virginia Plan provided for a strong central government of 3 branches, with a powerful judiciary, a bicameral legislature with representation in both houses in proportion to population. The lower house would be elected by the people. Members of the upper house would be nominated by state legislatures and elected by the lower house of the national legislature. The president would be elected by the legislature. A council of revision, consisting of the president and the national judiciary, would review all laws passed by the legislature before they could take effect. The Virginia Plan required that the Constitution be approved by Congress and then ratified by the people, i.e., submitted to an assembly or assemblies of representatives recommended by the several legislatures to be expressly chosen by the people to consider and decide thereon. It also included a mechanism for constitutional amendment. Resolved that provision ought to be made for the amendment of the Articles of Union whensoever it shall seem necessary, and that the assent of the national legislature ought not to be required thereto. Before that day was through, Charles Pinckney of South Carolina introduced a quite similar plan. Wrote Pierce, "He is in possession of a very great variety of knowledge. Government, law, history, and philosophy are his favorite studies, but he is intimately acquainted with every species of polite learning and has a spirit of application and industry beyond most men." The ideas in both the Virginia Plan and in Pinckney's draft, as Pinckney later wrote to John Adams, all proceeded upon the idea of throwing out a view of the attempt to amend the existing Confederation, then a very favorite idea of a number, and proceeding de novo, of a division of the powers of government into legislative, executive, and judicial, and of making the government to operate directly upon the people, and not upon the states. No one disputed the necessity of an amendment provision, which is one reason it received, relatively speaking, little attention. But the nature of that discussion followed the themes of the rest of the debate, in which the lines of dispute fell between states with large populations, Virginia, Massachusetts, and Pennsylvania, and all the rest, and between states that depended on slave labor, every state south of Pennsylvania, and those that did not. Madison's Virginia had a free population of about 400,000, roughly the population of Massachusetts and Pennsylvania, but an enslaved population of another 300,000, the largest enslaved population in any state. Much in Madison's mind turned on this distinctiveness of population. He wanted proportionate representation in both houses rather than equal suffrage, and he wanted to count enslaved people in that calculation. That would make Virginia the nation's most powerful state. On June 5th, the delegates entertained a proposal to modify the method of amendment proposed in the Virginia Plan, suggesting that provision ought to be made for hereafter amending the system now to be established without requiring the assent of the national legislature. This idea followed the philosophy of amendment so thoroughly explored in Massachusetts. The legislature, which is a creation of a constitution, should not wield the power of amending it. Massachusetts delegate Elbridge Gerry voted in favor of the proposal. "The novelty and difficulty of the experiment requires periodical revision," he said. "The prospect of such a revision would also give intermediate stability to the government. Nothing had yet happened in the states where this provision existed to prove its impropriety." 7 states voted in favor, and 3, Virginia, South Carolina, and Georgia, against. Early modifications to the Virginia Plan included the defeat of the Council of Revision and a change from the original plan whereby the House would have elected the Senate in favor of election of senators by state legislatures. Then, too, small states voiced vigorous opposition to ending equal state suffrage, much to Madison's frustration. If each state retained its sovereignty, an equality of suffrage would be proper, but not so now, Madison said. Delaware's delegates insisted they did not have the authority from their tiny state to approve any constitution that did away with equal suffrage. "Let our government be like that of the solar system," Delaware delegate John Dickinson said. "Let the general government be the sun, and the states the planets repelled yet attracted. A political orrery. The states were the planets and ought to be left to move freely in their proper orbits," Dickinson said. He accused those who favored representation by population of wanting to extinguish these planets, to abolish the states altogether. On Monday, June 11th, the turning point of the convention, Roger Sherman, a Connecticut delegate, proposed a compromise in the impasse between big and small states. Representation in the lower house would be in proportion to population, and in the upper house there would be 1 vote per state, and no more. Edward Rutledge of South Carolina proposed that the representation in the upper house be instead calculated by their contributions to the federal treasury, arguing that the states ought to have weight in the government in proportion to their wealth. South Carolina's great wealth, and the bulk of its population, consisted of property in persons. At this point, arguments became so heated that the aged and ailing Benjamin Franklin urged moderation. "We are sent here to consult, not to contend with each other, and declarations of a fixed opinion and of a determined resolution, never to change it, neither enlighten nor convince us." But even that admonition could not diminish the passions of the participants. Amendments, therefore, will be necessary. At just this juncture, James Wilson proposed that representation be calculated in proportion to the whole number of white and other free citizens and inhabitants of every sex and condition, including those bound to servitude for a term of years, and 3/5 of all other persons not comprehended in the foregoing description, except Indians not paying taxes in each state. Several elements of this proposal are notable. The inclusion of women in the calculation of population of every sex, the counting of enslaved blacks at 3/5 the rate of free people, and the exclusion of Indians not taxed, or, in other words, Indians who were not citizens of the United States, but who belonged to sovereign nations. Slavery is not in the Constitution, in the sense that the word itself does not appear. The framers were loath to include so brutal a term in their Charter of Liberty. Wilson's inclusion of women in the Constitution, every sex, was surprisingly little discussed. Political representation by persons, rather than by property or property holders, was a new idea, but to this point the idea that those persons included women had not found expression in any American constitution. None of the state constitutions, nor the Northwest Ordinance, nor the constitutions of the first states to enter the Union after ratification, Kentucky in 1792 and Tennessee in 1796, included women or children in calculating representation. The Northwest Ordinance, for instance, calculated representation by the number of free male inhabitants of full age. In 1804, a U.S. senator, citing Wilson's language, would suggest, notably in a letter to his wife, that in the theory of our Constitution, women are calculated as political beings. Yet at the time, Wilson's of every sex elicited no substantial discussion. Instead, the delegates took up the matter of the 3/5 clause. Elbridge Gerry protested that this was yet another scheme to bring wealth into the calculation. If representation was by population and not by property, he said, why then should the blacks who were property in the South be in the rule of representation more than the cattle and horses of the North? Massachusetts had abolished slavery. Virginia had not. And for this, was Massachusetts to grant greater political power to Virginia? Madison appears to have been the only delegate to reply to Gerry's heated speech, yet his reply apparently proved persuasive. Motions in favor of calculating representation in proportion to population and counting slaves as 3/5 of other people in both houses passed. Wilson's language, including the representation of women of every sex, would be sent on to the Committee of Style, charged with preparing a full draft of the Constitution. The delegates now took up a resolution to do away with the stipulation that amending the Constitution needed the consent of Congress. Several members did not see the necessity of the resolution at all, nor the propriety of making the consent of the national legislature unnecessary, according to Madison's notes. But Virginia Delegate George Mason argued in favor of the resolution, stressing the importance of an amendment mechanism as a safety valve against revolution. The plan now to be formed will certainly be defective, as the Confederation has been found on trial to be, Mason began. Amendments, therefore, will be necessary, and it will be better to provide for them in an easy, regular, and constitutional way than to trust to chance and violence. It would be improper to require the consent of the national legislature, because they may abuse their power and refuse their consent on that very account. The convention approved the amendment provision, but yet again postponed discussion of the provision that amendment be possible without requiring the consent of the national legislature. There then emerged an alternative to the Virginia plan. William Patterson of New Jersey introduced what came to be called the New Jersey Plan, calling for equal representation of every state in a unicameral legislature, as had been the case under the Articles of Confederation. Like Dickinson, he feared the Virginia Plan involved the annihilation of the states, a solar system where the sun swelled to destroy the planets, a supernova. 3 other small states, Connecticut, Delaware, and Maryland, supported the New Jersey plan, even though, as John Lansing of New York pointed out, it was little more than an amendment to the Articles of Confederation, while the Virginia plan promised a wholly new constitution. Notably, the New Jersey plan failed to provide for amendment. But unlike the Articles of Confederation, it did guarantee the federal government treaty supremacy, with treaties to be made by Congress and disputes to be resolved by a federal judiciary. As the delegates debated these two plans, on June 18th, they rejected another plan proposed by Alexander Hamilton, but never formally introduced. Hamilton's plan involved a lower House of Representatives elected to serve for 3-year terms by all free men over 21, and a Senate elected by an electoral college to serve for life. The president, too, would serve for life and would also be chosen by an electoral college. Hamilton's proposal also included an amendment provision. This Constitution may receive such alterations and amendments as may be proposed by the legislature of the United States with the concurrence of 2/3 of the members of both houses and ratified by the legislatures of or by conventions of deputies chosen by the people in 2/3 of the states composing the Union. Though Hamilton in fact supported the Virginia plan, he likely introduced his proposal, which essentially erected a monarchy and did truly end state sovereignty, to offer an extreme option designed to make the Virginia plan seem, by contrast, moderate. Free inhabitants. Even before the convention began its work in May, delegations from 4 native nations were making their way to Philadelphia en route to New York to meet with Congress. The United Indian Nations had proposed parleying with Congress earlier that spring for the purpose of negotiating a general treaty. The vast reaches of the North American continent belonged to native peoples, and the near neighbors of the 13 states in particular wielded considerable diplomatic powers. Native nations had also been led to expect that they would have representation in the legislature of a newly framed U.S. government. Delegates to the Constitutional Convention, meanwhile, aimed to grant the new federal government exclusive control over treaty-making. Sconatoya from the Cherokee Nation reached Philadelphia on June 12th. The next day, a report of the Committee of the Whole House outlined a slightly modified version of the Virginia plan. When the convention adjourned that day, a number of delegates met with Sconatoya, and he also met with Washington in an official diplomatic meeting at the Pennsylvania State House, where he pressed Washington on the white people encroaching on their lands. By June 18th, all 4 native delegations had arrived, led by Toboka from the Choctaw Nation, Muckelshamingo from the Chickasaw Nation, and Sconatoya from Cherokee. The next day, Madison delivered his only speech at the convention that squarely discussed Indians. He referred to state treaty violations, pointing out that in several instances the states have entered into treaties and wars with them. And he also invoked the matter of white encroachments, though in a veiled fashion, by referring to various encroachments on the federal authority. The delegates, in drafting the Constitution, treated native nations as sovereign nations to be dealt with by way of commerce and treaties like any other nations. When Georgia tried to have native people counted in its population for purposes of representation, it failed. Instead, the convention specifically excluded from the calculation of population a category of Indians not taxed. That is, people not subject to U.S. jurisdiction because they belonged to sovereign native nations. Yet the particulars of representation remained unresolved. Often forgotten is that much of this debate took place while the native diplomats remained in the city. Day by day, Madison lost support for his plan for proportionate representation in both houses. As Luther Martin of Maryland argued on June 19th, the separation from Great Britain placed the 13 states in a state of nature toward each other, that they would have remained in that state till this time, but for the Confederation, that they entered into the Confederation on the footing of equality, that they met now to amend it on the same footing, and that he could never accede to a plan that would introduce an inequality and lay 10 states at the mercy of Virginia, Massachusetts, and Pennsylvania. Franklin proposed a compromise. If a proportional representation takes place, the small states contend that their liberties will be in danger. Both sides had to be willing to yield something. On July 2nd, a new vote showed 5 states in favor of proportionate representation in both houses, 5 opposed, and 1, Georgia, divided. A committee was formed to attempt to break the deadlock by crafting a compromise. It produced a report on July 5th that urged proportionate representation in one house and equal suffrage in the other. On July 9th, discussing the report, New Jersey's Patterson decried the 3/5 rule. "What is the true principle of representation?" he asked. "It is an expedient by which an assembly of certain individuals chosen by the people is substituted in place of the inconvenient meeting of the people themselves. If such a meeting of the people was actually to take place, would the slaves vote? They would not. Why, then, should they be represented?" Madison then offered his reply. He had come to believe, or had come to believe it would be politically useful to argue, that the real division was not between large and small states, but between free and slave states. He therefore proposed a different compromise, that in the House the states should be represented according to their number of free inhabitants, and in the Senate according to the whole number, including slaves. With this move, Madison unleashed, and presumably meant to unleash, support for proportionate representation in both houses from the southern states. It worked. A delegate from North Carolina said that it was high time now to speak out, given that some people seemed to him to hope to deprive the southern states of representation for their blacks. The "for" in that sentence carries a freighted burden. Outside the hall, Benjamin Franklin and Henry Knox persuaded the delegations from the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Creek nations not to proceed to New York to meet with Congress, telling them that it was out of session, and they all left Philadelphia by July 5th. Congress had in fact been out of session since May 10th, when it had lost a quorum because many of its members had left to serve in the convention. But Congress once again achieved a quorum on July 9th, having recalled those convention delegates to New York. Congress then returned to the consideration of the Northwest Ordinance to govern territory north and west of the Ohio River, which it passed on July 13th. It pledged that the utmost good faith shall always be observed toward the Indians. Their lands and property shall never be taken from them without their consent, and in their property, rights, and liberty they shall never be invaded or disturbed, unless in just and lawful wars authorized by Congress. But the ordinance, in fact, prescribed a path to both settlement and to statehood for non-natives. It also barred slavery in the Northwest Territory, a concession to anti-slavery Northerners. In Philadelphia, discussion on the vexed subject of representation continued on July 11th, when Pierce Butler and Charles Cotesworth Pinckney from South Carolina insisted that blacks be included in the rule of representation equally with whites, and for that purpose moved that the words 3/5 be struck out. The motion was defeated. James Wilson expressed dismay with any counting of slaves. Are they admitted as citizens? Then why are they not admitted on an equality with white citizens? Are they admitted as property? Then why is not other property admitted into the computation? His fellow Pennsylvanian, Gouverneur Morris, was unconvinced of that necessity, declaring himself reduced to the dilemma of doing injustice to the southern states or to human nature, and he must therefore do it to the former, for he could never agree to give such encouragement to the slave trade as would be given by allowing them, the slave states, a representation for the Negroes, and he did not believe those states would ever confederate on terms that would deprive them of that trade. The next day, Morris observed that while it is in vain for the eastern states to insist on what the southern states will never agree to, an end to the slave trade, it is equally vain for the latter to require what the other states can never admit, a representation of Negroes. Not until July 16th did the convention adopt the compromise first proposed by Roger Sherman, the so-called Connecticut Compromise, in which representation in the lower house would be in proportion to population, a concession to the larger states, and include the 3/5 rule, a concession to the slave states, and in the upper house, representation would be equal among states, a concession to the smaller states. Madison was furious, believing the compromise to have been made by a bare majority of states and by a minority of the people of the United States. This ill-considered compromise informed the method of electing the president, too. Gouverneur Morris objected to the legislature doing the electing. He ought to be elected by the people at large, Morris insisted. George Mason objected that asking voters to choose the president would be like asking a blind man to judge colors. Might the state legislatures choose the president? That would give too much power to the bigger states. The solution, that the president would be chosen by an electoral college in which the number of electors per state would be equivalent to the state's congressional delegation, thereby extending the Connecticut Compromise, designed for the legislative branch, to the executive branch, would be the subject of more attempts at amendment than nearly any other provision of the Constitution. Still more worryingly, the worst elements of the worst compromises at the convention would be written into the Constitution's amending provision. An easier mode. There had been little quibbling with the idea that the Constitution needed an amendment provision, but quite how amendment should be exercised remained in some dispute to the very end of the convention. On August 6th, the Committee of Detail circulated a printed draft that the convention debated for 5 weeks until September 10th. It covered 7 pages with a wide left-hand margin for making notes and proposing changes. It began, "We, the people of the states." It immediately elicited calls for amendment. As the August 6th draft included the 3/5 rule, Gouverneur Morris once more objected, stating the matter squarely. The admission of slaves into the representation, when fairly explained, comes to this, that the inhabitant of Georgia and South Carolina who goes to the coast of Africa and in defiance of the most sacred laws of humanity tears away his fellow creatures from their dearest connections and damns them to the most cruel bondages, shall have more votes in a government instituted for protection of the rights of mankind than the citizen of Pennsylvania or New Jersey, who views with a laudable horror so nefarious a practice. He made a motion to insert the word free before the word inhabitants in the article about representation. This motion was defeated. In a heated debate on August 22nd, the delegates took up the question of the slave trade. George Mason, a slave owner, declared it essential that the general government should have power to prevent the increase of slavery. Connecticut's Oliver Ellsworth, who noted that he had never owned a slave, argued that we ought to go farther and free those already in the country. But South Carolinian Charles Pinckney argued that if slavery be wrong, it is justified by the example of all the world, since in all ages 1/2 of mankind have been slaves. Elbridge Gerry warned that the federal government ought to have nothing to do with the conduct of the states as to slaves, but ought to be careful not to give any sanction to it. South Carolina and Georgia made clear they would leave the Union if the Constitution ended the trade. 3 days later, delegates revised the language of this provision to read in such a way that it neither used the word slaves, lest that leave a stain on the Constitution, nor name North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, lest that offend people in those states. The antiseptic indirection read, "The migration or importation of such persons as the several states now existing shall think proper to admit shall not be prohibited by the legislature prior to the year 1808. Regarding amendment, the August 6th draft included this clause. This Constitution ought to be amended whenever such amendment shall become necessary, and on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the states in the Union, the legislature of the United States shall call a convention for this purpose. Gouverneur Morris proposed on August 30th that the legislature should be left at liberty to call a convention whenever they please. This measure was defeated. But on September 10th, as the Constitutional Convention neared the end of its work, Jerry, worried, asked for a change. "This Constitution is to be paramount to the state constitutions," he said. "It follows hence, from this article, that 2/3 of the states may obtain a convention, a majority of which can bind the Union to innovations that may subvert the state constitutions altogether." Hamilton seconded Jerry's proposal, but gave different reasons. He thought the draft as written made it too hard to amend the Constitution. "It has been wished by many, and was much to have been desired, that an easier mode for introducing amendments had been provided by the Articles of Confederation," he said. "It was equally desirable now that an easy mode should be established for supplying defects which will probably appear in the new system." He proposed that a convention could be called by 2/3 vote in both houses of Congress. Madison objected, finding this idea too vague. "How was a convention to be formed?" he asked. "How would it operate?" Roger Sherman proposed adding a safeguard. "No amendments shall be binding until consented to by the several states." Wilson suggested this should read by 2/3 of the several states. This was defeated. Then he proposed by 3/4 of the several states. This passed. Whereupon Madison introduced the tidied-up version. "The legislature of the United States, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem necessary, or on the application of 2/3 of the legislatures of the several states, shall propose amendments to this Constitution, which shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part thereof, when the same shall have been ratified by 3/4 at least of the legislatures of the several states, or by conventions in 3/4 thereof, as one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the legislature of the United States." But now Rutledge of South Carolina began objecting, saying that he never could agree to give a power by which the articles relating to slaves might be altered by the states not interested in that property and prejudiced against it. In the spirit of the Connecticut Compromise, the convention made a concession to this objection by adding language guaranteeing that no amendment could abolish the slave trade before 1808. But if the slave states were to be pandered to, why not the small states? When the amendment provision was discussed on September 15th, Sherman said he was worried that 3/4 of the states might be brought to do things fatal to particular states, as abolishing them altogether, or depriving them of their equality in the Senate. There would be, then, only 2 ways the Constitution could not be amended. Amendments could not interfere with slavery before 1808, and they could never alter apportionment in the Senate. Madison warned, "Begin with these special provisos, and every state will insist on them for their boundaries, exports, etc." But no more special exceptions were proposed. At this late hour, Mason, who had grown increasingly leery of the Constitution altogether, objected to the method of amendment as granting too much power to Congress, calling it exceptionable and dangerous. Given that both modes of amendment depend on Congress, Mason warned, no amendments of the proper kind would ever be obtained by the people if the government should become oppressive, as he verily believed would be the case. Gouverneur Morris and Elbridge Gerry then introduced yet another method of amendment. If 2/3 of the states demanded a convention, one would be held. Madison didn't think this made much sense. It raised the same problems as Hamilton's proposal, but he didn't exactly object, except to point out that difficulties might arise as to the form, the quorum, etc. A bit of tinkering followed. Sherman's language about internal police powers was removed, and then a motion was made to approve what would be the final language of Article 5. It prescribed 2 methods of introducing constitutional amendments: by congressional resolution or by the application of state legislatures for a convention, and 2 methods of ratifying them: by votes in state legislatures or by conventions in the states. The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem necessary, or on the application of 2/3 of the legislatures of the several states, shall propose amendments to this Constitution, which shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part thereof, when the same shall have been ratified by 3/4 at least of the legislatures of the several states, or by conventions in 3/4 thereof, as the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress. And it prohibited any amendment regarding the slave trade before the year 1808, and prohibited forever an amendment that would deprive any state, without its consent, of equal suffrage in the Senate. This motion, being dictated by the circulating murmurs of the small states, was agreed to without debate, no one opposing it, or on the question saying no. Article 5, in short, was saddled with the 3 most fateful compromises of the convention. It protected the slave trade. It granted both small states and slave states disproportionate power over the amendment process, since small states were overrepresented in the Senate and slave states were overrepresented in the House. And it made the small states' disproportionate power, in the form of equal suffrage, in the Senate unamendable. I agree to this Constitution with all its faults. As the convention neared the end of its work, only 41 delegates were left in sweltering Philadelphia. Perhaps, of an evening, they sought relief in the parlor of Anne Willing Bingham, where they unburdened themselves of the weighty discussions of the day. On September 12th, back in session, George Mason said he wished the plan had been prefaced with a Bill of Rights, and would second a motion if made for the purpose. He suggested that the addition of such a preface would give great quiet to the people, and by copying from the Declarations of Rights in the state constitutions, it might be prepared in a few hours. Jerry so moved, Mason seconded. But the motion was defeated. Every state voted no, except Massachusetts, which abstained. The delegates who had lasted this long were tired and ready to go home, and what Mason promised would take only a few hours would surely have taken, not hours or days, but weeks. On September 17th, 1787, the day the remaining delegates made ready to sign, Wilson read a speech written by Franklin, who was too infirm to deliver it. I confess that there are several parts of this Constitution which I do not at present approve, but I am not sure I shall never approve them, Franklin had written. But I agree to this Constitution with all its faults, if they are such, because I think a general government necessary for us, and there is no form of government but what may be a blessing to the people if well administered, and believe farther that this is likely to be well administered for a course of years, and can only end in despotism, as other forms have done before it, when the people shall become so corrupted as to need despotic government, being incapable of any other. This Constitution would do, Franklin believed, until it would no longer do. Some misgivings were greater. A Quaker in Philadelphia, who served as vice president of the Anti-Slavery Society, for which Franklin served as president, reported to his brother that we entertained a hope that the new Constitution would have been more conspicuous on the principles of equity and moral justice by a provision against the iniquitous slave trade, but the influence of the Southern governments has diverted them from that very important object. Only 39 of the original 55 delegates, not even 3/4, signed the Constitution. Even Randolph, who had introduced the Virginia Plan, refused to sign the final version. Some delegates read the Constitution as violating the constitutions of their states, if only by asserting the constitutional supremacy of the federal government. Others objected to specific provisions. Even those who did sign were discontented. Hamilton, finding the plan to be better than nothing, signed. Randolph refused to promote the establishment of a plan which he verily believed would end in tyranny. He did not sign. Mason and Gerry, whose Bill of Rights had been defeated, steadfastly refused to sign. On September 28th, Congress sent the Constitution to the states for ratification. Everyone knew it wasn't perfect. "We are not to expect perfection in this world," George Washington would write to the Marquis de Lafayette. But mankind, in modern times, have apparently made some progress in the science of government. Should that which is now offered to the people of America be found on experiment less perfect than it can be made, a constitutional door is left open for its amelioration. In the 1770s and 80s, Americans waged a revolution, declared independence, won a war, founded a nation, and wrote and ratified constitutions. They watched their ideas spread. In 1789, French revolutionaries drafted a Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen. "Men are born and remain free and equal in rights," it proclaimed. "The aim of every political association is the preservation of the natural and imprescriptible rights of man. These rights are liberty, property, security, and resistance to oppression." In England, the Reverend Richard Price, an outspoken supporter of the American Revolution, embraced the French Revolution as an expression of the philosophy of amendment. "And now methinks I see the ardor for liberty catching and spreading," Price wrote, "a general amendment beginning in human affairs." Pigs or sheep. No man knew how long the new American Constitution would last, or how it would change. "When men put a machine in motion," Washington told Jefferson, "it is impossible for them to stop it exactly where they would choose." No woman was expected even to take notice of it. "I've mended stockings this day," Maine midwife Martha Ballard recorded in her diary in the fall of 1787. While men debated their new Constitution and began proposing amendments, she delivered babies and mended quilts and sheets and stockings. On the last day of the year, she wrote in her diary a prayer. "Now 1787 is ended. It happy is if we are mended." Not once did she mention the Constitution. But many women did take notice, even if they kept their opinions to themselves. Days after the Constitution first appeared in newspapers, Mercy Otis Warren reported to Catherine Macaulay, "Almost every one whom I have yet seen reads with attention, folds the page with solemnity, and silently wraps up his opinions within his own breast." Warren, however, did not remain silent, but instead published an attack on the Constitution. "It is sad the sex are doomed to slavery," she wrote to her brother when his wife gave birth to a girl, taking the occasion to warn him that the new Constitution might make men slaves too. Anne Willing Bingham of Philadelphia had written to Jefferson in Paris that the women of France were the envy of American women because of their influence in political debates, in which they defended the rights of women. "We are therefore bound in gratitude to admire and revere them for asserting our privileges," Bingham wrote. But in France, as in England and America, no woman who made that assertion went unpunished. In 1791, the French revolutionary Olympe de Gouges published a revision of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen. She titled it The Declaration of the Rights of Woman and of the Female Citizen. "What gave you the sovereign right to oppress my sex?" she asked her male readers. Talleyrand, who had helped draft the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, could offer no answer. To see one half the human race excluded by the other from all participation of government was a political phenomenon that, according to abstract principles, it was impossible to explain. De Gouges asserted for an amendment. Woman is born free and remains equal to man in rights. The English radical Mary Wollstonecraft wrote to Talleyrand to ask what the French Constitution really meant if its understanding of the rights of man could not be extended to women. If so, on what does your Constitution rest? In 1792, in A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, Wollstonecraft asked why, when men contend for their freedom and are allowed to judge for themselves respecting their own happiness, it be not inconsistent and unjust to subjugate women. Men, Wollstonecraft argued, treated women as a kind of subordinate beings and not as part of the human species, as if they were more like birds or dogs. Wollstonecraft's book had an immediate and striking effect in the United States, where it was published and excerpted and reviewed and sniped at and admired. If, as with the Female Congress of Edenton in 1774, men often greeted it with satire, many readers took it entirely seriously. The rights of women are no longer strange sounds to an American ear, Pennsylvania Congressman Elias Boudinot observed in a 4th of July speech in New Jersey in 1793. They are now heard as familiar terms in every part of the United States. Boudinot, for one, hoped those rights would soon be codified in a distinguishing code, the jurisprudence of the several states of the Union. That did not come to pass, nor did the most impassioned advocates of rights for women survive either the extraordinary turbulence of revolutionary terror or the ordinary terrors of childbirth. In the 1790s, amid the growing violence, ferocity, and bloodthirstiness of the French Revolution, a reign of terror led to the execution of 17,000 and the death in prison of some 10,000 more. Olympe de Gouges was executed by guillotine in 1793. Mary Wollstonecraft, who'd gone to Paris in 1792, found herself trapped there and under suspicion. She managed to escape in 1795, but died in London 2 years later, after giving birth to her daughter Mary, who would one day, as Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, write Frankenstein, a parable about a man who builds a machine and then abandons it. In 1798, in honor of Mary Wollstonecraft, Charles Brockton Brown, an American novelist and political radical, published in Philadelphia a short story called The Rights of Woman. In it, a young man goes to visit a learned lady, very obviously a fictional version of Wollstonecraft herself, and then, in her parlor, withdraws with her into a corner where he asks her if she is a supporter of the new American Constitution. "Pray, madam, are you a Federalist?" She answers that she finds his question preposterous, given that the Constitution passes over women as if they were not. "We are excluded from all political rights without the least ceremony. Lawmakers thought as little of comprehending us in their code of liberty as if we were pigs or sheep." She admired the idea of a constitution. "If to prefer a scheme of union and confederacy to war and dissension, entitle me to that name, I may justly be styled a Federalist," she admitted. But in much else that it did, this Constitution is unjust and absurd. In the end, she rejected it and denounced the men who wrote it as tyrants. "When I see myself, in my relation to society, regarded merely as a beast or an insect, passed over in the distribution of public duties as absolutely nothing by those who disdain to assign the least apology for their injustice," she said, "it is not for me to smile at their tyranny or receive as my gospel a code built upon such atrocious maxims." the learned lady of Philadelphia was, she concluded, no Federalist. And truly, no 18th century American woman could have been, since under the 1787 Constitution, which women could neither ratify, reject, nor amend, women were no more than pigs and sheep, insects, and beasts. Chapter 3. Every gentleman may propose amendments. As a traffic tending to establish or continue the slavery of any part of the human species is disgraceful to the cause of liberty and humanity, Congress shall, as soon as may be, promote and establish such laws and regulations as may effectually prevent the importation of slaves of every description into the United States. Failed amendment to the U.S. Constitution, submitted to Congress by the Rhode Island Ratifying Convention, 1790. The invention of written constitutions introduced a dilemma. The question whether one generation of men has a right to bind another seems never to have been stated either on this or our side of the water. Jefferson wrote to Madison from Paris in September 1789. Jefferson, in France since 1784, had missed the Philadelphia Convention, the ratifying conventions, and the inauguration of George Washington. Instead, witnessing the French Revolution, he had imbibed the political philosophy of French revolutionaries. He wrote to Madison that no society can make a perpetual constitution because the earth belongs always to the living generation, and that therefore the United States ought to hold a new constitutional convention every 19 years, once every generation. At the time Jefferson wrote this letter, Sally Hemings, now 16, was pregnant with his child, according to another child of hers by Jefferson, whom Jefferson named Madison. Jefferson was preparing to return to the United States from Paris. Had 16-year-old Sally Hemings remained in France, the child supposed to have been in her womb would have been born free. According to her son, Madison Hemings, Jefferson persuaded her to return with him to Virginia on the promise that he would free any of the children she would bear by him. How existing laws bind unborn children would have been on his mind. Madison wrote to Jefferson that he disagreed with the proposition that constitutions have to be written every 19 years, convinced as he was that constitutional conventions are of too ticklish a nature to be unnecessarily multiplied. Madison believed that Article 5 was a sufficient remedy to the problem of one generation of men binding another. The next generation of men could always amend. The weight of history has fallen on Jefferson's side of this argument. Most written constitutions don't last. Around the world, their average lifespan is 19 years. In the 1780s, there was no reason to believe that the U.S. Constitution would last very long either. Neither Jefferson nor Madison asked whether a generation of men has the right to bind a generation of women, even though women like Abigail Adams and Eliza Harriet and Olympe de Gouges and Mary Wollstonecraft were asking that question in letters, speeches, and treatises. The answer has implications into the 21st century. If women could neither ratify, reject, nor amend the Constitution in the founding era, if the Constitution in a fundamental sense did not recognize women as persons, can it truly be said to bind their posterity? The same question can be asked of enslaved black men, women, and children, like Sally Hemings, and the poor and free black men. Could any of these people, in any sense, ratify, reject, or amend the original Constitution? Between December 1787 and May 1790, nearly 2,000 Americans served as delegates to ratifying conventions held in 13 states. All were men, and all were white, serving in tumultuous and unsettled times, as one set of instructions to a delegate read. Delegates were elected either by towns or by legislative districts. In most cases, the process mirrored electing the lower house of the state legislature, a process that defied majority rule since districts in the western, newer, and poorer parts of states tended to have fewer delegates in proportion to population than districts in the older, eastern, and richer parts. Property qualifications for voting meant that the poorest men were in many parts of the country simply ineligible to vote. But legislative malapportionment was a far greater factor in limiting the political power of opponents of the Constitution. Delegates from the most underrepresented districts voted against ratification by a 14-point margin. Delegates for the most overrepresented districts voted for ratification by a 25-point margin. In 2 states, Georgia and South Carolina, delegates representing barely more than 10% of the population controlled the ratifying conventions. In 3 states, South Carolina, New York, and Rhode Island, delegates who voted for ratification represented a smaller proportion of the population than delegates who voted against it. Caesar Sankey was born in 1756 in Kittery, Maine, into the household of Andrew Neal, a Quaker, who the next year wrote a will in which he bequeathed to his son James, then 21, 2/3 of my livestock as cattle, sheep, and swine, and my Negro boy, called Caesar. Andrew Neal died in 1758 when Caesar was 2. By 1787, when Americans began debating whether to ratify the U.S. Constitution, Caesar Sankey was in his early 30s, a Revolutionary War veteran, married, and with children. What did he think about this Constitution? He had been born with the legal status of cattle, sheep, and swine. He had achieved his freedom. And then Maine had outlawed slavery. The proposed federal Constitution did not mention slavery by name. Instead, it deployed twisted euphemisms to avoid using the words slave and slavery. But it quite plainly failed to end human bondage. And it said nothing to Caesar Sankey about whether he was a citizen or eligible to vote. It didn't say he wasn't and couldn't, and it didn't say he was and could. He'd been raised a Quaker. The Neals were devout. They attended the Society of Friends meeting in Dover, New Hampshire, and also often held meetings for worship in their house. Throughout the 1760s and into the 70s, Quaker opposition to slavery had grown, and James Neal had allowed Sankey to work for wages, laboring for himself, as Neal put it. In 1773, after blacks in Boston petitioned the Massachusetts legislature for their freedom, the New England Yearly Friends meeting had ruled that any Quaker owning slaves would be disowned. In March 1774, the Massachusetts legislature had passed a bill abolishing the slave trade, but then, during the crisis over the coercive acts, the governor was removed from office before he was able to sign it. That spring, Neal freed Sankey, who was now 18. Maybe Sankey had to pay for his freedom, it's not clear. And that fall, Sankey married Sarah Sharp. They joined the Dover Friends meeting. In January 1776, their son Simon was born. Soon, Sankey enlisted. He fought in the war until 1781. In 1777, Neal used wages that Sankey had earned to buy, in Sankey's name, a house and a 36-acre farm in the neighboring town of Berwick. In 1779, Sankey and his wife and their children, by now they had at least 2, were living in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, when 20 black men, Nero Brewster and others, natives of Africa now forcibly detained in slavery, addressed a petition to the New Hampshire legislature declaring that freedom is an inherent right of the human species and asking from what authority other men assume the power to dispose of our lives, freedom, and property, arguing that no law could sanction such absolute tyranny. The next year, Massachusetts ratified a state constitution that declared all men are born free and equal. In September 1787, when Congress sent the U.S. Constitution to the states, Maine was part of Massachusetts. In December 1787, the town of Kittery met to elect delegates to the Massachusetts Ratifying Convention, to be held in Boston beginning in January. Kittery elected 2 men. One of them was James Neal, Caesar Sankey's former owner, now a leading Quaker and noted opponent of slavery. Had Caesar Sankey headed out that wintry day and cast a vote to send Neal to the convention? Nothing in Massachusetts' state constitution barred free black men from voting. Black men could vote in other states, too. New York allowed free male citizens over 21 to vote, and so did Pennsylvania, whose 1776 constitution declared that all free men having a sufficient evident common interest with and attachment to the community have a right to elect officers or to be elected into office. Maryland's 1776 constitution guaranteed the right to vote to all freemen above 21 years of age, having a freehold of 50 acres of land or 30 pounds of money, so long as they lived in the state for at least a year. In 1783, Maryland passed a law that, bowing to an anti-slavery demand, outlawed the importation of slaves, but also, anticipating a wave of manumissions, barred newly freed men from voting. Still, black men born free in Maryland, or emancipated before 1783, remained eligible to vote. The black mathematician Benjamin Banneker, born free in Maryland in 1731, had enough property to vote. Black men could also vote in North Carolina, Connecticut, and New Jersey as long as they met property requirements, which were common, although in practice almost impossible to enforce. In New Jersey, women were eligible to vote too, if they owned property valued at 50 pounds. Only Georgia, South Carolina, and Virginia specifically restricted voting to white people. When the Massachusetts Ratifying Convention met in Boston early in 1788, James Neal voiced his strenuous opposition to the Constitution, declaring that he was obliged to bear witness against anything that should favor the making merchandise of the bodies of men. And unless his objection were removed, he could not put his hand to the Constitution. Neal's speech set off a wave of arguments against the Constitution that nearly led to its defeat in Massachusetts, a state widely seen as ratification's turning point. No state's ratification was more important, and in no state had the Constitution been so far ratified by a narrower margin. Americans nearly rejected the Constitution, and were it not for legislative malapportionment, they might well have done. Slavery haunted this debate, and not only in Massachusetts. At South Carolina's ratifying convention, Charles Cotesworth Pinckney, who owned more than 200 people, expressed his opposition to adding a Bill of Rights by pointing out that such statements generally begin with declaring that all men are by nature born free, and we should make that declaration with very bad grace when a large part of our property consists in men who are actually born slaves. In Georgia, a Savannah merchant who, like Pinckney, had been a delegate to the Constitutional Convention, explained that the Constitution came without a Bill of Rights because it would have been difficult in the extreme to have brought the different states to agree in what probably would have been proposed as the very first principle, and that is that all men are born equally free and independent. Did the U.S. Constitution bind Caesar and Sarah Sankey and their posterity? Rhode Island's was the only ratifying convention to propose an amendment ending the slave trade. No ratifying convention formally proposed an amendment ending slavery itself. James Neal's motion never even went to a vote. In the end, Neal voted against ratifying the Constitution. Not even the promise of a Bill of Rights met his objections, or, presumably, the objections of Caesar and Sarah Sankey. The concerns began with the presence of 3 words in the Constitution: we, the people, and the absence of 5. All men are born free. Ratification was fraught. It was, after all, a political process involving the usual deal-making, flummery, and chicanery. These words that bound, or maybe didn't bind, everyone. Was their meaning fixed? Could any of those words be amended? Were their meanings changed? The question of who would right ratify, and amend the Constitution soon led to another. Who would interpret it? Eating all or none. On September 17, 1787, the Constitutional Convention sent its signed copy of the Constitution to Congress in New York with a letter from George Washington, something just shy of an endorsement. That it will meet the full and entire approbation of every state is not perhaps to be expected, Washington wrote carefully, but that it may promote the lasting welfare of that country so dear to us all and secure her freedom and happiness is our most ardent wish. George Mason, who said he'd sooner chop off his right hand than sign the Constitution, left Philadelphia with a list of proposed amendments, indicting the Constitution for essentially establishing an aristocracy. He sent that list to Richard Henry Lee, and Elbridge Gerry carried a copy to Massachusetts. Soon that list, like the Constitution itself, was printed all over the country. Mason, Lee, and Gerry were hoping to defeat ratification. But even the men who signed the Constitution, however much they hoped it would be ratified, weren't necessarily happy with it. James Madison regretted equal suffrage in the Senate. Alexander Hamilton had in fact wanted the president to serve for life and signed the Constitution only to avoid anarchy and convulsion. Washington thought the House of Representatives was too small, but took comfort in the constitutional door provided by Article 5. The Congress that received the Constitution in New York on September 20th, 1787, consisted of 33 members. 10 had served as delegates to the convention. Even before they began considering the Constitution, there had been stirrings of unease. Was the Constitution even constitutional? Didn't it defy the Articles of Confederation? Article 13 of the Articles of Confederation stipulated that no amendment could be made to them unless such alteration be agreed to in a Congress of the United States and be afterwards confirmed by the legislatures of every state. This new Constitution, sent by the Convention to Congress, defied these provisions. The Convention, not Congress, had done the amending. Then, instead of amendments, the Convention had transmitted to Congress a wholly new Constitution that, to be ratified, did not require the approval of Congress, or even all 13 states. Only 9 states' approval would be sufficient, leaving open the possibility that if 4 states failed to ratify, they could secede. Congress had reason to be miffed. Also, the ratification process, as outlined in the Constitution, made no provision for amendment either by Congress or by the states. The Convention did not invite Congress to amend the Constitution, and indeed, Congress had no authority to do so. Congress cannot constitutionally make any alterations, as Rufus King put it. Congress was instead merely to send the Constitution to the states for ratification without inviting them to amend it. But what instructions should Congress send to the states? On September 26th, Massachusetts congressional delegate Nathan Dane, noting that Congress cannot with propriety proceed to examine and alter the said Constitution proposed, unless it be with a view so essentially to change the principles and forms of it, moved that Congress simply forward the Constitution to the states, along with George Washington's letter to Congress, without any advice from Congress. Dane did not favor the Constitution and was unwilling that Congress should send it with a note of approval. He said he'd be willing to debate the Constitution, but only if Congress were to take it up by paragraphs. The next day, Richard Henry Lee moved that Congress send the Constitution to the states with instructions designed to cast doubt on the Convention's legitimacy, alerting the states that the Articles of Confederation limited the power of Congress to the amendment of the present Confederacy of 13 states, but does not extend to the creation of a new Confederacy of 9 states. Madison objected to Lee's motion, calling it not respectful to the Convention. While some congressional delegates hoped to send the Constitution to the states with either congressional approval or disapproval, others wished Congress to remain neutral. Still others insisted, fairly, that it simply wasn't possible to send it out without approving or disapproving. But if Congress were to approve or disapprove of the Constitution, surely it was first necessary to take it up by paragraphs. Lee insisted that it would be embarrassing for Congress to vote on a Constitution it hadn't examined and evaluated. But if Congress were to go through the Constitution paragraph by paragraph, Massachusetts's Nathaniel Gorman warned, every gentleman may propose amendments, and that would take forever. Here, for quite a time, Congress was stuck. Madison insisted that Congress had no authority to amend the Constitution. Congress had directed the Convention to amend the Articles of Confederation and had thereby exercised and exhausted its power of amendment. And indeed, as Madison pointed out, the Convention was not appointed by Congress, but by the people, from whom Congress derived their power. Lee found the idea that Congress had to accept the Constitution as it was to be the strangest doctrine he ever heard. It was, he said, like presenting a hungry man 50 dishes and insisting that he should eat all or none. Lee wished to introduce amendments. Madison, whatever his doubts about the Constitution, didn't want to hear them or to give an opportunity for the debates and divisions they would produce. But Virginian Edward Carrington supported Lee on this point. If any gentleman has not made up his mind, he ought to have a liberty of amending. Lee delivered a speech in which he advocated prefacing the Constitution with a Declaration of Rights of the very kind Mason had urged at the Convention, it having been found from universal experience that the most express declarations and reservations are necessary to protect the just rights and liberty of mankind from the silent, powerful, and ever-active conspiracy of those who govern. Lee, who had declined to serve as a delegate to the Convention, believing it to conflict with his role as a member of Congress, wanted more changes too, a total of 27 amendments, structural changes, including the elimination of the office of the Vice President, and representation in the Senate in proportion to population as in the House, a change that by undoing the Connecticut Compromise would have involved starting the Convention all over. At this point, William Grayson had apparently had enough of what appeared to be a pointless debate and asked, reasonably, "If we cannot alter, why should we deliberate?" This view prevailed. After 2 days of heated disputation, Congress voted to send Washington's letter and the Constitution to the state legislatures with the most non-committal language possible, simply urging the states to submit these documents to elected delegates at a state convention. Supporters of the Constitution managed to include within the transmittal the notation that this motion had been approved unanimously, which, as Lee well understood, they hoped the states would mistakenly read to mean that Congress had unanimously approved not the forwarding of the Constitution to the states, but the Constitution itself. It was sneaky, but it worked. There was a lot more sneakiness to come. All record of Lee's proposed amendments was erased from the journals of Congress. No New York newspaper reported on Congress's division, or even that it debated amendments. The city's printers were overwhelmingly Federalist. Lee wrote bitterly to George Mason, comparing Congress's deliberations to the conventions. "It was with us as with you. This or nothing." Rats and anti-rats. Congress did not propose amendments, either because it could not or because it would not. What about the states? At the start, it was by no means clear that they could or would propose amendments. All that was clear was that the Federalists very much hoped that they would not. The question of whether the states could propose amendments was raised first in Pennsylvania, which seemed likely to become the first state to ratify the Constitution, mostly due to the eagerness of certain members of the state legislature who sought the glorious opportunity of being foremost in its adoption. Even before the convention adjourned, its Pennsylvania delegates had read the Constitution aloud to the legislature, which met in the same building. By September 19th, 6 Philadelphia printers had published the Constitution in their newspapers. By September 25th, the legislature had ordered the printing of 3,000 copies of the Constitution, including 1,000 in German. Even before Congress, meeting in New York, decided to forward the Constitution to the states, George Clymer had introduced a motion into the Pennsylvania legislature calling for a ratifying convention. But what if Congress proposed amendments? Another legislator asked. Congress can't do that, answered Clymer's cousin Daniel. Nor, he went on, could a Pennsylvania ratifying convention propose amendments, because if it could, why would the whole country submit to the amendments and alterations to be made by a few inhabitants of Pennsylvania? Not every member of the Pennsylvania legislature was so keen to rush into things. Advocates of the Constitution wanted to move quickly. Their opponents understood the advantage of delay. On the afternoon of the vote on George Clymer's motion, 19 members of the legislature failed to turn up when the session resumed, leaving that body short of a quorum. Although the sergeant-at-arms was sent to round up the missing legislators, they refused to return. The next day, when Congress's instructions arrived from New York, the sergeant-at-arms, aided by his clerk and several supporters of the Constitution, tried again for hours to collect the renegade lawmakers who dodged them on the streets of Philadelphia, ducking into doorways. Only by force was a quorum obtained, whereupon a vote was taken and passed to call for a ratifying convention. Other states soon followed. Meanwhile, the debate about whether to ratify this new Constitution was waged in the pages of the nation's newspapers. It wasn't as much of a debate as it might have been, since, although there were more than 90 newspapers in the country at the time, only 12 were willing to publish essays critical of the Constitution. This lopsidedness didn't reflect public sentiment, which was much more closely divided. Instead, it reflected only that the Federalists controlled most of the presses. Privately, Federalists agonized over the Constitution. I do not think we are more inspired, have more wisdom, or possess more virtue than those who will come after us, George Washington wrote to his nephew that November. He placed his faith in Article 5. Publicly, though, Federalists depicted a nation in crisis and called for a quick ratification of the Constitution, emphasizing at once its imperfections and its amendability. After ratification, that is. They would brook no amendment before ratification. Opponents of the Constitution, dubbed anti-Federalists, wanted to slow down the process, to consider amendments, and even to start all over again with a second constitutional convention. Why, asked an anti-Federalist who used the pen name Old Whig, is a constitution which affects all of the inhabitants of the United States, which is to be the foundation of all laws, and the source of misery or happiness to 1/4 of the globe, why is this to be so hastily adopted or rejected that it cannot admit of a revision? Anti-Federalists didn't like being called anti-Federalists, fairly enough, since they were truly the advocates of a federal government, a confederation of the states, while the so-called Federalists advocated a national one. Elbridge Gerry proposed calling the two sides rats and anti-rats for ratifiers and anti-ratifiers, warming to the idea of describing his enemies as vermin. Edmund Randolph, who had refused to sign the Constitution, called for every citizen of America to have a full opportunity to propose, through his representatives, any amendment. To Federalists, this boded chaos. The anti-Federalist label is deceptive in more ways, too. Federalists not only supported the Constitution, but subscribed to a particular set of ideas about politics and government, commerce and diplomacy. An anti-Federalist, however, was anyone who objected to the Constitution on any ground. Anti-Federalists didn't necessarily agree about much else. Most anti-Federalists favored reserving more powers to the states and granting fewer powers to the federal government. They feared concentrations of power and believed the Constitution threatened the practices that popular government had fostered during and after the Revolution, including annual elections and much broader representation than was outlined in the Constitution. Many also wished for a declaration that would guarantee individual rights. Others objected to the Constitution's slavery provisions or found the procedure for amendment unworkable. Anti-federalism contained multitudes. Madison, writing in January 1788, by which time anti-federalists had offered up all manner of objections to the Constitution, likened the nation to a very sick patient who calls in a team of physicians who unanimously agree on a prescription to improve his constitution. The prescription is no sooner made known, however, than a number of persons interpose, assure the patient that the prescription will be poison to his constitution, and forbid him under pain of certain death to make use of it, Madison wrote. The patient is America, and the physicians, in this metaphor, are the self-styled Federalists. The interfering men who advise against the urgently necessary prescription and instead call for other remedies are the anti-Federalists, who can agree on neither the illness nor on its remedy. Meanwhile, the patient languishes. There were two ways to answer the anti-Federalists' chief demand, which was for a Bill of Rights. One way was to insist that because a written constitution is not exhaustive, and there exist many fundamental rights, principles, and customs that are law even if they are not written down, adding a list of rights simply made no sense. A Bill of Rights is only an acknowledgement of the pre-existing claim to rights in the people, said a delegate at Virginia's ratifying convention. They belong to us as much as if they had been inserted into the Constitution. The other way to answer this complaint was to emphasize the importance of Article 5. Ratify now, amend later, became their watchword. Most Federalists offered both answers. On October 6, 1787, James Wilson publicly defended the Constitution and countered anti-Federalist arguments, the first convention delegate to do so, in an address at the Pennsylvania State House, published soon afterward in every state except Delaware. Wilson's speech set the pattern for Federalist argument. He made three major points. First, the Constitution, unlike the state constitutions, did not need a Bill of Rights because under state constitutions, everything which is not reserved is given, but under the Constitution, everything which is not given is reserved. That is to say, under the terms of the federal Constitution, the people and the states gave to the federal government only certain enumerated powers, but retained all the rest of their rights. Listing those rights was not only superfluous, but would be dangerous, because it would imply that they were limited. Second, the equal suffrage of the states in the Senate, which at the convention Wilson had opposed, was an example of the wonderful mutual concession and accommodation that had prevailed at the convention. Third, any defects in the Constitution could be addressed by way of future amendment under the terms of Article 5, which contributed to making this Constitution the best form of government which has ever been offered to the world. No speech on the Constitution proved more influential. Yet conspiracy-minded critics doubted that Article 5 could ever work, or even that it was ever meant to. "The way to amendment is, in my conception, shut," declared Patrick Henry. And anti-Federalists took from Wilson's speech that this Constitution was something new, a text in which every word mattered, which, far from quieting the demand for a Bill of Rights, amplified it. Powers not specifically granted to the government were reserved to the people. If they weren't written down, the government didn't have them. But instead of convincing anti-Federalists that this meant the Constitution didn't need a Bill of Rights, it convinced them that it did, that language mattered in this document more than it mattered in state constitutions, which tended to be vague and were generally understood as temporary. The Constitution is not written plainly. There is a certain darkness, duplicity, and studied ambiguity of expression running through the whole Constitution, warned one Maine printer. It needed clarity, amendments, and emendation. Unless there were a Bill of Rights, George Mason said, implication might swallow up all our rights. The fight to come would be, then, a fight over words. The care of truth. Most objections to the Constitution had to do either with the powers granted to the new federal government or with the failure of the Constitution to guarantee the rights of the people. Anti-Federalists believed that the convention had exceeded its authority, that the federal government had too much power relative to the states, that the federal judiciary would prove tyrannical, and that Congress ought not to have the power to tax. There were other objections, different in nature too, but these were the headliners. Anti-Federalists came in many varieties. George Mason explained to Jefferson that he had refused to sign the Constitution partly because of the precipitate and intemperate, not to say indecent manner in which the business was conducted during the last week of the convention. That is, when the convention acceded to the prohibition on ending the slave trade before 1808. Anti-Federalists also included Quakers, who opposed both slavery and bearing arms, and free blacks, who opposed the Constitution's position on slavery and the slave trade. Benjamin Workman, an immigrant from Ireland, argued in Philadelphia's Freeman's Journal that a Bill of Rights containing a declaration of religious freedom would address all these objections, but that without it, Americans could only expect disunion. What if rebelling slaves crossed state lines? Suppose that the Negroes of Georgia or some of the southern states, prompted by the love of sacred liberty, shall attempt to free themselves from cruel slavery by a noble appeal to arms, Workman asked. And if Congress ordered the men of Pennsylvania to suppress such a rebellion, what would be the response of a Quaker from Pennsylvania who, on religious grounds, opposed both bearing arms and slavery itself? Powerless to amend this Constitution, he was equally unable to obey it. Ratify now, amend later, Federalists answered again and again. The prospects for a swift ratification seemed at first fair, maybe even good. But in Pennsylvania, anti-Federalist delegates demanded amendments first. Hungry men presented with 50 dishes did not wish to choose between eating all or none. The state, in fact, seemed to risk descending into political violence. It had taken force, after all, to gather a quorum of legislatures to the Pennsylvania State House to vote on the question of calling for elections to choose delegates for a ratifying convention. And when that election day came, on November 6, 1787, a mob showed up at the boarding house where the anti-Federalist members of the legislatures lodged and called for them all to be hanged. Pennsylvania's ratifying convention finally opened on November 21st. Among the delegates, Federalists outnumbered anti-Federalists by a margin of nearly 2-1, 44 to 24. This hardly reflected public sentiment. Instead, it was the result of legislative malapportionment. 1,000 more men had voted for the 24 anti-Federalist delegates than had voted for the 44 Federalist ones. In the western and poorly represented part of the state, where copies of the Constitution had yet even to arrive, Federalist victories had been narrow, and turnout had been extremely low. Only about 1/6 of eligible voters showed up to vote, and very few men even knew, on Election Day, what they were voting for. In a month's time, there will not remain 500 people in all Pennsylvania in favor of the new government, except those who expect offices under it, wrote one disgruntled anti-Federalist. So determined were Federalists to control the press that no report of the attack on anti-Federalists appeared in any newspaper, nor did any speech given by anti-Federalists appear in the official journal of the debates held in the convention. Instead, they survive only as printed in the Pennsylvania Herald by Alexander Dallas, who was then fired by the Herald's owner after Federalists canceled their subscriptions to protest his publication of those speeches. On the first day, the Pennsylvania Convention reached a quorum, and James Wilson rose to deliver an endorsement. Among the Constitution's many virtues, he said, was its amendability. The people may change the constitutions whenever and however they please. But the ratify now, amend later argument did not win that day. Instead, the convention lasted for weeks, with a determined anti-Federalist minority dissenting on every point. On December 12th, when Benjamin Rush said that the Constitution was divinely inspired and that God had proclaimed, "Thou shalt not reject the new federal government," Anti-Federalist Whitehall, calling for amendments, regretted that so imperfect a work should have been ascribed to God. Whitehall also presented to the convention a petition from central Pennsylvania's Cumberland County, calling for amendments. He then formally proposed 15 amendments, a motion that Federalists not only voted down, but refused to record in the convention's journal. The next day, the convention voted to ratify 46 to 23. 3 less populous states had or were already well on their way to ratifying nearly as quickly as they could assemble conventions, and with hardly any real disagreement, seemingly eager to earn the relief from debt and an unstable currency that a national government promised. Delaware debated for a matter of hours and became the first state to ratify on December 7th. New Jersey spent a week, ratifying on December 18th. Georgia's debate at the start of January lasted barely a day. Opposition arose in Connecticut, where 1 in 4 delegates voted against ratification. One Connecticut delegate, William Williams, a former member of the Continental Congress who had signed the Declaration of Independence, would, in a Hartford magazine, propose an amendment that took the form of a 95-word insertion into the preamble. We, the people of the United States, in a firm belief of the being and perfection of the one living and true God, the Creator and Supreme Governor of the world, in his universal providence and the authority of his laws, that he will require of all moral agents an account of their conduct, that all rightful powers among men are ordained of, and immediately derived from God. Therefore, in dependence on his blessing and acknowledgement of his efficient protection in establishing our independence, whereby it has become necessary to agree upon and settle a constitution of federal government for ourselves, and in order to form a more perfect union, etc. This amendment did not carry the day, although versions of what would become known as God amendments, and later Christian amendments, would be regularly introduced into Congress. In the end, Williams voted to ratify. In the states, declarations of religious freedom were cherished. Catechisms and constitutions were not. Civil governors go miserably out of their province whenever they take upon themselves the care of truth, the English radical Richard Price had written in a widely read tract in support of the American Revolution. Other Connecticut delegates' objections were quieted by the Article 5, which, as one delegate pointed out, provides a remedy for whatever defects it might have. The day Connecticut became the 5th state to ratify, Massachusetts' far more contentious convention opened in Boston. All our hopes are on Massachusetts, as one Federalist put it. If the Constitution could win there, it could win anywhere. To pack a convention. In no state in the Union had more men spent more time debating constitutions and constitutional proposals than had the citizens of Massachusetts. In town meetings in 1776, 1777, 1778, 1779, and 1780, they had deliberated and voted on the provincial charter, the right of the legislature to propose a constitution, the Articles of Confederation, the first state constitution, and a second state constitution. On each of these 6 occasions, after heated and often lengthy discussion and debate, town meetings had submitted formal reports and, unbidden, many had also proposed amendments. Compared to the men of Pennsylvania, the men of Massachusetts had a long time to ponder the Constitution before voting on it. The first printed copies arrived in Boston on September 25th, 1787. 10 days later, it had been printed in every newspaper in the state, after which the legislature formally transmitted copies to every town in the state. And relative to many other states, the debate in the pages of Massachusetts' newspaper was searching and rigorous. Anti-Federalists, given column inches, offered the usual objections, citing the necessity of a Bill of Rights, calling the Constitution aristocratic, expressing outrage at equal state suffrage in the Senate, asking why Delaware, for instance, with its tiny population, should have the same number of senators as populous Massachusetts. And Massachusetts Anti-Federalists objected, too, to the 3/5 clause, since it would give outsized political power to slave states. Federalism was strong in Massachusetts, especially among merchants, but everyone understood that the compromises made at Philadelphia almost singularly disadvantaged the Commonwealth as the most heavily populated free state. As a big state, it lost political power to smaller states by the equal state suffrage in the Senate. As a free state, it lost political power to slave states by the 3/5 clause. Massachusetts was so divided on ratification that at first it couldn't even decide how to consider the question. Should the Constitution be submitted to towns, which would have led to its almost certain defeat, or should the state hold a convention? Federalists in the state legislature, following the lead of their political kin in Pennsylvania, explicitly hoped to pack a convention whose sense would be different from that of the people. But Anti-Federalists had learned the lesson of Pennsylvania, too. In amendments to the motion to hold elections for delegates to a convention, Anti-Federalists secured a delay, moving the proposed convention from December to January, and received assurance that additional copies of the Constitution would be distributed to every town and their receipt verified. Then, when elections were held, they made sure of a high turnout so as not to fall to the political rout that Anti-Federalists had met in Philadelphia. Legislators from western towns and the Eastern District of Maine had a long-practiced absenteeism, unwilling to bear the expense of travel to Boston and lodging for meetings of the General Court. But the tumult of Shays' Rebellion had left them newly committed to turning up. In 1786, 190 legislators showed up. In 1787, in the wave of men elected in opposition to the rule of Governor Bowdoin, who was replaced by John Hancock, 266 did. And a record-breaking 364 delegates attended the ratifying convention in 1788, making this assembly the largest convention held in any of the 13 states. Some 20 delegates to the Massachusetts ratifying convention had fought alongside Daniel Shays in 1786. So closely was anti-federalism aligned with support for Shays' Rebellion that at least one newspaper proposed calling opponents of the Constitution Shayites. Towns elected delegates whose positions they already knew. Much of the strongest anti-federalist sentiment came from the province of Maine, which was fighting to separate from Massachusetts, to no avail. When one town in Maine elected a man who turned out to support the Constitution, it held another meeting and replaced him. In another Maine town, voters discussed the Constitution for 7 hours, and not one of them supported it. William Widgery from New Gloucester, Samuel Thompson from Topsham, and James Neal from Kittery would all avow anti-federalist principles loudly. Anti-federalist support was stronger at the time than it would appear in retrospect because of the lasting and disproportionate influence of the 85 essays published anonymously but written by James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and John Jay. These essays, later known as the Federalist Papers, originally appeared in the pages of New York newspapers between October 1787 and May 1788, aimed at persuading the anti-federalists in New York to change their minds. Supreme Court justices cite the Federalist Papers more than any other historical source, but this practice is recent. Citations to the Federalist Papers began to really rise only in the 1950s. In the spring of 1788, Hamilton had the essays collected and published as a 2-volume book, but by that time the battle for ratification was all but over. Earlier, during the heat of the ratification campaign, only 24 of the 85 essays were published outside New York. It's less that the pieces written by Madison, Hamilton, and Jay had an influence on the debate in Massachusetts than that the debate in Massachusetts had an influence on the pieces written by Madison, Hamilton, and Jay. In January 1788, Madison, eyeing the state of affairs in Massachusetts, elaborated on Article 5 in Federalist No. 43. He argued that the convention in Philadelphia had crafted a mechanism for amendment that was neither too difficult nor too easy, but was in fact perfect. It guards equally against that extreme facility which would render the Constitution too mutable, and that extreme difficulty which might perpetuate its discovered faults. If a vote had been taken when the Massachusetts Convention opened on January 10, 1788, the keenest observers guessed that ratification would have failed 144 to 192. Federalists, therefore, sought to delay a vote and proposed examining the Constitution paragraph by paragraph. That approach, as the anti-federalist Amos Singletary, a Baptist who had never attended any school, complained, favored the wealthy, learned Federalists. These lawyers and men of learning and moneyed men that talk so finely and gloss over matters so smoothly, to make us poor, illiterate people swallow down the pill, expect to get into Congress themselves. They expect to be the managers of this Constitution and get all the power and all the money into their own hands, and then they will swallow up all us little folks, like the great Leviathan, Mr. President. Yes, just as the whale swallowed up Jonah. Rufus King, serving at the convention, complained to James Madison about men like Singletary. Their objections are not directed against any part of the Constitution, but their opposition seems to arise from an opinion that is immovable, that some injury is plotted against them, that the system is the production of the rich and ambitious, that they discern its operation, and that the consequence will be the establishment of two orders in the society, one comprehending the opulent and great, the other the poor and illiterate. Paragraph by paragraph, the Federalists went. On January 17th, discussing requirements for office holding in Article 1, Section 2, they veered into requirements for voting, not specified in the Constitution. Samuel Thompson insisted the poor man has generally as much integrity as a rich man. From there, they considered the calculation of representation, and necessarily the 3/5 clause. Our Negroes are free, but those of other states are not, remarked one delegate, asking whether 5 smart Negro slaves are to be equal to 3 of our children. This matter occasioned over the coming days much lament that the 3/5 clause advantaged the Southern states. When one delegate, on January 18th, opined that though slaves are reckoned 5 equal to 3 now, yet in a few years slavery must be abolished, he was corrected that the Constitution made no such promise, and that if any Southern man heard that Northerners believed this, he would call us pumpkins. It was at this point that James Neal of Kittery, Caesar Sankey's former owner, first spoke. We shall all suffer for joining them, meaning the slave states, when they allow the slave trade. On January 25th, Neal spoke at length for the first time, and it's here that his speech raises the question of whether he was speaking in some sense on behalf of Caesar Sankey, a man who had once been his property. Article 1, Section 9, forbade Congress from abolishing the slave trade. The migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit shall not be prohibited by the Congress prior to the year 1808. The debate that day also applied to Article 5, insulating the slave trade from amendment. No amendment which shall be made prior to the year 1808 shall in any manner affect the first and fourth clauses in the 9th section of the first article. Neal rose in opposition to both provisions, leading other delegates to weigh in with a still broader objection about the Constitution, complaining that there was not even a provision that the Negroes ever shall be free. Federalists had tried to cut this argument off. I consider this as laying the foundation for banishing slavery out of this country, James Wilson had said at Pennsylvania's ratifying convention in December, even though he admitted that the period is more distant than I could wish. Is the importation of slaves permitted by the new Constitution for 20 years? Madison asked rhetorically in Federalist No. 38, published on January 15th. By the old, it is permitted forever. He continued this argument in Federalist No. 42, published a week later. It ought to be considered as a great point gained in favor of humanity that a period of 20 years may terminate forever within these states a traffic which has so long and so loudly upbraided the barbarism of modern policy. These arguments had not quieted James Neal, who wasn't just any delegate. "I know him to be a man of influence in the circle of friends," a keen observer of the convention wrote from Boston to Philadelphia about the community of Quakers. "I suppose he will prejudice the minds of a great part of that fraternity against the Constitution." And at that, Samuel Thompson gave a speech. "Shall it be said that after we have established our own independence and freedom, we make slaves of others?" He even went so far as to attack George Washington, under whose hand the Constitution had been submitted to the states for ratification. Oh, Washington, what a name has he had! How he has immortalized himself! But he holds those in slavery who have as good a right to be free as he has, insisted Thompson. If the Southern states would not give up the right of slavery, then we should not join with them. Delegate Isaac Backus, a Baptist minister from Middleborough, attempted to answer these objections, arguing that the step taken in this article towards the abolition of slavery was one of the beauties of the Constitution. They observed that in the Confederation there was no provision whatever for its ever being abolished, but this Constitution provides that Congress may, after 20 years, totally annihilate the slave trade. But Neal refused to back down. He raised the issue again the next day, and opponents of slavery brought it up again and again, as when they again deprecated the slave trade in the most pointed terms. Neal said that on this ground alone, he could not vote to ratify. It had by now become clear to Federalists that they could not win ratification in Massachusetts outright. They therefore decided to look with favor upon possible amendments, in the hope of securing something like a conditional ratification. The state would approve the Constitution, but only while strenuously recommending certain amendments, including a Bill of Rights. But they needed someone other than a leading Federalist to introduce this idea. On January 31st, with anti-Federalists once again raising the question of the slave trade, John Hancock, the president of the convention who had failed to show up until only the day before, at last spoke. He had agreed to do so in order to propose a slate of amendments that had been supplied to him by leading Federalists. For doing this service to Federalists, Hancock was promised the vice presidency and dangled the presidency, since if Virginia did not ratify the Constitution, George Washington would have been ineligible. Nor were these arguments confined to the convention itself. The protection of the slave trade ought to be expunged, wrote one newspaper commentator, or we ought not to vote to give life to a constitution which at its first breath will be branded with eternal infamy by having a stamp of slavery and oppression upon it. The ratification of the Constitution hinged on the vote in Massachusetts. On January 31st, 1788, that vote seemed as though it might turn on a set of views that may well have entered the state's ratifying convention by way of people like Caesar and Sarah Sankey. But recommending amendments, chiefly in the form of a Bill of Rights, changed everything. An ardent anti-federalist from Scituate proclaimed that the amendments were of such a generous, such a Catholic nature and complexion that he had decided to change his mind and vote for the Constitution. On February 4th, as the convention neared its final vote, Isaac Backus rose again, addressing Hancock. "Much, sir, hath been said about the importation of slaves into this country," he began. "But let us consider where we are and what we are doing." No man was more opposed to slavery, he said, but he had to admit that the Constitution on this score was better than the Articles of Confederation because the Constitution left each state the power to do as it would. Each state is at liberty now to abolish slavery as soon as they please. Also, the federal government could end the slave trade by amendment. It just couldn't do that until 1808. Citing Article 5 was, as ever, the Federalists' best strategy. Rufus King rose to the task, challenging the delegates to propose an instance in any other national constitution where the people had so fair an opportunity to correct any abuse which might take place in the future administration of the government under it. Once amendments were on the table, 20 delegates switched from nays to yeas. On February 6, 1788, in what became known as the Massachusetts Compromise, the convention voted 187 to 68 to ratify, along with recommending 9 amendments. 99 towns that had failed to send anyone to the state legislature in 1786 had now sent delegates to the convention in 1788. They cast 63 votes against ratification and only 36 in favor. Caesar Sankey's hometown of Berwick, whose 3 delegates had all voted no, held a celebration all the same, toasting Hancock in the 4 states that had ratified already and praying that the other 7 strings be added to the harp. They did not toast the 9 amendments. Without those 9 amendments, ratification would have failed in Massachusetts. And if the Constitution had failed there, it would likely have failed in Virginia and New York and possibly New Hampshire. The close vote in Massachusetts had also changed the nature of ratification. Federalists who had opposed amendments now saw that they were politically not only expedient but essential. Why try to convince anti-federalists to accept the Constitution as it was if they could dangle the prospect of amendments instead? Before Massachusetts, no states had formally recommended amendments. After Massachusetts, every state but Maryland did. The era of all or none had ended. Still, Madison believed that the amendments are a blemish. Your new system of government. Native nations, who are greatly to be affected by the United States' new Constitution, had no role in its ratification. Yet they were hardly without views about it. Having been for so long subject to chaos, confusion, and violence at the hands of settlers and the states, they generally favored, or at least in diplomatic communication professed some hope in, a newly strengthened federal government. In 1789, for instance, leaders of the Haudenosaunee sent a message to George Washington. We, the sachems, chiefs, and warriors of the 5 nations assembled, congratulate you upon your new system of government, by which you have one head to rule, who we can look to for redress in all disputes which have arose, or which may arise between your people and ours. The Cherokee Nation wrote, We rejoice much to hear that the great Congress have got new powers and have become strong. Native nations hoped to establish with the United States the ancient custom of treaty-making and diplomatic ceremony on firmer ground. But they also disagreed about the new Constitution and its likely consequences, as is illustrated in a report by the Mohicanuk or Mohican sachem Hendrik Appamut. Acting as an emissary for the United States, Appamut embarked on a journey through Ohio, where he met with leaders of many native nations, most of whom expressed a great many doubts about the Constitution. The United States did not need to seek the ratification of these native peoples for the new Constitution, but Appamut's account offers something like what that ratification debate might have looked like had it happened. Appamut reported the common complaint that the white people have taken all our lands from us from time to time until this time, and that they will continue the same way, etc. He insisted that the white people have new laws their own, and by these laws Indians cannot be deceived as usual, and he described the nature of representation in the new Congress. I told them the United Sachems will not speak wrong. Whatever they promise to Indians, they will perform. Because out of 30,000 men, they choose 1 man to attend in their great council fire, and such men must be very honest and wise, and they will do justice to all people. But Appamut's reassurances proved unpersuasive. Referring to whites as big knives, a Lenape leader named Big Cat told Appamut that if the United States was interested in ending war, then it ought to use its power in withdrawing the big knives from the forts which stands on our land, since only then would he believe that it had the power to govern the hostile big knives, and that you mean peace. The United States did not withdraw the big knives. Why should we adopt an imperfect thing? As Americans debated the proposed Constitution, by no means did all Federalists concede the necessity of a Bill of Rights or any other amendments. That the proposed Constitution will admit of amendments is acknowledged by its warmest advocates, but to make such amendments as may be proposed by the several states the condition of its adoption would, in my opinion, amount to a complete rejection of it, George Washington wrote that spring. Nor were anti-federalists gulled by Federalists' ratify now, amend later strategy. When New Hampshire's convention opened in February, anti-federalists refused to entertain ratification with recommendatory amendments, and Federalists managed only narrowly to call for an adjournment to plot a new course. In February, the legislature of Rhode Island, a state that had refused to send delegates to the convention in Philadelphia, voted down a motion to call for a convention, and instead, in March, conducted a statewide referendum in which Rhode Island citizens voted down ratification handily, 2,708 to 237, partly due to the sizable number of Quakers in the state who objected to the Constitution's slavery provisions. In April, in Maryland, Federalists enjoyed a comfortable majority and voted down a motion even to read a list of proposed amendments. When Maryland ratified 63-11, Federalists toasted speedy ratification without amendments, but the dissenting minority, silenced at the convention, went on to publish its recommended 28 amendments. Hugh Henry Brackenridge, who had served in Pennsylvania's ratifying convention, mocked the Constitution's critics in the American Museum magazine by suggesting their objections were ridiculous. The Constitution lacked a Bill of Rights. So what? It also didn't guarantee a man the right to shave his beard, or explain how to take a measure of a man's breeches, or specify that the President of the United States shall be of the male gender. Were these omissions really a problem? Brackenridge asked. What shall we think if, in progress of time, we should come to have an old woman at the head of our affairs? What security have we that he shall be a white man? What would be the national disgrace if a vile Negro should come to rule over us? These possibilities were, to Brackenridge, absurd. Amendments to clarify that the President of the United States must be a man and white? They were as unnecessary as a Bill of Rights. The original meaning of the Constitution was plain. Or was it? Or was it plain only to the men who wrote and ratified it, and more ambiguous to everyone else? South Carolina ratified in May, 5 days before the first appearance of the last Federalist Papers, numbers 78 to 85, written by Hamilton. In Federalist number 84, following the argument earlier made by James Wilson, Hamilton argued against a Bill of Rights, insisting that it was not only unnecessary in the proposed Constitution, but would even be dangerous. Unnecessary because nothing in the Constitution granted the government the powers from which the people wished to have rights reserved. Why declare that things shall not be done which there is no power to do? Why, for instance, should it be said that the liberty of the press shall not be restrained when no power is given by which restrictions may be imposed? And dangerous because enumerating rights risked limiting them. Moreover, the Constitution is itself, in every rational sense, and to every useful purpose, a Bill of Rights. In Federalist number 85, Hamilton raised the question anti-federalists had asked persistently. Why should we adopt an imperfect thing? Why not amend it and make it perfect before it is irrevocably established? Because it was impractical to add binding amendments now, since the whole would then need to be recirculated, new conventions held, and all 13 states ratify, whereas amending later would require the approval of only 9 states. The chances are as 13-9 in favor of subsequent amendment, Hamilton advised. Also, amending now was nothing less than the extreme of imprudence and would expose the Union to the jeopardy of successive experiments in the chimerical pursuit of a perfect plan. Weeks later, New Hampshire reconvened and became the 9th state to ratify. According to the terms set by the convention, the Constitution had now gone into effect. Practically, unanimity seemed essential, or failing that, no one knew what way Rogue Island would go. New York and Virginia had to ratify for the Constitution to achieve legitimacy. Both of those states first met in June, and what happened at those conventions would convince most remaining no amendments Federalists to change their minds. Virginia had always looked challenging for Federalists, not least because two of its delegates at the Constitutional Convention, George Mason and Edmund Randolph, had refused to sign the document. In Philadelphia, both men had expressed reservations so grave that they had both stated support for calling for another General Convention, as Mason put it. Randolph had said at the convention that state conventions should be at liberty to propose amendments to be submitted to another General Convention, which may reject or incorporate them as shall be judged proper. He had urged a different ratification process, with state conventions having power to adopt, reject, or amend, the process to close with another General Convention with full power to adopt or reject the alterations proposed by the state conventions, and to establish, finally, the government. In explaining the refusal to sign the Constitution, Mason and Randolph had cited the lack of an amending convention as a necessary culmination of the ratification process. This Constitution has been formed without the knowledge or idea of the people, Mason said. A second convention will know more of the sense of the people and be able to provide a system more consonant to it. But Charles Pinckney of South Carolina observed that conventions are serious things and ought not to be repeated, and the motion was defeated, with not a single state voting in its favor. Soon after the close of the Philadelphia Convention, Richard Henry Lee, another Virginian, had written to Sam Adams asking why indispensable amendments proposed at the state conventions might not be returned with a new plan to Congress, that a new General Convention may so weave them into the proffered system as that a web may be produced fit for freemen to wear. By May 1788, though, Lee had decided against a second convention, urging instead that Virginia simply secede from the Union if, 2 years after ratification, any amendments it proposed had not been ratified. Madison, unsurprisingly, found the idea of a second convention terrifying, writing to Randolph in April that it would be utterly irreconcilable in the present state of things with the dictates of prudence and safety. "The plot thickens fast," George Washington wrote to the Marquis de Lafayette on May 28th, anticipating the conventions in Virginia and New York. "A few short weeks will determine the political fate of America for the present generation, and probably produce no small influence on the happiness of society through a succession of ages to come." The way to amendments is, in my conception, shut. By the time Virginians met in Richmond, beginning on June 2, 1788, the terms of the debate had changed. The convention would last 3 weeks and would be consumed with a single question, not whether to accept or reject the Constitution, but whether to secure amendments now, previous amendments, or later, subsequent amendments. Edmund Randolph, Virginia's governor, who had refused to sign the Constitution, nevertheless now offered his support for the sake of the Union. He had wanted amendments, but he had come around to the idea that ratification must come first. Fiery Patrick Henry warned that once the Constitution was ratified, the way to amendments is, in my conception, shut. He was unmoved by the arguments of Randolph and of Federalists in the convention, including Madison. Virginia was both the most populous and the wealthiest state. The Union could not survive without it, therefore Virginia should insist on exactly the Constitution it wanted. More, adopting first and then amending, Henry said, was an absurdity. "Is your rage for novelty so great that you are first to sign and seal and then to retract?" he asked. "You go into a dungeon. For what? To get out? Is there no danger when you go in that the bolts of federal authority shall shut you in?" To counter him, Federalists again offered the prospect of amendments not quite now, but not altogether later either, something in between previous and subsequent. What if the convention could agree to a set of amendments that the first Congress would need to vote on when first it met? Henry still found this ridiculous. Tyranny submitted to in order to be excluded by a subsequent alteration are things totally new to me. Virginia's Anti-Federalists tried, secretly, to plot with Anti-Federalists in New York, attempting to collaborate on a list of necessary amendments. But carrying letters between Richmond and Poughkeepsie took too long to make any real collaboration possible. On the question of slavery, Federalists took the occasion to point out the hypocrisy of slave-owning Anti-Federalists. Mason and other Virginians who wanted an end to the slave trade would have benefited financially from such an act. Unlike South Carolina and Georgia, which wanted to import slaves, Virginia had more slaves than it needed, but so long as the Atlantic trade remained open, their market value was low. Closing the trade would have raised their prices. At the Virginia Convention, Mason complained both that the Constitution prohibited closing the trade for 21 years and that it contained no provision explicitly sanctioning a property and people. It is far from being a desirable property, Mason said, but there ought to be a clause in the Constitution to secure us that property, the loss of which would bring ruin on a great many people. A Federalist asked how Mason could possibly dislike the Constitution both because it does not prohibit the importation of slaves and because it does not secure the continuance of the existing slavery, asking, "Is it not obviously inconsistent?" Patrick Henry heatedly proposed that the general welfare and common defense provisions of the Constitution in fact gave Congress the power to emancipate all slaves immediately. "They might liberate every one of your slaves if they please," he warned. Virginia did not propose any amendments relating to slavery or the slave trade. When the Virginia Convention held a vote on June 25th to ratify with previous amendments, it failed 80 to 88. A vote for unqualified ratification, with a committee to propose subsequent amendments, passed 89 to 79. 30-year-old James Monroe was among those who voted against ratification, with 32-year-old John Marshall among the ayes. The committee then proposed 41 amendments, and the convention passed 40 of them. Madison was discouraged, asking, "Will not every state think herself equally entitled to propose as many amendments?" But Anti-Federalists in Virginia still wanted a second convention to ratify those 40 amendments. Numbers of New Yorkers, as elsewhere, opposed the Constitution on the ground that it sanctioned slavery. Here's the kind of amendment Hugh Hughes of Dutchess County wanted. Should the new Constitution be sufficiently corrected by a substantial Bill of Rights, an equitable representation, and relinquishing every idea of drenching the bowels of Africa in gore for the sake of enslaving its free-born innocent inhabitants, I imagine we might become a happy and respectable people. Meanwhile, he went on, I have no idea of marching 500 or 1,000 miles to quell an insurrection of such emigrants as are proposed by the new Constitution to be introduced for 1 in 20 years. New York's convention of 65 delegates, dominated by Anti-Federalists, opened in Poughkeepsie on June 17th. Over the course of its long deliberations, it would hear word on June 24th that New Hampshire had ratified, and on July 2nd, news of Virginia's ratification, with Anti-Federalists failing to achieve previous amendments, news that delighted Federalists and greatly undermined New York's Anti-Federalists, a party led by two men who had walked out of the Philadelphia Convention, John Lansing and Robert Yates. In New York, they planned to hold out for a Bill of Rights as previous amendments, which they called conditional amendments. Lansing announcing that every amendment which I am convinced will have the tendency to lessen the danger of invasion of civil liberty by the central government, will receive my sincere approbation. Melancton Smith, fighting the old fight, asked, why not amend and then adopt? But when Anti-Federalists proposed ratification on condition of certain amendments, Federalists countered by proposing ratification in full confidence of certain amendments. Smith decided to support this motion, and it passed, 31 to 29. The convention then ratified the Constitution by a vote of 30 to 27. New York recommended more amendments than any other state, 56. And by a unanimous vote, it called for a second constitutional convention to ratify them. We, the members of the convention of this state, have deliberately and maturely considered the Constitution proposed for the United States, they wrote in a letter sent to the governors of every other state. Several articles in it appear so exceptionable to a majority of us that nothing but the fullest confidence of obtaining a revision of them by a general convention and an invincible reluctance of separating from our sister states could have prevailed upon a sufficient number to ratify it without stipulating for previous amendments. On the night of July 26th, a Federalist mob celebrating the state's ratification attacked and destroyed the printing house of the New York anti-Federalist printer, Thomas Greenleaf. In North Carolina, even the eloquent James Iredell, defending the Constitution chiefly on the grounds of its amendability, one of the greatest beauties of the system, could not prevail. In 1774, Iredell's wife had participated in the infamous Female Congress. North Carolina's convention adjourned, unable to ratify, yet equally unable to reject the Constitution, instead suggesting only that it would not ratify until the Constitution had been amended. Like Virginians, North Carolina slave owners wanted the slave trade abolished immediately, and yet they also believed the Constitution granted Congress the power of immediate emancipation, which they feared. "I heartily wish that more could have been done," Iredell said, advocating an immediate end to the slave trade. James Galloway said he worried that Northerners meant to do away with slavery altogether, but it is impossible for us to be happy if, after manumission, they are to stay among us. North Carolina would not ratify until it held a second convention in November 1789. Still more reluctant was Rhode Island, which steadfastly refused to hold a convention well after the inauguration of the first president, the meeting of the first Congress, and the first convening of the Supreme Court. Not until March 1790 would Rhode Island delegates deliberate. Yet there, too, amendments lay at the center of the debate. Article 5, one delegate said, was the best thing in the Constitution and ought to be written in letters of gold. No, said another, regarding the way Article 5 prohibited any amendments ending the slave trade before 1808, he is sorry it was ever written in letters with ink. Rhode Island became the only state whose recommended amendments at ratification included the abolition of the slave trade, as a traffic tending to establish or continue the slavery of any part of the human species is disgraceful to the cause of liberty and humanity. But by the time Rhode Island proposed amendments, Congress had already convened, deliberated, and sent a list of proposed amendments to the states. A little frothy garnish. Federalists mocked the continued hue and cry for amendments, or worse, another convention. "Heaven forbid any conventions for a while," exclaimed a writer in the Philadelphia Federal Gazette. "I dread the work of 1,500 reformers and the present fluctuation of sentiments. If we must all amend, I pray merely for amusing amendments, a little frothy garnish." But amendments were more than a garnish, and they demanded attention. In the fall of 1788, a Richmond printer issued a 32-page pamphlet called The Ratifications of the New Federal Constitution, together with the amendments proposed by the several states. Madison read it and sent a copy to Jefferson, describing it as a collective view of the alterations which have been proposed for the new Constitution. It was a useful guide, one that Madison would study closely. Several states had explicitly divided their proposed amendments into two types: alterations in the structure of the government and declarations of rights. Both types were called amendments, but they meant different things. Alterations included structural adjustments like better distinguishing the separation of powers, limiting the jurisdiction of the federal courts, and constraining the power of the presidency by measures like limiting a president to a single term. Rights included such guarantees as the freedom of the press and trial by jury. The Federalist strategy was to appease the demand for rights and avoid discussing alterations. Exactly how this played out would have enormous consequences for the future amendability of the Constitution, since what was under debate included the nature of amendments, the manner of their ratification, and the editorial method by which any ratified amendment would be added to the Constitution. Overwhelmingly, the states proposed far more alterations than rights. 4 early states, Connecticut, Delaware, Georgia, and New Jersey, ratified without proposing amendments. Maryland refused to formally recommend amendments, adjourning before allowing the minority report to enter the record, but those proposed by William Paca were printed in a newspaper, the Maryland Journal. The remaining 9 states proposed nearly 200 amendments. Because many of these amendments had multiple provisions, they're more meaningfully counted as 292 separate proposals. Eliminating duplicates, though, that number can be reduced to 102. 81 of this number call for alterations, and 21 seek rights. Alterations and rights met entirely different fates. 19 of the 21 rights were eventually consolidated and ratified as part of the 10 amendments that later became known as the Bill of Rights. None of the 81 alterations were ever ratified. Article 5 provides 2 methods to amend the Constitution. 2/3 of the states can call a convention for proposing amendments, or else 2/3 of both houses of Congress can propose amendments. In either case, any amendments would then have to be ratified either by the legislatures of 3/4 of the states or by the votes of 3/4 of special state ratifying conventions. Anti-Federalists believed that the surest way to give the fullest play to both alterations and rights was to call for a convention. In a letter issued on July 26, 1788, chiefly written by John Jay and circulated to the legislatures of the other 12 states, the New York Convention stated that parts of the Constitution appear so exceptionable to a majority of us that nothing but the fullest confidence of obtaining a revision of them by a general convention and an invincible reluctance to separating from our sister states could have prevailed upon a sufficient number to ratify it without stipulating for previous amendments. Only the Virginia legislature voted in favor of a second convention, the other states barely doing so much as to refer the question to a committee. The convention strategy failed. Under these circumstances, action on the amendments would have to come from the first Congress. During elections held in the fall of 1788, the vote turned on amendments, as anti-Federalists attempted to elect senators and representatives sympathetic to immediate constitutional revision. In Pennsylvania, anti-Federalist candidates vowed to amend the Constitution, while Federalists charged them with intending not to amend, but to destroy. In Massachusetts, Elbridge Gerry described rights as so essential to the Constitution that to defeat amendments of this description must be, in effect, to defeat the Constitution itself, while Federalists called their opponents amendment mongers, sticklers for amendments, and amendmentites. In Virginia, the anti-Federalist legislature elected 2 of its own, Richard Henry Lee and William Grayson, to the Senate, elbowing out James Madison after Patrick Henry urged that no person who wishes the Constitution to be amended should vote for Mr. Madison to be in the Senate. Madison was opposed to amendments, but what he really objected to was alterations. He believed the structure of the Constitution offered the best protection against tyranny. Any changes to its structure risked upsetting the intricate system of checks and balances that provided this protection. That structure, he believed, guaranteed rights. He therefore had long opposed adding a Bill of Rights, not entirely or only for the usual James Wilson reasons. It was unnecessary and it was potentially dangerous, but for a simpler reason. Lists of rights don't work. Structures, not words, protect rights. In Federalist No. 48, first published on February 1st, 1788, Madison concluded that a mere demarcation on parchment of the constitutional limits of the several departments is not a sufficient guard against those encroachments which lead to a tyrannical concentration of all the powers of government in the same hands. Jefferson disagreed. A Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against any government on earth, he'd written to Madison in December 1787. Yet on that point, Madison remained unconvinced. Experience proves the inefficacy of a Bill of Rights on those occasions when its control is most needed, he wrote to Jefferson in October 1788. Repeated violations of these parchment barriers have been committed by overbearing majorities in every state. But for anti-federalists, parchment barriers mattered because of the specificity and power of language. Where Madison and other Federalists took refuge in structure, anti-Federalists cherished language. Let us then insert in the first page of this Constitution, as a preamble to it, a declaration of our rights, wrote one anti-Federalist. We do not by declarations change the nature of things or create new truths, wrote another, but we give existence, or at least establish in the minds of the people, truths and principles which they might never otherwise have thought of or soon forget. Those were mere words, said Federalists, including the lexicographer Noah Webster, who called a Bill of Rights a useless form of words, since liberty is never secured by such paper declarations, nor lost for want of them. Madison never really changed his mind on this point. But after New York and Virginia threatened a second convention, he began to consider the necessity of adding a Bill of Rights as a means of avoiding that outcome. After losing his bid to serve in the Senate, he ran for a House seat in a very close contest that Patrick Henry had contrived to make more difficult by carefully outlining the district in which Madison ran. To win that seat, Madison had very little choice but to promise to support the most satisfactory provisions for all essential rights. True, he admitted, he had formally opposed amendments, but circumstances are now changed, and with the Constitution ratified, it could be safely amended. Poor Madison got so cursedly frightened in Virginia that I believe he has dreamed of amendments ever since, joked Robert Morris. Madison won, defeating James Monroe 1,308 to 972. Nationally, the anti-Federalists met with little success. In the Senate, Federalists outnumbered anti-Federalists 22-2. Rhode Island and North Carolina, not having ratified the Constitution, sent no one to Congress. And in the House, Federalists enjoyed a margin of 59-10. Still, anti-Federalists called for Congress to undertake, as its very first order of business, amending the Constitution. Federalists mocked these calls. President Washington, in his inaugural address on April 30th, delicately offered support for amendments, warning against, in revealing language, every alteration which might endanger the government, but supporting the characteristic rights of freemen. He was, in other words, on message. Amendmentites. Inaugurated in New York on March 4th, 1789, the first Congress took a month to reach a quorum on April 6th. On May 4th, Madison made good on his campaign promise, notifying Congress that he intended to present a list of amendments. Over the next 2 days, Virginia and New York, having submitted applications for a second convention to the newly elected Congress, Congress entertained these applications and tabled them, on the grounds that not until more states submitted such applications would it be necessary to consider them. On June 8th, Madison rose to introduce his proposed list of amendments for discussion in the House as a committee of the whole. Many members objected. Congress was too busy, they said. Also, it was too early. Our Constitution, sir, is like a vessel just launched and lying at the wharf, said James Jackson of Georgia. She is untried. You can hardly discover any one of her properties. It is not known how she will answer or helm or lay her course. In this state, will the prudent merchant attempt alterations? Will he employ workmen to tear off the planking and take asunder the frame? He certainly will not. He wanted all talk of amendments postponed until March 1st, 1790. Madison said that such delay would leave people suspicious that the Federalists' pledge to amend had been insincere. Among his reasons for proposing amendments, Madison explained, was that those who have been friendly to the adoption of this Constitution may have the opportunity of proving to those who were opposed to it that they were as sincerely devoted to liberty and a republican government as those who charged them with wishing the adoption of this Constitution in order to lay the foundation of an aristocracy or despotism. He proposed only declarations of rights, but he didn't want them added to the beginning or the end of the Constitution as a separate document. He wanted them woven into the text itself. He proposed, for instance, that in Article 1st, Section 10, between clauses 1 and 2, be inserted this clause, to wit, no state shall violate the equal rights of conscience or the freedom of the press or the trial by jury in criminal cases. Madison proposed no structural alterations. I should be unwilling to see a door opened for a reconsideration of the whole structure of government, for a reconsideration of the principles and the substance of the powers given, he explained, because I doubt, if such a door was opened, if we should be very likely to stop at that point which would be safe to the government itself. But I do wish to see a door opened to consider, so far as to incorporate those provisions for the security of rights. As to his changed view on a Bill of Rights, he explained that he'd never thought adding one would be dangerous, though he didn't think it was from the federal government that tyranny was likely to come. It was in the body of the people, operating by the majority against the minority. Plenty of Federalists remained unconvinced. Fisher Ames, a Massachusetts congressman, wrote to a friend that if Madison's amendments were meant as a remedy for what ailed the Constitution, it is rather food than physic. An immense mass of sweet and other herbs and roots for a diet drink. Did the fabric of the Constitution need patching? We are too busy at present in cutting away the whole cloth to stop to do anybody's patching, George's Abraham Baldwin wrote. And plenty of other Americans wished for amendments that had no place on Madison's list. On June 15th, Benjamin Rush wrote to John Adams, now Vice President, alerting him that many pious people wish the name of the Supreme Being had been introduced somewhere in the new Constitution. One of Madison's proposed amendments was a declaration of religious freedom. The civil rights of none shall be abridged on account of religious belief or worship, nor shall any national religion be established, nor shall the full and equal rights of conscience be in any manner or on any pretext infringed. It did not mention God. A door had at last been opened, but not every door. Milk and water propositions. Anti-Federalists, who had virtually no voice in Congress, considered Madison's proposed amendments to be little more than a canny distraction, the political equivalent of pointing to the sky and crying out, "Look, a bird!" They'd wanted so much more than a Bill of Rights, but they feared, rightly, that ratifying a Bill of Rights, which they wanted, would mean diverting all efforts toward securing alterations. Also, why this particular set of rights? Americans tend to think of the first 10 amendments separately, by number, and as if rights came that way. They talk of the First Amendment, or the Second, or the Fifth. But they didn't come that way. They came as a set, and that set was different and disputed. Madison's list of 12 amendments contained 42 distinct rights. He talked a lot about the Magna Carta, and he also insisted that he'd devised his list by attending to the amendments proposed, and in some cases demanded, by state ratifying conventions. Only 4 of the 63 provisions listed in the Magna Carta found a place in the final Bill of Rights, and for the most part, Madison ignored amendments proposed by the ratifying conventions, not only those that proposed structural alterations, but also those that proposed rights. Instead, the amendments on Madison's list came from state constitutions and state bills of rights, which contained, on average, 35 rights, which themselves in many cases came from colonial bills of rights. Madison's list, in other words, had a very long pedigree, but he'd also made his own selections, ordering a meal, as it were, from many menus. George Mason called Madison's proposed amendments milk and water propositions. Pennsylvania Congressman George Clymer said that Madison was like a physician who gave his patient a placebo. Madison insisted that his amendments represented those most strenuously required by the opponents to the Constitution, but Aeneas Burke, an Irish immigrant from South Carolina, questioned whether they were anything like the amendments demanded. All the important amendments were omitted, he argued, while those included were not those solid and substantial amendments which the people expect. Another member of Congress said they were of no more value than a pinch of snuff. Congress didn't really begin to discuss Madison's proposed amendments until July 21st, during what Madison described as a moment of leisure, when James Jackson again said any talk of amendments would be a mere waste of time. Madison was by this point seriously worried Congress would finish its first session without taking action. But at the urging of Fisher Ames, the proposal went to a House Committee of 11, with one member from each state, charged not only with evaluating Madison's proposed 12 amendments, but also with reconsidering all those advanced by the ratifying conventions. Only one of the 11, Aeneas Burke of South Carolina, had voted in his state against ratification. 1 week later, on July 28th, that committee offered its report, essentially endorsing Madison's proposal with some changes, including deletions, additions, and reorderings. The House entertained the report as a committee of the whole. Yet once more, the members devoted a great deal of time to arguing about whether they had time to deal with this matter. They decided that they did, and a committee began debate. Let us then insert in these pages. The first and most momentous debate Congress had made about amending the Constitution was not about what amendments to make, but about how to make them. Would changes be woven into the fabric of the existing text, the cloth mended? Would they be incorporated, or would they be added as a kind of supplement or appendix after the end of it, pinning a tail on a donkey? Anti-Federalists had specifically wanted to incorporate changes, demanding that a Declaration of Rights be inserted at the top of the Constitution. Let us then insert in the first page of this Constitution as a preamble to it a Declaration of Rights, one Virginian had demanded. The subsequent decision to reject this suggestion would have vast consequences, the first of many steps that made the original text of the Constitution seem inert, unalterable, an artifact, a fossil, trapped in time. Madison strongly favored, indeed assumed, that the amendments would be incorporated. He had presented a list of 12 amendments, not to be appended to the end of the Constitution, but to be engrafted into it, interwoven into the text, such as that in Article 1, Section 9, between clauses 3 and 4, be inserted these clauses, to wit, the civil rights of none shall be abridged on account of religious belief or worship, nor shall any national religion be established, nor shall the full and equal rights of conscience be in any manner or in any pretext infringed. Madison's First Amendment would have preceded the preamble to the Constitution. He wanted the document to begin not with "we the people," but with a declaration, a pithy statement of the chief principle of the philosophy of amendment. That all power is originally vested in and consequently derived from the people, that government is instituted and ought to be exercised for the benefit of the people, which consists in the enjoyment of life and liberty, with the right of acquiring and using property, and generally of pursuing and obtaining happiness and safety. That the people have an indubitable, unalienable, and indefeasible right to reform or change their government whenever it be found adverse or inadequate to the purposes of its institution. Madison, who believed that mere parchment was no barrier to tyranny, structure, not language, halted tyranny, wanted his amendments incorporated into the Constitution so that they would become part of it, not something separate from it or additional to it. The Select Committee had agreed, though it found Madison's preamble wordy and cumbersome, and whittled it down to a single clause to be inserted before "we the people," government being intended for the benefit of the people, and the rightful establishment thereof being derived from their authority alone. The Select Committee, in other words, deleted the sentence in Madison's amendment about the indubitable, unalienable, and indefeasible right to reform or change their government that would have celebrated and guaranteed the right not only to revolution, but to amendment. That incorporation represented not only Madison's view, but the view of people who proposed amendments, is plain. Several of the ratifying conventions, in fact, had specified that some words should be struck out and the sentence altered. Amendments made outside of ratifying conventions took the same form. In the spring of 1788, when a group of anti-federalists, calling themselves the Society of Western Gentlemen, proposed a list of 33 amendments, they offered up instructions on where and how in the Constitution they would be incorporated, article by article. They wanted, for instance, to eliminate the 3/5 clause, the presidential veto, and Congress's power to tax. They wanted federal judges to be appointed to 7-year terms, Congress to be elected annually, and religious tests for office. And they proposed 3 amendments to Article 5, 2 of them making it easier to amend the Constitution. Congress to call a constitutional convention on application of a majority of states, and proposed amendments to be adopted when approved by 2/3 of states, and 1 lifting all restrictions on amendment. Deletion of prohibition of amendments dealing with foreign slave trade before 1808 and equal representation of states and Senate. For clarity, the Society also printed a revised Constitution with each of these changes properly incorporated in the right spots. When Congress discussed the report of the Select Committee, Roger Sherman, who had been a member of that committee and who had always opposed amendments, took a stand against incorporating them into the text of the Constitution. "We ought not to interweave our propositions into the work itself, because it will be destructive of the whole fabric," he said. Amending, then, wouldn't be so much mending the fabric, as if to admit that it needed repair, as adding to it an accumulation of clauses. Also, Sherman insisted, the amendments were fundamentally different than the text itself. "We might as well endeavor to mix brass, iron, and clay," he said. Jackson agreed. He preferred to leave the original Constitution inviolate, so as not to be patched up from time to time with various stuffs resembling Joseph's coat of many colors. No one had bothered to amend the Magna Carta, he pointed out. Then, too, others wondered, what would happen to the copies of the Constitution already printed? They would be obsolete, and publishing a new, amended version would distort the historical record, making it seem as though the convention in 1787 had written not the document it did write, but this other version that it did not write. Incorporating amendments, Sherman insisted, amounted to repealing the entire Constitution and substituting a new one. "If we have this power, we may go on from year to year making new ones," Jackson warned. Both sides agreed that the Constitution ought to remain whole. They disagreed on what this meant. The supplementalists believed whole meant intact, as originally written. The incorporationists believed whole meant all in one place. There is a neatness and propriety in incorporating the amendments into the Constitution itself, Madison said. In that case, the system will remain uniform and entire. The incorporationists argued that incorporating was the method set out in Article 5, which said nothing about adding appendices, but instead described amendments as valid to all intents and purposes as part of the Constitution. John Vining said if Sherman's motion were adopted, the Constitution would look like a badly written letter, with more matter attached to it in a postscript than was contained in the original composition. Elbridge Gerry warned that if the amendments were added as appendices, we shall have 5 or 6 constitutions, perhaps differing in material points from each other, and it would require a man of science to determine what is or is not in the Constitution. A Constitution with attachments would be embarrassing, contradictory, and finally, illegible. A maze of perplexity, said Jerry. Incorporation advanced clarity, a plainness of simplicity and style which would be easily understood. Madison agreed that incorporation would make the Constitution easier to read, arguing that when the amendments are interwoven into those parts to which they naturally belong, we shall be able to determine its meaning without reference or comparison. Putting amendments at the end demoted them. Jerry offered the view that if supplementalists were to prevail, the very act of amendment would have failed, since if it is the opinion of gentlemen that the original is to be kept sacred, amendments will be of no use, and had better be omitted. The supplementalists prevailed, apparently because they threatened to reject the amendments if the incorporationists didn't stand down. Madison, who greatly regretted this vote, called it an unavoidable sacrifice to a few who knew their concurrence to be necessary. The debate over the content of the amendments was less heated than that over the form with which they would be adopted. Yet heated it was. Incorporationists had many objections, including that a constitution with attachments would contradict itself. Some portions of the original document could be read as contradicting provisions made in the attachments. Jerry, outraged that Madison had ignored all the structural amendments proposed at ratifying conventions, introduced a motion that all those be considered. This was defeated. There has been more ill humor and rudeness displayed today than has existed since the meeting of Congress, South Carolina's William Smith wrote on August 15th. He blamed the anti-federalists, especially Jerry, who have thrown difficulties in the way of these amendments merely because they can't carry alterations which would overturn the government. One by one, Congress went through Madison's proposals, mostly approving them. But on August 18th, Jerry again introduced a motion to set aside Madison's proposal and consider instead every amendment proposed at the ratifying conventions. Thomas Tudor Tucker, Smith's South Carolina colleague, supported Jerry, arguing that if this were not done, the discontented would have no choice but to call for a second constitutional convention, which might, he feared, sever the Union asunder. Jerry's motion was defeated. To Pennsylvania Congressman Friedrich Muhlenberg, it had all been so much politics. Those who have heretofore been and still profess to be the greatest sticklers for amendments to the Constitution of the United States have hitherto thrown every obstacle they could in their way, and by lengthy debates and numberless amendments, which they know full well neither 2/3 of Congress nor 3/4 of the different legislatures would ever adopt, he wrote to Benjamin Rush on August 18th. It is obvious their design was to favor their darling question for calling a convention. On August 19th, during a heat wave, when the House considered the report of the Committee of the Whole, Roger Sherman yet again, now for the third time, argued against incorporating the amendments and urged instead supplementing. This topic was the only subject relating to amendments discussed that day. With Sherman, the only member who had served in every Congress since the time of the Stamp Act, warning that incorporation seemed something like a step toward another convention, the House this time voted in his favor. Debate ended on August 23rd. "We have at last so far got through the wearisome business of amendments," Benjamin Goodhue wrote home to Massachusetts. He hoped that we may never hear any more of it. The nonsense they call amendments. The House sent 17 amendments to the Senate. On August 25th, 1789, the Senate took them up. Robert Morris, who the night before had written a letter in which he referred to the nonsense they call amendments, moved to postpone the discussion till the next session. This motion failed. Begun on September 2nd, the Senate discussion lasted only a week, chiefly condensing the proposed amendments from the House's 17 back to 12, though a different 12 from those proposed by Madison. A Federalist effort to eliminate the freedoms of speech and of the press was unsuccessful, as was a proposal for not allowing the militia arms, which, though passed by a majority, failed to meet the required two-thirds threshold. Other alterations made by the Senate generally weakened the amendments. Richard Henry Lee described the changes as having left the amendments much mutilated and enfeebled. Madison, who was appalled by the Senate's changes, was expected to stand in their way, but instead, serving on a 6-man joint committee, he acquiesced. In conference, the House and the Senate settled their differences, and then Congress, by a vote of 37 to 14, sent a list of 12 amendments to the President, who on October 2, 1789, sent them to the states for ratification. The next day, Quakers from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia submitted a petition to Congress begging for an immediate end to the slave trade, an amendment that would have violated Article 5. Congress sent the petition and others to a committee whose report was discussed over the course of a week, and then issued a report from the Committee of the Whole, which determined that Congress indeed could not restrict the trade before 1808, and moreover, that Congress have no authority to interfere in the emancipation of slaves or in the treatment of them within any of the states, it remaining with the several states alone to provide any regulations therein which humanity and true policy may require. At this point, James Madison intervened and urged that the reports of the Select Committee and the Committee of the Whole simply be entered into the record rather than discussed, lest even a discussion should incite the apprehensions of the Southern states. Madison's motion carried as the best method of putting an end to the business. Is this a free country? In the 15 years between the Declaration and Resolves in 1774 and the first Congress's approval of the first amendments to the Constitution in 1789, Americans won independence, founded republican governments, and established the principles of written constitutions popularly drafted and popularly ratified and open to amendment. They also settled on a notion of the people that included poor white men and excluded women, the enslaved, black men, and Indians not taxed. There was in 1789 every reason to believe that the Constitution would be subject to frequent and vigorous amendment, and that, like the several state constitutions that had already been completely rewritten, it would likely soon be replaced. When the 12 amendments went to the states, New Jersey ratified all but the amendment on congressional salaries, which would in a bizarre twist be resurrected and ratified in 1992 as the 27th Amendment. Maryland ratified all 12 in December. When North Carolina finally ratified the Constitution, it ratified all 12 amendments and asked for 8 more. New Hampshire, Delaware, and South Carolina each ratified all but 1. 3 states ratified none. The legislatures of Massachusetts and Connecticut failed to hold a final vote, and Georgia decided that amendments were unnecessary. Rhode Island joined the Union in 1790 and ratified all but congressional salary. Vermont became a state in 1791 and ratified all 12. Virginia, divided in its support of the proposed amendments, postponed debate and did not ratify any until the end of 1791, becoming at that point the 10th state to ratify, thereby clearing the 3/4 bar. The amendments on congressional appropriation and congressional pay failed, but the remaining 10 succeeded and were renumbered. These 10, like those that followed, would come to be very closely associated with their numbers, an artifact of the decision to append them rather than incorporate them into the text. Americans care about the First Amendment, the Second, and the Fifth especially. Few remember or can identify the Third or the Seventh. But far more obscure are all those amendments that failed, including those that, had women and people of color been among those involved in the process of drafting, ratifying, and amending constitutions, would surely have had more of a hearing. Of the many proposed amendments that failed, none were of greater moment than the calls to abolish slavery. Most of these calls were made not from the floors of ratifying conventions or in the pages of newspapers, but in the form of petitions sent to legislatures. that they are among the loftiest of late 18th century constitutional texts. They express perhaps the views Caesar Sankey might have put forward if he'd been a delegate to Massachusetts' ratifying convention. How can a constitution to which I cannot assent bind me and my posterity? Americans had devised a whole new political theory, the philosophy of amendment. A pattern had begun to appear in the fabric of the new nation's history. Americans had, over more than 2 decades of war and argument, and not without a certain Machiavellianism, written and ratified state constitutions, Articles of Confederation, and finally a new federal constitution. That constitution had survived its first trial and emerged with a Bill of Rights pinned to its tail. Any further amendments, too, would be added at the end, rendering the original text itself somehow inviolate. But neither appended to the Constitution nor incorporated into it were the demands that can still be found in scattered archives, not on parchment, but on paper made of rags. In October 1788, a group of black men submitted a petition to the governor and legislature of Connecticut. They addressed it to all mankind. Its authors described themselves as Africa's blacks that are now in the chain bondage. It is an essay on tyranny. We and our children and our brothers are taken by force of violence and are carried where they suffer an additional sufferance, where we are beaten. They asserted their rights and asked the government to grant us a liberation. They sought alterations. They criticized any law, any constitution that sanctioned slavery, asking, is this a free country? And is this to be right and just? And they answered, about such a constitution, no, it's murder. A clue to the meaning of the Constitution. The practice of written constitutionalism led to the invention of amendment, a way to correct, alter, or improve the text. But it also raised other dilemmas. How is the text to be interpreted? Who is to do the interpreting? And what sources ought to be consulted? At no point in American history have these questions ever been fully answered, but they're inseparable from the dilemma of amendment. The Constitution established a procedure for its own amendment. It did not dictate the method by which it ought to be interpreted. Amendment was difficult. Interpretation was uncertain. Before 1776, the colonists had been familiar with constitutional disputation, arguing with Parliament and the King, and watching parliamentarians and justices argue with one another about what was constitutional and what was unconstitutional. But they hadn't done that by disagreeing about the words on parchment, since England's constitution is unwritten. They'd done that by arguing about customs, traditions, structures, and principles. How were those methods to apply to a written constitution? At the convention in 1787, no one gave any evidence of expecting anyone in the future to consult their deliberations to deduce the meaning of anything in the Constitution. And in fact, that would not have been possible. The delegates had pledged to keep their deliberations secret for 50 years, until, that is, 1837, and they honored that pledge. During the ratification debates, anti-federalists had raised concerns about how the Constitution would be interpreted, but the Federalists had insisted that while no compositions which men can pen are without ambiguity, the true authors of the Constitution were the people themselves, who could both amend it and interpret it by way of universal jurisprudence. Or as Hamilton had written in Federalist No. 83, the rules of legal interpretation are the rules of common sense. The new government inaugurated, both Congress and the court groped toward a method of constructing the meaning of the Constitution. Each new dispute brought about more disagreement about how to do it and who is supposed to. We are in a wilderness without a single footstep to guide us, Madison wrote to Jefferson as the first Congress gathered in June 1789. Congress, from its opening days, very quickly realized that notwithstanding the excellent work of the Committee of Detail, the Constitution inevitably lent itself to contradictory interpretations. Madison proposed, "We ought always to consider the Constitution with an eye to the principles upon which it was founded." But that begged the question of what those principles were. Members of Congress, in any event, did not consider what they called the Constitution to be limited to the words written on those sheets of parchment. Early Americans talked about their Constitution the way the English talked about theirs, less as a bucket of words than as a bag of principles. The methods of interpretation required to resolve a dispute over its meaning, then, did not come from the methods used to interpret written texts, or at least not only from those methods. To the degree that early Americans did interpret the Constitution as a text, they had models. As Protestants, they considered any claim to an exclusive authority to interpret the meaning of Scripture to be an act of religious oppression. That, after all, was what the Reformation had been about. And they were equally influenced by 18th century political thought, which involved suspicion of the exclusive authority of justices to interpret the law. "The interpretation of laws is an evil," wrote the Italian philosopher Cesare Beccaria, whose 1764 treatise on crime and punishment, translated into English by 1767, was widely read. Against these cautions and suspicions, American lawyers had abundant practical experience with reading written legal instruments that were not constitutions, wills, statutes, deeds, and contracts. Here the custom was to determine intent, though the word meant two different things and applied differently to different types of documents. For statutes, the intent or meaning was to be determined by the text itself. For wills and contracts, the intent of the parties might require consulting additional documents. In one sense, the question was, which was the Constitution? If the Constitution was more like a will or a contract than a statute, determining the intention of the parties would seem to apply. But who exactly were those parties? Weren't they the people themselves? On these questions, Americans were divided, and in the 1790s, their answers aligned with an emerging partisan divide. Federalists like John Adams and Alexander Hamilton considered the Constitution akin to a statute, while Republicans, led by Thomas Jefferson, believed it to be more like a contract. In 1791, when Hamilton, now Secretary of the Treasury, proposed establishing a national bank, his critics, led by Jefferson, now Washington's Secretary of State, indicted that proposal as unconstitutional. Hamilton had attended the Constitutional Convention, and Jefferson had not, and if those deliberations were to bear on the interpretation of the Constitution, Jefferson was at a decided disadvantage. Madison had revised his notes in the summer of 1789 in anticipation of sharing them with Jefferson upon his return from Paris in 1790. By 1791, Jefferson had read the revised notes, and in great secrecy, his nephew had begun to copy them for him. To object to Hamilton's proposed bank, Jefferson paraphrased Madison's notes without citing his source, insisting that the power to incorporate had been considered by the convention and rejected. He had come to believe, reading the notes, that Hamilton wanted to turn the republic into a monarchy, a misperception of which Madison did not disabuse him. With every political dispute of the 1790s, the unsettled questions of how to interpret the Constitution, who should do it, and what sources were relevant to such an interpretation were raised all over again. In debating the constitutionality of a treaty negotiated by John Jay in 1795, which Hamilton and Washington favored and Madison and Jefferson opposed, Hamilton insisted that the only way to read the Constitution was to read its words and no more, as if it were a statute. Whatever may have been the intention of the framers of a constitution or of a law, that intention is to be sought in the instrument itself, according to the usual and established rules of construction, Hamilton wrote in 1791, dismissing the idea of consulting any other evidence, including the official journals of the convention, which Washington had just made public by depositing them in the State Department. Said Hamilton, "Arguments drawn from extrinsic circumstances regarding the intention of the convention must be rejected." In 1795, the idea that the opinions and constructions of those persons who had framed and proposed the Constitution opinions given in private, constructions unknown to the people when they adopted the instrument, should, after a lapse of 8 years, be appealed to, struck the Republican Albert Gallatin as preposterous. In Congress, Madison confessed himself surprised that anyone would look to the convention's record for a clue to the meaning of the Constitution, and said he could not imagine a single instance in which that would ever be necessary. Nevertheless, by now Madison was revising the notes to better accord with his own emerging political preferences, adding whole new sheets of paper and erasing other passages by scraping the paper with a razor. Publicly, he suggested that the records of the ratifying conventions were a more legitimate source of authority in interpreting the treaty clause. But members of Congress who took this position were upbraided by other members, generally Federalists, for introducing extraneous sources on the argument that reconstructing the opinion which prevailed when the Constitution was adopted could never be conclusive, and in any case was inappropriate, since the whole point was to instead determine the true meaning of the Constitution, and if that proved elusive, to resolve ambiguities by practice or by amendments. Outside of Congress, plenty of Americans found this entire debate to be riddled with sophistry. A poor farmer in Massachusetts, writing a furious denunciation of the Jay Treaty debate, concluded that while the federal Constitution, by a fair construction, is a good one principally, it is nevertheless much like a fiddle, with but a few strings, but so fixed as that the ruling majority may play any tune they please upon it. As the two-party system emerged in the 1790s, this language, suspicion of a broad reading of the Constitution, and a wish to limit the powers of the federal government would become the hallmarks of Jeffersonian republicanism. As to what Sally Hemings believed about the original intentions of men who made promises, it is impossible to say. Pregnant in Paris, she seems to have lost her first child, though the records are disputed. She bore a child in 1795, Harriet, who died in 1797. Jefferson ran for president in 1796, and, placing second to John Adams, became, awkwardly, his vice president. He made regular trips home to Monticello. Hemings's son Beverly was born in 1798, and another daughter the following year. Her brother Robert Hemings formed a family of his own. He married an enslaved woman named Dolly. They had 2 children. In 1794, at Monticello, Jefferson signed a document that arranged for Hemings's manumission. In future he shall be free and of free condition. He was the first person Jefferson ever freed. Every person Jefferson freed was a member of the Hemings family. The conflict between Federalists and Republicans reached a peak in 1798, when a Federalist Congress passed the Alien and Sedition Acts with the aim of suppressing political opposition. To defeat them, Madison and Jefferson secretly wrote the Virginia and Kentucky resolutions, arguing that the acts were unconstitutional because they violated the plain intent and meaning by which the Constitution was understood and acceded to by the several parties. They insisted that the Constitution was compact under the style and title of Constitution and could be read like a contract rather than like a statute or common law. Under this reading, the records of the ratifying conventions and the amendments proposed by those conventions were relevant, though only so long as one accepted the theory that the United States was a league of states formed by compact rather than a federal government constituted by the people. The number of ways to change the Constitution appeared to be increasing. The Virginia and Kentucky resolutions proposed that the states should have the authority to interpret the Constitution, and also to nullify acts of Congress. The doctrine of original intent, to the degree that it existed in the 1790s, supported the political agenda of one political party over another, and buttressed arguments that advanced the power and rights of the states. Jefferson urged Madison to publish the notes in 1799. Their effect would be decisive, he told him. But Madison declined, worried that before considering publication, every passage ought to be examined with an eye to use, to which it might be put, gently suggesting that those uses were quite unlikely to always accord with Jefferson's political preferences. In particular, the notes did not in any way support the idea that the Constitution was merely a compact of states. Madison withheld publication of his notes, insisting that they were of no more than historical interest, since, as he explained, as a guide in expounding and applying the provisions of the Constitution, the debates and incidental decision of the Convention can have no authoritative character. He decided to hold off publication until after his death, or at least, he wrote, till the Constitution should be well settled by practice. That day has not come. Part 2. The Contest Over Interpretation, 1803 to 1896. Mr. Sumner presented a memorial of the Pennsylvania Anti-Slavery Society and a memorial of the Philadelphia Female Anti-Slavery Society, praying such an amendment to the Constitution of the United States as will forever prohibit every state from making any distinction in civil rights and privileges among citizens of the United States on account of race, color, or descent. Failed amendment to the U.S. Constitution, introduced into the Senate by petition, 1866. The day the House of Representatives was scheduled to vote on an amendment to the Constitution prohibiting slavery anywhere in the United States, thousands of spectators in top coats and top hats headed to the newly renovated U.S. Capitol building. The Capitol's massive cast-iron dome, which had taken 11 years to construct, was only just nearing completion. Inside, as spectators crossed the central rotunda, looking up, they saw little but scaffolding. An Italian artist who had earlier worked at the Vatican was painting on the dome's canopy 180 feet above the floor, as if the Capitol were the Sistine Chapel, a fresco called the Apotheosis of Washington. Washington, having ascended to the heavens, sits next to Liberty, who holds the Constitution. It might better have been called the Apotheosis of the Constitution. Charles Remond Douglas, 20 and with brisk military bearing, made his way across the rotunda to the House galleries. It is not known whether he looked up, peering through the scaffolding at the painting in progress. A Union soldier, he'd served first in the 54th Massachusetts Volunteer Infantry, and then as a first sergeant in the 5th Massachusetts Cavalry. There was no room to sit. The hall was packed and hot, steaming, sweating, even in the middle of winter. Congress had never been more crowded, more expectant, hands wringing, hearts racing. "I wish that you could have been here," he wrote to his father, Frederick Douglass. The elder Douglass had been born into slavery in 1818, escaped in 1838, and become the nation's leading abolitionists, its most admired black statesman, and one of the world's finest orators. No single American had done more to call upon the federal government to end slavery. In Douglass's lifetime, the Constitution had been fought over, fought for, and fought against. It had been burned in effigy. But not once had it been formally amended. Amendment is a plant that seems to have withered almost as soon as it sprouted, choked by the weed of slavery. After the ratification of the first 10 amendments in 1791, the U.S. Constitution had been amended only twice. In 1795, the 11th Amendment restricted lawsuits against the states filed by citizens of other states, and in 1804, the 12th Amendment separated the election of the president and the vice president. And then, for 6 tumultuous and violent decades, as the nation divided over slavery, abolitionists burned the Constitution and declared it to be a covenant with death, even as the South seceded and wrote its own Constitution, insisting that it was restoring the original intention of the framers. The Constitution remained, on paper, unchanged. Instead, the Supreme Court asserted and exercised its exclusive authority to interpret it. In this era, the sole formal constitutional amendment that had gotten so far as to pass Congress not only didn't end slavery, it protected it by prohibiting any amendment from abolishing it. Passed on March 2, 1861, it read, "No amendment shall be made to the Constitution which will authorize or give to Congress the power to abolish or interfere within any state with the domestic institutions thereof, including that of persons held to labor or service by the laws of said state." Had it been ratified, it would have become the 13th Amendment. Only the start of the war averted that amendment. On September 22, 1862, Abraham Lincoln had pledged that in exactly 100 days, on New Year's Day, 1863, he would sign an Emancipation Proclamation, declaring all persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, shall be then, thenceforward, and forever free. Freeing, that is, all slaves held in the Confederate States. The 1st of January is to be the most memorable day in American annals, Frederick Douglass had answered. The Emancipation Proclamation was essentially a military maneuver, a wartime measure, and many in Congress doubted its constitutionality. Still, Americans counted the days. The cause of human freedom and the cause of our common country, for these two causes are now one and inseparable and must stand or fall together, Douglass declared on day 96. And when the day of days came, I never in my life felt more certain that I was doing right than I do in signing this paper, Lincoln said, holding his pen. Blacks all over the country, from northern cities to Union Army camps, shouted and prayed and sang and danced. A day of jubilee. Emancipation had been proclaimed. It had not been constitutionalized. Abolitionists and women's rights advocates had fought, beginning in 1863, for what female suffragists called a new constitution in which the guarantee of liberty and equality to every human being shall be so plainly and clearly written as never again to be called in question. Women had submitted petitions to Congress with more than 400,000 signatures seeking an end to slavery by constitutional amendment. Finally, on this day, January 31st, 1865, Congress was slated to vote on that amendment. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. The Senate had already passed the amendment, and the House had once before voted it down. But after a great deal of horse trading and deal-making, a handful of Northern Democrats who'd earlier opposed the amendment were expected to switch their votes. Roll was called as the clock tolled 3. With every eye, the crowd roared. 11 congressmen switched their earlier nays, and the 13th Amendment passed, 119 to 56, clearing the two-thirds bar with a scant 2 votes to spare. From the galleries and from the House floor, people screamed and wept, shouted and embraced. The tumult of joy that broke out was vast, one newspaper reported, thundering and uncontrollable. Men threw their hats, women their handkerchiefs. Such rejoicing I have never before witnessed, cannons firing, people hugging and shaking hands, the younger Douglass wrote to his father. White people, I mean. He'd seen black people celebrate, but he had never seen this. The one question of the age is settled, a California member of Congress wrote to his wife about the moment the clerk called the vote. Glory enough for one session, yes, even for a life. Another wrote home, we can now look other nations in the face without shame. The next morning, the New York Tribune ran the front page story with a 5-line headline. Freedom triumphant. Commencement of a new era. Death of slavery. The constitutional amendment adopted. Grandest act since the Declaration of Independence. The 13th Amendment, ratified by the end of 1865, ended chattel slavery. It extended the power of the federal government, and it established, too, the wholly new idea that federal constitutional amendment could be used as a tool of national social reform. On its heels, the 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, guaranteed equal protection of the laws, due process, and birthright citizenship. "Fellow citizens," Frederick Douglass said in a speech in Cincinnati celebrating the ratification of the 15th Amendment in 1870, guaranteeing black men the right to vote, "I appear before you tonight for the first time in the more elevated position of an American citizen." The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments represented and also revealed the limits of the amendment as mending, as moral progress. How the changes abolitionists sought came to take the form of constitutional amendment is a tangled story whose origins lie not in the halls of Congress, but in meetings in cities and states across the country, in convention halls, in constitutional conventions, where states wrote and rewrote their constitutions, in colored conventions, where Black Americans organized campaigns for emancipation, citizenship, and equal rights, in women's rights conventions, where women, too, made new demands upon the constitutional order, and in secessionist conventions. The great political work, the great constitutional work of the 19th century happened in convention after convention after convention. And when Americans could convene no more, they went to war. Chapter 4. Let us examine the word white. Mr. J. moved that the word white be stricken out. Failed amendment to the New York Constitution, introduced at the State Constitutional Convention, 1821. Between the ratification of the 12th Amendment in 1804 and the 13th in 1865, the U.S. Constitution went unaltered in any formal sense, principally because any conceivable change threatened to upset the fragile balance between slave and free states that had been established by the constitutional compromises of 1787 and renegotiated in the fraught congressional bargains that followed, the Missouri Compromise in 1819 and the Compromise of 1850. Despite the absence of formal federal constitutional amendments, few eras in American history have been more marked by constitutional change. One historian has called these decades an era of permanent constitutional revision. In truth, the amending hiatus between the 12th and 13th Amendments was no hiatus at all, but instead a contest between competing agents of constitutional revision. White men meeting in state constitutional conventions asserted that it was they who wrote, amended, and interpreted constitutions, while in dissenting conventions held all over the country, Black people, women, and Native nations challenged that authority. And in Washington, the Supreme Court asserted a power to interpret the Constitution exclusively. Between 1800 and 1865, 36 states, 18 just entering the Union, held conventions and ratified new or amended constitutions. In those 65 years, only 6 years passed in which no state in the United States held a constitutional convention. Vermont wrote its first constitution in 1777 and held constitutional conventions in 1786, 1793, 1814, 1818, 1822, 1828, 1836, 1850, and 1857. In one 10-year period, 1844 to 53, more than half the states in the country held constitutional conventions. In 1850, delegates met in constitutional conventions in Ohio, New Mexico, New Hampshire, Maryland, Indiana, and Michigan, as well as Vermont. The ubiquity of constitutional conventions in the antebellum era deepened Americans' commitment to amendment as both an idea and a practice. A convention is the provided machinery of peaceful revolution, argued the Pennsylvanian George Dallas, a former U.S. Senator, in 1836. It is the civilized substitute for intestine war, the American mode for carrying out the will of the majority, the unalienable and indefeasible right to alter, reform, or abolish their government in such manner as they think proper. The Pennsylvania legislature was, at the time, considering a convention bill. The very act of assembling, the convention itself became the symbol, the visible enactment of the sovereignty of the people. These political conventions are a very great advantage to the people, a delegate to one state convention said in 1853. Or, as the Supreme Court of Indiana put it in 1855, a constitutional convention of eminent citizens is the substitute for the armed mob of other countries. State constitutional conventions democratized state constitutions, including by eliminating property requirements for voting, even as the white male delegates who met at those conventions introduced the words white and male into their constitutions, excluding everyone but themselves from the full practice of citizenship. These were the wages of majoritarianism. In response, the people excluded from those meetings, defying the tyranny of the majority, held their own conventions, in which they drafted, ratified, and amended constitutions and statements of purpose, organized petition campaigns, and proposed amendments to the federal and state constitutions. Denied the right to participate in the formal process of drafting and amending state constitutions, they held their own deliberations, promulgated their own interpretation of constitutional clauses, and devised their own philosophy of amendment. Black men held colored conventions, where elected delegates gathered in what can properly be considered extra-constitutional conventions. Between 1830 and 1861, Black delegates met in 49 state conventions, 2 regional conventions, and 11 national conventions. Native nations held conventions, too. Sometimes they adopted their own national constitutions. "We, the representatives of the people of the Cherokee Nation in convention assembled," the Cherokee Constitutional Convention wrote in 1827, "do ordain and establish this Constitution for the government of the Cherokee Nation." Sometimes they nullified state laws, and sometimes they asserted their rights under their interpretation of the U.S. Constitution. "We, as a tribe, will rule ourselves," a convention of Mashpee Indians declared in 1833, "and have a right to do so, for all men are born free and equal," says the Constitution of the country. Women held the first Women's Rights Convention in 1848, the year political revolutions spread across Europe. By 1860, they'd held 19 conventions, 10 of them national. In antebellum America, conventions operated as the dominant mechanism of constitutional reform, of constitutional expression, and even of anti-constitutionalism. The militant abolitionist John Brown held a convention that wrote a constitution. And when the Southern states seceded, they too held conventions and wrote constitutions. Second only to voting, conventions served as the prevailing method of political participation and of social reform. Americans in these years invented the presidential nominating convention. The first one was held in 1831, and with only one exception, every major party has since that year nominated its presidential candidate at a convention. In 1835, Andrew Jackson issued the call for a nominating convention in a letter to the American people that celebrated the very practice of convening. "I consider the true policy of the friends of Republican principles to send delegates fresh from the people to a general convention." Utopian societies, religious sects, and temperance associations held conventions and wrote constitutions. So did everyone from debtors in a debtor's prison in New York to squatters in a mining camp in Wisconsin. But federally, judicial review displaced amendment as the chief method of revising the Constitution. In 1803, the year Congress sent the 12th Amendment to the states for ratification, the Supreme Court for the first time declared an act of Congress unconstitutional in Marbury v. Madison. In that case, Chief Justice John Marshall, a Federalist, sought to defeat all other then-current theories of constitutional interpretation, including that advanced by Madison and Jefferson and the Virginia and Kentucky resolutions. Congress cannot decide whether a law is or is not constitutional, Marshall insisted, nor can states decide what laws passed by Congress are or are not constitutional. Only the Supreme Court can decide what the Constitution is and what it means. By this mechanism, Marshall insisted, the court does not alter the Constitution, it prevents change. Marshall's opinion in Marbury is an essay on the nature of fundamental law. One of two things is true, Marshall wrote. The Constitution is either a superior paramount law, unchangeable by ordinary means, or else it is on a level with ordinary legislative acts, and, like other acts, is alterable when the legislature shall please to alter it. If the second were true, if Congress could alter the Constitution, then written constitutions are absurd attempts on the part of the people to limit a power in its own nature illimitable. But instead, the first is true, and the Constitution can be altered only by extraordinary means. Article 5. As a consequence, if Congress passes a law that alters the Constitution, it is no law at all, but is instead void, and it is the duty of the court to declare it to be so. This theory is essentially attached to a written constitution and is consequently to be considered by this court as one of the fundamental principles of our society, Marshall concluded. The court again asserted its power to decide the constitutionality of acts of Congress in 1819 in McCulloch v. Maryland, in which Marshall found that a congressional law incorporating a national bank did not violate the Constitution, even though we do not find the word bank or incorporation in the Constitution, because such legislation is among Congress's implied powers. By this tribunal alone can the decision be made, Marshall wrote in McCulloch v. Maryland in 1819. On the Supreme Court of the United States has the Constitution of our country devolved this important duty. Even when the court was not overturning a state law, or an act of Congress, in other words, it was exercising its power to revise the Constitution by reading it differently. James Madison was irked by Marshall's opinion in McCulloch. I have always supposed that the meaning of a law, and for a like reason of a constitution, so far as it depends on judicial interpretation, was to result from a course of particular decisions, and not these from a previous and abstract comment on the subject, he complained privately. He had still not published his notes, but when asked, he was willing to offer his reminiscences about the Constitutional Convention of 1787. As for the Supreme Court's assertion of its exclusive power to interpret the Constitution, and in effect thereby to alter it, Madison wrote that few, if any, of the friends of the Constitution in 1787 could have anticipated that a rule of construction would be introduced as broad and as pliant as what has occurred in McCulloch. A regular mode of making proper alterations has been providently inserted into the Constitution itself, he went on. Article 5 was the only means to alter the Constitution, Madison insisted, and he hoped that no innovations may take place in other modes, including Congress's assertion of new powers. For all the revision of state constitutions, and for all the contention over the interpretation of the federal Constitution, not a few commentators remarked, even from the floor of Congress, that very few people seemed to know the Constitution very well, or to rely on any defensible system of reasoning for its interpretation. As the governor of New York remarked in 1847, no one familiar with the affairs of our government can have failed to notice how large a proportion of our statesmen appear never to have read the Constitution of the United States with a careful reference to its precise language and exact provisions, but rather, as occasion presents, seem to exercise their ingenuity to stretch both to the line of what they, at that moment, consider expedient. It was ever thus. All the same, when the Frenchman Alexis de Tocqueville toured the United States in the 1830s, he reported that ordinary Americans were exceptionally familiar with American law. I scarcely ever met with a plain American citizen who could not distinguish, with surprising facility, the obligations created by the laws of Congress from those created by the laws of his own state, and who, after having discriminated between the matters which come under the cognizance of the Union and those which local legislature is competent to regulate, could not point out the exact limit of the separate jurisdictions of the federal courts and the tribunals of the state. This knowledge displayed, among other things, Americans' ongoing suspicion of government, the federal government in particular, and of the power of the judiciary. Suspicion, however, does not convey the sentiment of bitterness and betrayal expressed by William Grimes after he escaped slavery. If it were not for the stripes on my back which were made while I was a slave, he wrote, describing his scars from whippings, I would in my will leave my skin a legacy to the government, desiring that it might be taken off and made into parchment, and then bind the Constitution of glorious, happy, and free America. The contest over the meaning of the Constitution and the authority to interpret it came to a head in 1857, when, in Dred Scott v. Sandford, the Supreme Court, ignoring the constitutional interpretation promulgated at black conventions, upheld the constitutionality of slavery and ruled that people of African descent are not and can never become American citizens, and moreover have no rights which the white man was bound to respect. Frederick Douglass denounced this devilish decision, this judicial incarnation of wolfishness, and argued that slavery lives in this country not because of any paper constitution, but in the moral blindness of the American people. Countering the court and building on arguments made by black delegates over nearly 3 decades of black conventions, he offered an annotated version of the preamble of the Constitution. We, the people, not we the white people, not we the citizens or the legal voters, not we the privileged class and excluding all other classes, but we the people, not we the horses and cattle, but we the people, the men and women, the human inhabitants of the United States, to ordain and establish this Constitution. Douglass, not the court, eventually won this argument, but it required an army. This excess of Southern representation. There was only one truly significant attempt to amend the U.S. Constitution by Article 5 before the Civil War, the attempt to abolish the Electoral College. Like Joseph Pope's orrery, the Electoral College had never quite worked properly. The 12th Amendment, which separated the election of the president and the vice president, attempted an early repair, but it wasn't enough. Every presidential election and the admission of every new state to the Union only further illustrated the nature of the problem, which, like nearly everything else in the United States before the Civil War, was inextricable from the problem of slavery. When Thomas Jefferson defeated John Adams in the election of 1800, Federalists blamed their loss of the presidency and, more broadly, their diminishing political power on the 3/5 Clause, which gave slave states disproportionate representation in Congress and therefore in the Electoral College, too. The defeated president's son, John Quincy Adams, believed that this excess of Southern representation decided the fate of the last election for president and vice president of the United States. The same event must inevitably follow every contest in which the interests of the North and those of the South shall be at variance. The purchase of the Louisiana Territory from France in 1803, more than 800,000 square miles, nearly doubling the size of the United States, seemed likely to bring more slave states into the Union. Critics of Jefferson also questioned the constitutionality of the Louisiana Purchase. Jefferson had believed its annexation required a constitutional amendment. In an early draft, his proposed amendment guaranteed native sovereignty. The rights of occupancy in the soil and of self-government are confirmed to the Indian inhabitants as they now exist. But he deleted this sentence in the version he sent to Congress. Jefferson's advisers and the Senate itself considered the amendment unnecessary, and it was never voted on. But New England Federalists were outraged by the annexation, and extremists even suggested that the only solution was to secede from the Union and form a new Confederacy. There will be a separation, Massachusetts Senator Timothy Pickering predicted in December 1803. The white and black population will mark the boundary. Said one Connecticut senator, the eastern states must and will dissolve the Union and form a separate government of their own, and the sooner they do it, the better. By 1802, the story of Jefferson's black family with Sally Hemings had been exposed in the press. During his campaign in 1800 and again in 1804, Jefferson refused to address the charges, though visitors to Monticello could not help but take note. The story of Black Sal is no farce, wrote one visitor in 1811, by which time Hemings had given birth to 2 more children, including a boy that Jefferson named Madison. That he cohabits with her and has a number of children by her is a sacred truth, and the worst of it is he keeps the same children slaves, an unnatural crime which is very common in these parts. New Englanders took to calling Jefferson the Negro President, an allusion both to the rumors of his relationship with Sally Hemings and to the calculation that only the disenfranchised and enslaved black population of the South had given Jefferson the Electoral College votes needed to win the White House. Massachusetts rejected the 12th Amendment. Then on June 13, 1804, 2 days before New Hampshire was set to vote on it, a vote that would secure its ratification, William Ely, a Federalist member of the Massachusetts legislature, proposed a new federal amendment. Ely wanted to amend the Constitution to abolish the 3/5 clause, making representation and taxation proportionate only to the number of free inhabitants. Ely's amendment was heralded all over Massachusetts during 4th of July orations and was meant to be the centerpiece of the fall presidential campaign. But the death of Alexander Hamilton, former Secretary of the Treasury, on July 12th, the result of a wound sustained during a duel with Aaron Burr, Vice President of the United States, dominated newspaper coverage and swept the Ely Amendment from the headlines. Jefferson won re-election in November. On December 7th, 2 days after the last votes were cast, Timothy Pickering introduced Ely's amendment into the U.S. Senate. He had some support. If the Constitution is to be altered, justice requires that the article authorizing the representation of slaves should be the first to receive amendment, said one congressman. But Pickering's proposal had far more opponents. If the gentlemen wish to shake the Constitution to pieces, asked one senator, why not go at once to a simple democracy? But Pickering continued to contemplate seceding from the Union and forming a Northern Confederacy. When Jefferson imposed an embargo against the British in 1807, and especially after the United States went to war with Britain in 1812, New England Federalists blamed the financial hardship caused by the embargo and the war on Jefferson, on his party and its dominance, and by extension, on the 3/5 clause. Their opposition had little or nothing to do with disapproval of slavery. They opposed only the political disadvantages that accrued to themselves. In 1814, the situation reached something of a crisis when New Englanders, in a circular letter sent from a town in western Massachusetts, called for a convention of all the northern and commercial states for procuring such alterations in the federal Constitution as will give to the northern states a due proportion of representation. 26 delegates from 5 New England states met in a convention in Hartford for 3 weeks. The convention was dominated by moderates who were determined to quell the calls for disunion rather than to inflame them. Instead of recommending secession, they proposed 7 amendments to the Constitution. First on the list was the abolition of the 3/5 clause. The amendments reached Congress just as news arrived of General Andrew Jackson's triumph over the British in the Battle of New Orleans, which ended the war. None of the amendments were acted on. Unable to diminish the power of slave states by amending the Constitution to abolish the 3/5 clause, Northerners hoped at least to prevent the increase of that power by prohibiting the extension of slavery to new states entering the Union. This became an issue in 1818, when Illinois applied for statehood. Like Ohio and Indiana, which had entered the Union in 1803 and 1816, Illinois, as part of the Northwest Territory, was bound by the Northwest Ordinance's prohibition against slavery. There shall be neither slavery nor involuntary servitude in the Northwest Territory. Congress decreed that Illinois had to write a constitution not repugnant, by which it meant it would be allowed to enter the Union only as a free state. But when Illinois held its first constitutional convention in 1818 in Kaskaskia, then the capital, 80 miles south of St. Louis, its 33 delegates, many of whom were immigrants from Kentucky, Tennessee, and the Carolinas, found freedom difficult to agree on. Only after fierce debate, and by a vote of 17 to 14, this was the sole issue contested at the convention, did they approve a prohibition on slavery as Article 6, there shall be neither slavery nor involuntary servitude in this state, to which they added language that allowed for all manner of unpaid, coerced labor, forms of slavery by another name. Illinois entered the Union as a free state, but 34 members of Congress, all Northerners, voted against its admission, arguing that Illinois was free in name only. Illinois turned out to be merely a rehearsal for the conflict that would arise when Missouri, part of the Louisiana Purchase, applied to enter the Union as a slave state. That conflict was eventually resolved by the admission of Maine, hiving off from Massachusetts as a free state, thus maintaining the balance between free and slave states. The Missouri Compromise also drew a line across the Louisiana Territory at 36 degrees 30 minutes latitude, with slavery prohibited above that line, but allowed below it. Yet that scarcely ended the constitutional questions at stake, which included not only the status of slavery in the states, but the status of free black people. In 1820, at a constitutional convention in St. Louis, Missouri devised a constitution that allowed slavery, restricted suffrage to every free, white, male citizen of the United States who may have attained to the age of 21 years and who shall have resided in the state 1 year before an election, and decreed that the legislature shall have no power to pass laws for the emancipation of slaves without the consent of their owners or without paying for them. And it shall be their duty, as soon as may be, to pass such laws as may be necessary, to prevent free Negroes and mulattoes from coming to and settling in this state under any pretext whatsoever. These measures, the restriction of the franchise to white men, and instructions to legislatures to ban the entry into the state of free blacks, had lately become features of constitutions in free states as well. Both Ohio and Maryland had instituted restrictions on black immigration in 1807. Connecticut, in its 1818 Constitution, became the first and only New England state to restrict voting to every white male citizen. Kentucky, South Carolina, and Georgia also banned the immigration of free blacks. In 1819, following the instructions in its 1818 Constitution, the Illinois legislature passed a series of black codes restricting the movement and abolishing the rights of free blacks in the state. Black people in Illinois could not vote, serve on juries, or own property. But when Missouri's Constitution went to Congress for approval, Northerners argued that the prohibition on black immigration was unconstitutional, since free blacks, as citizens of the United States, were protected under the U.S. Constitution's Article 4, Section 2. The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. With the privileges and immunities debate, questions about the constitutionality of racial distinctions were added to questions about the constitutionality of slavery. Color no more comes into consideration to decide who is a citizen than size or profession, declared New Hampshire Senator David Morrill during the debate over Missouri's proposed constitution. You may as well say a tall citizen shall not settle in Missouri, as a yellow citizen shall not. But South Carolina Representative Charles Pinckney dismissed those who objected to Missouri's constitution as suffering from a total want of knowledge of the distinction which has, from time immemorial, existed in the civilized world between the black and white race. In the end, Congress accepted the state's constitution, with the proviso that no part of it could be construed to violate the Privileges and Immunities Clause. Discontent with the Electoral College did not end with the death of the Federalist Party. In Andrew Jackson's first annual message to Congress on December 8, 1829, he asked the legislature to pass a constitutional amendment. I consider it one of the most urgent of my duties to bring to your attention the propriety of amending that part of the Constitution which relates to the election of president and vice president, he said. And then, backing the idea of amendment itself, our system of government was by its framers deemed an experiment, and they therefore consistently provided a mode of remedying its defects. Jackson proposed to abolish the Electoral College, to remove all intermediate agency between the will of the people and the election of the president and vice president. Jackson's interest in this amendment was self-interest. In the presidential election of 1824, he'd won the popular vote but lost the election. Jackson had earned 152,901 votes, and John Quincy Adams 114,023. And he'd bested Adams in the Electoral College, too, 99 to 84. But because two other candidates split the remaining 78 votes between them, Jackson had not won a majority. Under the terms of the 12th Amendment, the the decision went to the House, where the Speaker, Henry Clay, managed to win for Adams, who, once inaugurated, named Clay as his Secretary of State, in a move that became known as the corrupt bargain. Even before that election, members of Congress had introduced constitutional amendments making the presidential election more responsive to the popular will. The first attempt, amending the Constitution to require electors to be elected by districts within every state, came in 1806, a call that was then regularly renewed. Amendments proposed to institute a direct popular vote, e.g., that the Constitution of the United States ought to be so amended that the people of the several states authorized to vote for members of the most numerous branch of the legislature in each state shall vote directly for the President and Vice President of the United States, and that a plurality of votes shall determine the choice, were first introduced in 1825 in the form of both bills and petitions. At the start of 1826, 17 different measures to this end were introduced into Congress, so many that on March 8th, a Maine congressman introduced an amendment proposing that amendments could be considered only once every 10 years, beginning with 1830. Abolishing the Electoral College and electing the president by popular vote would have meant a loss of political power for both small states and slave states. It would also have rewarded states with the broadest electorate. The proposed amendment never went to a vote in either house. Meanwhile, in the states, the electorate was reconstructed. The Future Amendments Committee. In 1787, no one could have predicted that a federal constitutional convention in the United States would become unthinkable, but that in the states, conventions would be as regular as rain. No one predicted it, but everyone noticed it. America is, at the present day, the country in the world where laws last the shortest time, Tocqueville wrote in 1833 in Democracy in America, even before amendment fever reached its pitch. Almost all the American constitutions have been amended within the course of 30 years. There is therefore not a single American state which has not modified the principles of its legislation in that lapse of time. Americans held conventions to amend their constitutions to make them more democratic. The first principle of our system, Andrew Jackson insisted in 1829, is that the majority is to govern. In truth, this principle had been scarcely honored in early state constitutions. Americans did not elect their U.S. senators, who were elected by state legislatures, nor did they elect the president, who was elected by the Electoral College, nor did they elect Supreme Court justices, who were and are nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate, nor at the start of the 19th century did they elect delegates to the Electoral College, who were chosen by state legislatures. Much the same was true in the states, where legislatures, not voters, elected governors, and governors appointed judges, and in any case, most states restricted voting to men who owned property. Efforts to alter these arrangements at the federal level, which included proposed amendments not only abolishing the Electoral College, but also reapportioning representation and requiring Supreme Court justices to retire at age 65, all failed. In the states, these efforts nearly all succeeded. When Virginia proposed to write a new constitution in 1816, Jefferson gladly supplied a list of what he considered to be the truly essential changes. The sum of these amendments is 1. General suffrage. 2. Equal representation in the legislature. 3. An executive chosen by the people. 4. Judges elective or immovable. 5. Justices, jurors, and sheriffs elective. 6. Ward divisions. And 7. Periodical amendments of the Constitution. These were, on the whole, the very amendments that most state conventions adopted. Between 1816 and 1821, 6 states entered the Union: Indiana, Illinois, Mississippi, Alabama, Missouri, and Maine, and none had a property requirement, a development that set a standard for new states and put pressure on old states to drop their existing requirements. In 1800, every state except New Hampshire and Vermont had some form of a property requirement for voting. By 1865, none did. Between 1824 and 1828 alone, the number of voters more than doubled, growing from less than 400,000 to 1.1 million. At the start of the century, in a majority of states, delegates to the Electoral College were elected by state legislatures. By 1824, voters themselves elected those delegates in 18 out of 24 states. In 1800, voters elected their own governors in only 7 states. By 1853, voters in all 31 states elected their own governors. And by 1860, 18 states mandated the election rather than the appointment of judges. Changes made in the states had a domino effect, partly because of how extensively one constitutional convention influenced another. Kansas relied on Ohio's constitution, California relied on Iowa's. There was, in fact, a great deal of borrowing, encouraged not only by newspaper reports of convention proceedings, but also by the migration of Americans from one state to another, carrying constitutional ideas in their luggage, and by the printing and widespread distribution of compilations of constitutions. When New York delegates met in a convention in 1821, they were able to refer to a manual that had been specially printed for the convention, containing digests of 24 state constitutions. The government supplied every delegate to Pennsylvania's 1837 convention with a printed compilation of state constitutions, a practice that became commonplace. At California's Constitutional Convention in 1849, the explorer Lansford Hastings offered his opinion that all anyone really needed to do to write a state constitution was to read a book containing the constitution adopted by the wisdom of the age in which the framers lived, sanctioned by long experience, pronounced superior to any ever adopted in the known world, the best book extant on human rights and human government, the Constitution of the United States. There was, in fact, an actual book, the Book of the Constitution, containing the Constitution of the United States, a synopsis of the several state constitutions with various other important documents and useful information, first published in New York in 1833. But in truth, instead of borrowing from the U.S. Constitution, most states borrowed from the constitutions of other states, northern states relying on New York's as a model, and southern states on Virginia's. Some delegates to conventions objected to all that borrowing. Michigan had drafted a constitution in 1835 and entered the Union in 1837. At an amending convention in Michigan in 1850, Delegate Robert Krause complained about all the references made to other state constitutions. "We are not sent here to telegraph from one end of the Union to the other, from Maine to California, for constitutions upon which to model our own," he said, "but to make those few amendments to our excellent Constitution which people require." If states borrowed from the constitutions of other states, they were in no real position to be informed by the records of state conventions, which, although not secret, were almost as unavailable and even more unreliable than the records of the 1787 Federal Convention. Records of state constitutional conventions often took decades to appear in print. Connecticut's 1818 convention's records were not published until 1991. Some records never seem to have existed. Oregon's 1857 convention left no trail. Others were simply lost. The records of the Nebraska Convention were stored in a cracker box until they disappeared. What reports did survive were riddled with errors, omissions, and misrepresentations. Yet the records that do survive document delegates across the country confronting common problems, including the inevitable consequence of population growth, legislative malapportionment. Early constitutions tended to grant favor and fuller representation to the most settled parts of states, generally in the East. As state populations grew and dispersed, those apportionment schemes needed to be updated, but in most states the only way to make that change, or any other, was to call a convention to amend the Constitution. But only legislators, the very elected officials who benefited from malapportionment, could make that call. A whole slew of conventions, then, made a priority of amending their constitutions to make it easier to amend their constitutions. As one delegate to a convention in North Carolina explained in 1835, "For 30 or 40 years, the West had been seeking a convention, and the East had been opposing it. It was natural that having had so much difficulty in succeeding, the West should provide an easier mode of calling conventions in future, and that the East, from policy, should want to make it as difficult as possible." Making amending a constitution easier meant different things in different states. The highest bar to amendment was set by states in which either a proposed amendment or a call for a convention to consider amendments had to pass the legislature by a 2/3 or even a 3/4 supermajority, often in consecutive legislative sessions. This could take years or even decades. In 1805, the Pennsylvania legislature dismissed calls for a convention, arbitrarily deeming the number of petitions submitted asking for one to be simply not enough. It drew the same conclusion in 1821, decreeing that a sufficient number of petitions have not been presented to induce the legislature to originate any proceedings to test the opinions of the people on the subject. The legislature relented only in 1837. Rhode Islanders, who didn't have a constitution, the state operated under its colonial charter, started campaigning for a convention in 1792. They didn't get one until 1824, and then it proved unable to get anything done. In a state where only 2 in 5 white men were eligible to vote, the disenfranchised held an extra-legal People's Convention in 1841 and wrote their own constitution, after which the state finally held a convention. And then, for a while, Rhode Island had 2 dueling constitutions and martial law, until a third convention led to the ratification of yet another constitution in 1842, granting the right to vote to any male resident of the state who could pay $1 in poll tax. Conventions also altered the mode of ratification. Before 1812, no state outside New England had sought popular ratification for a constitution, and by 1826, only 2 had done so. Legislatures tended to oppose popular ratification. Conventions tended to favor it. In 1857, after Minnesota entered the Union, Congress required that new states put their constitutions to a popular vote. Still, as late as the 1870s, only 6 states of what had been the Confederacy had submitted a constitution to the people for ratification by popular referendum. Amendment battles were hard-fought. John Randolph was among the elder statesmen who served as delegates to Virginia's Constitutional Convention in 1829. Randolph, complaining about all this hammering at fundamental law, opposed every single change to Virginia's Constitution, especially a new and easier procedure for amendment. "I should as soon think of introducing into a marriage contract a provision for divorce," Randolph scoffed. Amendment to Randolph could lead only to anarchy and an ever-changing, never-stable constitution. Can anyone believe that we, by any amendments of ours, by any of our scribbling on that parchment, by any amulet, any legerdemain, char, abracadabra of ours, can prevent our sons from doing the same thing? This new constitution, he predicted, would not last 20 years. He was right. Virginia held another constitutional convention in 1850 and adopted a new constitution in 1851. Reformers wanted to eliminate consecutive session requirements for calling conventions, but they especially wanted to eliminate supermajority requirements. "It is anti-Republican, it is anti-democratic," said a delegate at Pennsylvania's 1837 convention. "If our government is based upon the fundamental principle that the majority shall govern, to what end should this convention decide that for the future time in making any changes in the fundamental law of the state, the vote of more than a majority of the legislature shall be required?" Some reformers wanted to wrest the power to propose amendments from the legislature altogether, and simply put the question of calling an amending convention to a popular vote at regular intervals. Suppose, sir, your legislature should be made up of men that from year to year, and for 10 years, should deem it unnecessary to revise the Constitution. And if for 10, why not for 20, or even for 100 years? One delegate asked at a Maine convention in 1819. Is it more safe to trust the people with the right of revising, or to give their rulers unlimited power? Every man acquainted with history can easily answer. 7 states, Indiana, New York, Michigan, Maryland, Ohio, Iowa, and Virginia, adopted these periodic revision mechanisms. New York's 1846 Constitution, for example, decreed that voters be asked every 20 years, "Shall there be a convention to revise the Constitution and amend the same?" The era of permanent constitutional revision was also an era of constitutional celebration, the heralding of the sovereignty of the people as embodied in their right to amend their constitutions or even to destroy their governments. By 1850, over half of all state constitutions included some form or another of a statement, borrowed, adapted, and customized, that the people have the inherent sole and exclusive right of altering and abolishing their constitution and form of government whenever it may be necessary to their safety and happiness. A commitment to amendment deepened. Many men, in many meetings, made very many changes to their state constitutions, including making amending easier, because they believed that more and quicker amending would be needed in the future. Conventions in both New York, 1846, and Indiana, 1851, formed future amendments committees. In Virginia, John Randolph mocked fellow delegates' very great anxiety to provide for futurity. This commitment echoed Jefferson's own view that no constitution can bind the unborn, and that therefore constitutions ought to be revised every 19 years, once in a generation. We are engaged in the creation of a government which is not only for ourselves, but which we proudly say is to be handed down to our posterity to be a rule of action for them, an Ohio delegate said in 1850. Yet posterity have no hand in making this government. They are not parties to the compact. They give no assent to its provisions. Is it not justice, then, to declare that when we deliver it into their hands, they shall have the privilege to say whether or not they will be bound by it? It was then necessary, he declared, indeed, it is the duty of every man, in framing the organic law, to leave it so open to change that it never can become anything else than the free, voluntary consent of the people. Or, as a delegate in Louisiana in 1845 put it, we are constantly improving in the science of government as in all else, and we ought not to tie either our own hands or the hands of those who are to come after us. In this fretting over the future, there was more going on than a restatement of Jefferson's opinions about the dead hand of the past. Amendment, which in the 18th century held strongest associations with mending, repair, and moral improvement, came in the industrializing 19th century to be most closely associated with technological progress. In their state constitutional debates, Americans were advancing a much more elaborated philosophy of amendment than that which had prevailed in the 1780s and 90s. We live in an age of progress, William Steele said at Indiana's amending convention in 1850. The very purpose for which we were sent here was to make improvements in our system of government, to avail ourselves of all the lights which the experiences of other states and of our own furnishes us, in order to make organic law as perfect as it is possible to make it, and as consistent with the theory and practice of free government as it is in our power to do. But when we have done all this, shall we say that we have arrived at the farthest point in the progress of improvement, that no further advance can be made, that we have attained perfection, that there will hereafter be no necessity for alteration, that we are to remain stationary and seek no further advance in the science of government? In the decades that saw the development of the telegraph, the canal system, the railroad, the power loom, and the factory, those who argued that constitutions ought to be easier to amend often invoked a new set of ideas about machines. To those who might object to constitutional change, the pace of technological change was offered as evidence. Let them look at the progress that has been made in the arts and sciences, in mechanics, in agriculture, in morality, and then say if they have reason to expect that those who may survive for that period or those who are now pursuing their onward course are likely to retrograde from what we are now, Isaac Preston said at Louisiana's convention in 1845. Those who are to come after us, advancing as the world is in morality, in peace and tranquility, and in the repudiation of vices which have been too common in our day, will certainly know better how to govern themselves than we can. Making provisions to put the question to voters on a regular schedule was itself dictated by the pace of technological change. To a delegate at Michigan's 1850 convention, 10 years between votes on conventions seemed too long given the speed of progress. For within the last 10 years, such has been the rapid improvement in the mechanical arts, the scientific professions, the electric telegraph, together with California coming into the Union, etc., that in my opinion this period would be best. And there was too, if less frequently stated in constitutional conventions, another kind of progress to plan for and to constitutionalize: moral reform. This was the view of Elisha P. Hurlbut in his 1845 Essays on Human Rights and Their Political Guarantees. Whenever the majority of the people rise up and demand a reformed constitution, it is their right to have it, and they will have it, Hurlbut wrote. In the act of convening the people to deliberate on fundamental law, he saw the prospect of moral improvement, great progress in the cause of human rights and liberty. The work of revising a constitution, he insisted, is a work of reform in the errors of the past, based upon a broader and more enlightened experience. He subscribed to the theory of a convention as a peaceful revolution, capable of implementing a series of reforms so broad and comprehensive, so enlightened and liberal, so pure and just as to amount to a revolution, a great and peaceful moral revolution in the mode of administering the powers of government. Let the revolution come. And the revolution came, but it wasn't peaceful, and it wasn't the revolution in human rights that Hurlbut predicted. All free, white, male persons. A great many of the conventions that took place before the Civil War involved adding the word white to state constitutions. At the Federal Convention in Philadelphia in 1787, after draft language proposed calculating representation in proportion to the whole number of white and other free citizens and inhabitants, the words white and free had been deleted in revision. But in new and amended state constitutions, when describing who was eligible to vote, the words white and free and male were inserted. In West Florida in 1810, in Louisiana in 1812, in Indiana in 1816, in Mississippi in 1817, in Connecticut and Illinois in 1818, and in nearly every other state thereafter. Who were the people who could assemble, ordain, establish, and amend? They were, in newly precise state constitutional language, all free, white, male persons of the age of 21 years who are citizens of the state. By 1840, universal suffrage meant that all poor white men could vote. By the end of the 1840s, in a union of 31 states, black men could vote without restriction in only 4: Maine, Massachusetts, Vermont, and Rhode Island. No word was more fiercely debated at state constitutional conventions than the word white, and no convention was more influential than the meeting of 126 delegates in Albany in 1821. Unlike most, New York's proceedings were recorded and reported in detail, every roll call recorded and nearly every speech fully transcribed, and published serially in the New York American and other newspapers. A compilation of 4 different reporters' accounts then appeared as a book of nearly 400 pages. New Yorkers, an electorate that at the time included black men, had voted for a constitutional convention by a margin of 3-1, primarily on the promise of extending suffrage by eliminating a property requirement. Black men had for the most part been excluded from voting by the property requirement. If it were lifted, they would all be eligible to vote, unless a racial restriction were introduced. No black men served as delegates to the convention, but black New Yorkers submitted a petition to the convention asking it to incorporate a provision in the Constitution preventing the legislature from passing any laws interfering with their rights or their ability to exercise the right of suffrage. Reviewing the petition, one delegate declared that black people are a peculiar people, incapable, in my judgment, of exercising that privilege with any sort of discretion, prudence, or independence, and warned that if their petition were to be granted, it would soon be followed by a demand to be represented in this hall by their own color. Delegate Peter J. was the son of John J., who had helped draft New York's first Constitution in 1777. Like his father, Peter J. had become active in a growing anti-slavery movement. At the convention, he declared that he had no intention of voting to restrict suffrage in a convention called to extend it. "I do not believe your constituents have authorized you to disenfranchise them," he scolded his fellow delegates. "And these blacks are your constituents as well as men of fairer complexions. They have many of them voted to give you your seats here." Black men, Jay insisted, were born as free as ourselves, natives of the same country, and deriving from nature and our political institutions the same rights and privileges which we have. As to the idea that the African race was inferior to any other, Jay conceded that some people might once have taken that idea seriously. But this idea has been so completely refuted and is now so universally exploded that I did not expect to have heard of it in an assembly so enlightened as this, nor do I now think it necessary to disprove it. The importance of this decision was not lost on the delegates, who admitted that this question, of all those debated, was most interesting to the public. Robert Clark noted that neither the state's original constitution nor the U.S. Constitution included the word white. No, sir, our venerable fathers entertained too strong a sense of justice to countenance such an odious distinction. And as to introducing it, he asked, is this just? Is it honest? Was it expected by our constituents? Will it not fix a foul stain upon the proceedings of this convention, which time will not efface? Not to mention, Clark went on, restricting the vote to white men was simply impractical. He had seen slaves whiter than their masters. Finally, Clark pointed out that when Missouri submitted its constitution to Congress, New York's legislature had sent a unanimous resolution to its congressional delegation, instructing them to prevent any state from being admitted into this union which should have incorporated in her constitution any provision denying to the citizens of each state all the rights, privileges, and immunities of citizens of the several states. How, now, could New York itself craft a constitution that defied its own congressional instructions? New York's debate turned to the philosophy of amendment itself. How could dropping a property requirement but adding a racial one be understood as progress? Wasn't it instead, as one delegate suggested, regression? If we adopt the principle of this proviso, he warned, I hope and believe that our posterity will blush when they see the names recorded in favor of such a discrimination. But another delegate suggested that if posterity were to blush, it could simply amend the state constitution again. If the time should ever arrive when the African shall be raised to the level of the white man, when the distinctions that now prevail shall be done away, when the colors shall intermarry, when Negroes shall be invited to your tables, to sit in your pew or ride in your coach, it may then be proper to institute a new convention and remodel the Constitution so as to conform to that state of society. When Mr. Jay moved that the word white be stricken out, the motion passed narrowly, 63 to 59. But in the end, the convention voted in favor of lifting the property requirement for white men, but adding one for black men. No man of color, unless he shall be seized and possessed of a freehold estate of the value of $250, shall be entitled to vote at such election. Overnight, some 30,000 black men in the state lost the right to vote. They fought back. The editor of a black newspaper, Rights of All, declared that New York's Constitutional Convention had acted illegally in restricting suffrage to whites, much as it would have if it had required that all voters be 6 feet tall. Black men began calling for their own conventions, from Maine to California, to plan for abolition, emancipation, and equal rights. In 1830, 26 black delegates from 7 states, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Connecticut, New York, Rhode Island, Virginia, and Delaware, held the first Free People of Color Convention at the AME Bethel Church in Philadelphia. Richard Allen, Bethel's minister, called for a